Arriving now, so we'll ask everybody to move this way. That's the participant can sit, and after you seated, then we'll fill out this chart. It's part of the program. So, get ready for the surrounding of the
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very privileged this morning at our inaugural National ICT Summit to welcome and have the presence to be graced by our dear Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape. Thank you. Please, you put in one plan, Prime Minister WME, who is hosted by our good Minister, Honorable Timothy Masio. Thank you. Thank you. It gives me great privilege this morning to welcome our dear Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, our good Minister, Honorable Timothy Masio, who is, by the way, this is the second year, this week commemorates the second year as our Minister. We give a very special welcome to our online viewers who are joining us via NBC and our Facebook streaming pages. We welcome you to our inaugural National ICT Summit. Before we commence our program, we will invite the good Lord to bless our occasion this morning, our good Prime Minister. So I will invite us all, if those of us who are joining online as well, and those who are here, to please bow your heads with me as I open with a word of prayer. Our gracious, loving Father in heaven, we thank you and praise you this beautiful morning that we have the freedom to worship you in this dear country that you have given us. We thank you for this momentous occasion at the National ICT Summit, and how technology will be driving our economy and to chart the way forward for the prosperity of our people. We are very humbled and graced with the presence of our dear Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape. And we thank you for the leadership of our dear Minister, Honorable Timothy Masio. And Lord, we dedicate and give this National ICT Summit back to you, that all the learnings, all our interactions with the private sector, with the civil sector, with the government, as we coordinate, work together, to bring development to our people in this time. We ask for your blessing, for your goodness upon us. Where there's no vision, the people perish. And we thank you that this government has the vision for the people. You will bless this government and bless all the people of this beautiful country and our friends and partners from around the world who have joined us via live stream as well. You blessed us all. We offer this prayer in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you once again. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our hosting minister, who is overseeing the department, the ministry, the department, the National Broadcasting Corporation, and our regulator, the National ICT Authority, NICTA. He's the host for this program, and we'd like to give him the opportunity to do the official welcome and the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome our good minister, Honorable Timothy Matthew.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Mr. Waruba. I want to say good morning to everyone who is in this room, and of course, everyone who is online with us, joining us from wherever you are this morning. Thank you very much for joining us. So it is indeed a great pleasure, and of course, a milestone for the department and the ministry, and of course, this government in hosting this first ever ICT summit. I want everyone here to give a clap in acknowledging this. Good morning, and thank you all for joining us for this inaugural National ICT Summit. Let me begin by acknowledging our dear Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape. Thank you very much for taking time from your busy schedule to be our keynote speaker in this very, very important occasion. I also want to thank all our partners from the government, the industry, the academia, and our international partners for tuning in to this summit today. I also stand to be corrected that this is the first National ICT Summit to be hosted by the government of Papua New Guinea. This summit is part of the government's initiative through my ministry to engage with you, to engage with all of you, our key stakeholders, and to understand and establish current trends and developments in Papua New Guinea, so that we are able to chart clearer direction to inform the anticipated National ICT Policy 2022. Since 2008, previous governments have focused on infrastructure and connectivity. In the telco sector, a regulatory framework was put in place through which we saw the establishment of NICTA. "13 years on, ICT has achieved or evolved drastically and is transforming the way we conduct business across all sectors of the economy. In the telco space alone, there are major changes taking place right now. We as government are in the process of merging telecom and B-Mobile. Early 2022, we will see a third operator branded as Vodafone come into full operation. We are also monitoring the acquisition of Digital Pacific by Telstra, which is subject to regulatory compliance. With all these changes taking place, we are projecting that in 3 to 5 years' time, mobile usage may jump from the current 2.5 million to 6 million users. But ICT is not just telco anymore. As you all know, we are now talking about a much broader scope that covers as far as media convergence, cloud technology, fintech, and artificial intelligence. To recognize the broad scope of ICT and its benefits for government, our government endorsed the digital transformation policy. We will soon see the rapid growth of digital services delivered by to the public sector. And while the summit outcomes will provide much needed input to the National ICT Policy 2008, we already expect that NICTA's regulatory roles will expand further to cover digital media, cloud technology, and artificial intelligence. I am interested to put a bigger emphasis on rural telecommunication by providing and dedicating infrastructure entity roles from the Universal Access Services, or UAS. We are also expecting that business houses and ICT SMEs must play a closer partnership with our government. And that is very important because the smaller ICT cluster to us, we must not forget them. We have to embrace them and work together with them and support them in any way. In keeping up with these trends, I am delighted to announce today that this government has approved for the overhaul of NBC broadcasting infrastructure from analog to digital. The transformational project is set to commence in the coming weeks, to which the department is working closely with NBC to finalize a nationwide analog to digital broadcasting plan. And of course, COVID-19 has forced upon us a new normal way of life. And if you take a moment to think about this, COVID-19 has made digital technology a necessary tool for us to have and to live a normal life and a new normal. Therefore, in many ways, COVID-19 has been a blessing in disguise. Ladies and gentlemen, whilst we embrace digital technologies as a necessary tool and a new normal, it comes with its own challenges. A major challenge is the security of our information and systems when we conduct business online. You all are aware by now that government's financial system, the Information Finance Management System, or IFMS, was recently attacked. I issued a statement, a media statement, confirming that the malware looks to have similar features to that of Hive ransomware. For the benefit of the general public, Hive ransomware has recently hit health systems across the United States in as early as June 2021. Prior to the cyber attack, our government, through the Digital Transformation Policy 2020, recognized the need and identified cybersecurity as a key priority. My ministry now took immediate steps to reform, restructure, and rapidly improve capabilities within the Department of ICT, through which we have established a cybersecurity division. Most importantly, my ministry initiated and took to Cabinet drafting instructions for the proposed Digital Government Bill 2021. We expect this legislation to empower the Department of ICT to be a central coordinating body to enforce, amongst other measures, cybersecurity standards and so forth. Let me stress that having the Digital Government Bill 2021 passed is now the most important step required for government to ensure that cybersecurity measures are enforced across all our critical infrastructure and system. At this juncture, let me also announce that just last week, we concluded work on the National Cybersecurity Policy. My ministry has submitted to Cabinet for endorsement. We now anticipate the instructions from Cabinet to commence cybersecurity audits across all public bodies, and this will run parallel with the full operationalization of the National Cybersecurity Center and the PNGs Cyber Emergency Response Team. Aside from cybersecurity, my department is also developing a set of digital standards to support the digital transformation agenda. These standards will be enforced through the anticipated Digital Government Act 2021. And to conclude, ladies and gentlemen and viewers, the theme of the summit is enhancing our economy through ICT and digital transformation. My ministry seeks to gather the best minds for the next 3 days to present and discuss on specifically targeted thematic areas. These thematic areas include access, connectivity, and infrastructure digital inclusion, governance and project management, digital government services, divisional financial inclusion, digital ID and data governance, innovation and entrepreneurship, SME, agriculture, mining, and other innovations, critical national infrastructure, digital skills and digital literacy, media and broadcasting industry, and cyber safety and cyber security. As you present and discuss around these thematic areas, I urge you to point out areas in policies and programs where you see the government can make interventions for a better national ICT policy. I am very, very delighted to have joined you here today, this morning, for this inaugural ICT event, as we hear from local and international speakers and interact and pitch ideas on pressing ICT challenges. This is our inaugural ICT summit, and I congratulate the department, Secretary, Mr. Stephen Matainaho, and the team, and of course, support from the NBC management under Mr. Kila Guiwol. Thank you very much for helping us to making sure that this summit takes place. With those remarks, I thank you all. And ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure of our Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, to deliver the keynote address. Please join me in welcoming our Prime Minister.
All right, please be seated. Thank you very much, the Honorable Timothy Masir, for the invitation for me to be with you in this small but very significant occasion. And I do acknowledge your leadership in this sector as I spoke at the second anniversary of your minister in this sector instead of being elsewhere. And so I do commend your leadership, your keen intention to ensure that we are doing better in the ICT space in our country. I do acknowledge other ministers who tuning in to be part of this occasion. I acknowledge all agency heads who are with us, led by Secretary Stephen Matahano. We do acknowledge Chairman of NICTA, Mr. Noel Mabiha, as well as CEO Mr. Kido Ulivu. I do also acknowledge MD of the National Broadcasting Commission, Mr. No, thank you for your presence. And those of you in the ICT space in our country, our lead agencies, all deputy secretaries, all sectional heads, all industrial representatives who are here by the fact that we have media represented, as well as others in the industry, our international partners, regional members from Pacific, of course, our media fraternity, all our viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the organizers for this summit, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this auspicious occasion and to speak, to signal that it is happening, that it's very, very crucial, more into the digital era. I remember very clearly this year we marked, but at 75, static landlines. So before contact with the outside world, we were standing on mountaintops and shouting from one mountain to another mountain. That was our mode of communication. How in one generation we have changed from person-to-person communication and word-to-mouth communication to the analog sort of communication system. And we've migrated from that part all the way right now into digital time and digital space and digital communication. In one generation, we've made this leap, and it must not stop. The world is moving fast beyond just this present mode of speaking as we speak. Last night, I was reading into artificial intelligence, and I was seeing how far advanced other economies are, how advanced men's line of thinking are into that space, and it is very relevant. We have this important summit so that we too can move with time, if not move on par with time. What's wrong with us moving into that space? And so, Minister, I do congratulate you for this initiative. It coincides very well with your 2 years being in office as a Minister of State. You're certainly working very hard. Within the last 2 years, it certainly wasn't easy. And we have endorsed the digital transformation policy. We also have tried to ensure that we escalate the ICT department into a very strategic department, into a level where it's given its due prominence. And we are now waiting draft instruction, for instance, for the Digital Government Bill 2021 to take place. And I give you my commitment that this will be delivered. The Digital Government Bill 2021 represents what will be a major wave of public service reform, as it provides government, a whole of government approach rather, to ICT in public service, and ICT as a major platform to ensure our public service is reformed and unified. The bill will formally establish a national cybersecurity, as the minister has did advise, and a center will be established to protect and ensure that all our digital infrastructures, informations, and assets are maintained, are secured, and are safe. And none can be more reminding than the evidence that our IFMS system was breached. And so this bill, as I speak today, I give you my fullest assurance to Minister and everyone who have an interest in this space, that the Digital Government Bill 2021 will be progressed. hopefully in November it will see some light. If not, we got 2 parliament sitting that is still coming in February sitting and April sitting before we rise for the elections. And we intend as a government to ensure this bill is delivered so that our platform in which we operate in the ICT world is secured through a law that ensures safety, compliance, control, and an inventory and a unified platform in which the whole of government operates inside. And that is a commitment I give to you. It is more relevant in this day and age. As I said today, we live in a digital world. Every functionality of commerce, functionality of government, functionality of services, government services like e-commerce, e-education, e-health. That's the way we are moving, and space that is the right path for us. For instance, I just give you an indication. You don't need to have specialized doctors in remote areas. They could be in one center, and an operating room in another part of our country is controlled by specialized doctors elsewhere, whether in PNG or elsewhere in the world. This can be assisted through a digital platform that is available in our country, and I give you commitment as we ramp up support to the ICT department to not be a peripheral or side department, but to, through this bill, bring you into the mainstream as a central agency also. You will then ensure you have a influence into how the government's digital platform is transformed and moved into the future. And we give you a full support to ensure your department receives the right place it deserves in a time and space in which human functionality is being aided by the digital technology and the digital space that is moving far ahead than what we envisage or what we are thinking. And so to mic test. All good? All right. So today I am here just to give you an evidence, a facial evidence that the whole of government is right behind your summit today, and may the outcome of this summit be fruitful, be relevant, and to ensure that we advise as to how we could give you full support to move us from where we are today to the next level in as far as ICT and its role in our government and its role in our economy and its role in our society now and going forward into the future. I look forward to a fruitful outcome, and hopefully the outcomes of these deliberations and this summit can be the basis in which we move ICT to a higher, better level going forward. And as I said earlier, I give you my commitment. The digital government bill will be delivered in its present form as you submitted. And going forward, we're looking forward to your department and the ICT space being a central part of our government system going now forward into the future. Thank you very much. God bless each and every one of you. And I will offer my apologies. I have cabinet to conduct at 10 o'clock, and I will take my leave at the very earliest. Thank you very much. God bless. All the best in this summit. Don't stop. You just offer what you have to offer in as far as recommendations is concerned. We look forward to embracing all recommendations that you put forward in as far as this sector is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure you'll all join me in giving another round of appreciation to our dear Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape. Prime Minister, thank you for your commitment for unified approach and to ensure that the ministry and the department is promoted to a central status within government so that we can deliver these key services for the country as well. We have come to the end of this first segment, and I just want to thank once again our dear Prime Minister and our Minister. This is an auspicious occasion by which we will commemorate this National ICT Summit. So I will invite our leaders within the sector to come forward. And Prime Minister, if you don't mind, Minister, we will take a photo session, have a photo session with you as well. So thank you everyone, those who have joined us as well. Prime Minister, thank you. Bamblaksin for the one that you done also. Thank you. Yes, after this, the Prime Minister will excuse himself. Yeah. Yes, our team will come forward and just organize the stage, and then we will invite our good chairman for NBC, chairman for NICTA, sorry, CEO NICTA, NBC, with the department to come forward, and we can enjoy this time together, take photos with our dear Prime Minister to mark this special occasion. Our dear Prime Minister needs to attend to NBC, to the National Executive Council, sorry. So he will take his leave after the photo session. Yeah. Yes.
COVID-19, we are vaccinated up in the front. That's why we have the luxury of sitting together side by side. All photographs put a caption. These are vaccinated people. I must have sitting together.
Thank you, everyone. Please, let's give another thank you and appreciation to our dear Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, and our dear Minister. They will be escorted outside, and Prime Minister will take his leave to chair the cabinet that's happening soon. Is Secretary Samuel? No, I think. Okay. Oh, yes. Yeah. Good morning once again, and welcome to our plenary session for this morning. We are very, very pleased that you're able to join us via live stream and on NBC as well. Thank you. We have our very distinguished minister who is here. Our Prime Minister has just taken his leave, and we give a very special welcome to our team who is here for the next session, led by our minister. He's seated here. On our far right is Chairman for National ICT Authority, NICTA, Mr. Noel Mobia. On our good minister's left is Secretary for the Department of ICT, Mr. Stephen Martinao. Next to him, to his immediate left, is Mr. Kila Kulovui, CEO for NICTA. And last but not least is our National Broadcasting Corporation Managing Director, Mr. Coronel. To begin this session, we shall invite our good secretary, Mr. Stephen Martinao, to take us through policy and legislative landscape within our sector. Would you please make welcome our good secretary?
Minister, Honorable Timothy Masu, and to the ones in front, Chairman, Mr. Mobia, CEO for NICTA, Mr. Kila Kulovui, and of course, our Managing Director for NBC. And we have our stakeholders out there online. I'm sure they're out there, and of course, our general viewers out there. I can also see some of our invited guests here, including CEO for Digicel, Mr. Colin Stone. Good morning to you. Let me just acknowledge everyone here. Thank you once again. And of course, our good Prime Minister. We'd like to thank our Prime Minister for being able to come along, of course, along with our Minister. It was actually a unique time for all of us here at the ministry and at the department to have both today. So we're very grateful for that. And so I believe that Prime Minister and our good minister have highlighted what the journey that we've come across in the last 2 years under the Marape government. Our good minister has also highlighted the good work that we've done and the efforts that we've undertaken in terms of the endorsement of the digital transformation policy and its consequential drafting instructions for a proposed digital government bill. And I'd like to, at this point, also thank our good minister for his leadership. And now that we've heard from the Prime Minister on his commitment on some of this work, I'd like to again say thank you. As Minister Masio has highlighted, our objective is focused on the ICT, national ICT policy. He highlighted that in 2008, and many of you in the telco sector will know, we have that policy in place, the National ICT Policy 2008. And Minister also highlighted that there's a need to refresh it. At the time, the focus was on telecommunications. Now we need to start looking at different spaces. And this is why that in this session, summit, we have essentially 10 thematic areas. I'll be asking those in the control room to actually put up some of the, for the benefit of those online, put up some of them on the side screen so that we can see where we are in terms of the discussions. I think that would be helpful for the viewers out there. But these 10 thematic areas, we've tried to aggregate where there's a need to increase the use and also the demand of ICT and utilize it in a safe and secure manner. The idea is that when we increase the use and the demand of it, it has a direct correlation to the GDP growth in the country. And that's why our team is focused on economic growth through digital transformation. So, of course, we have economists out there. I'm not primarily an economist, but it's a fact out there from all the other economists that when you start investing and putting effort into the ICT sector, you will see growth in the GDP. So with that being said, there are 10 thematic areas. Minister has highlighted it already. I am actually already looking forward to the discussions. I want to encourage those out there that are watching and listening. Based on government's initiative for an open government, we wanted to make it open, no registration process. You can just log on, or you can tune into the TV, NBC, you can tune into the radio, and you can listen. We wanted to make it open for all. And we wanted to start this with other events too, so that our people out there are knowing that there's work being done. But not only that, that we can interact lively we can interact live with them and get some response on policy matters. So this is the way that, as Minister has said, this is the way of the new normal. We want to encourage those out there on Facebook that are logging in. Please, as we discuss, we are actually watching and reading the comments there. Our moderators involved in the and facilitators involved in each of the thematic sessions will be fed with these questions, and we will try our best to bring out those questions during the Q&A. So I am just talking on the next steps in this summit. We will be running for 3 days, and I think that's my role at this stage. I'd like to say thank you again to those that have come online and our invited guests. We look forward to further discussions. With that being said, I am concluding my speech now, and we'll pass it on to our other invited guests to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary. As mentioned by our good Secretary, if you have any comments or questions, policy input that you wish to suggest or make as the discussions are ongoing, please do so on the live stream page, on the Facebook page, so that we have team who are on standby to collect, and that will be processed, and we can give feedback as soon as we can. So thank you very much. We shall now have an address from the media and broadcasting segment of our sector, and we invite our good Managing Director for the National Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Corano. Please make him welcome.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. I have a PowerPoint presentation, but being the ICT, it's on now. Thank you. Minister Matthew. Thank you for being the host of this inaugural ICT Summit. I think it speaks volumes for you and the sector that we could have the Prime Minister in our presence on Monday and 2 days later on Wednesday. So I think the sector under your leadership is doing a good job. So we have the personal attendance and interest of the Prime Minister. So commendation to Minister and the department and all those involved in the sector. Chairman of the NICTA board, Mr. Noel Mobiha, with your CEO, Mr. Kila Gulavui, Secretary Matanaho, staff of the ministry and department, also acknowledge Colin here as well. Thank you for your presence, and colleagues around the room and on live stream as well. I've been asked to focus on one aspect of the theme that we were asked to talk on. So mine will be limited to as ICT. Most of the focus, and rightfully so, is on information technology. I'll pause here for a while and just concentrate on one other equally important aspect of it, and that's information, particularly media. Like I said, ICT comprises two major components: information and information technology. So today I will limit myself to the information aspect and try to provoke some thought on one particular aspect of it, and that's the convergence of media in the PNG context. Give you a quick background on the media landscape in PNG. Traditionally, we have had the print media, that's the Post Courier and the National, or daily newspapers, and others like Sunday Bulletin, or used to be Sunday Chronicle, that comes out weekly on a Sunday. And then the electronic media that we had, obviously, the radios, FM 100, PNG FM with its 3 subsidiaries, One Talk Radio Light, of course, my own NBC, radio and television, MTV, TV1. So just to give you an idea of how the media was traditionally set up, we were restricted to print media, and the electronic media was restricted to their own space. Like I said, traditionally, radio being on the spot when news breaks. So radio had a field day. If there was a good story going, radio would have it on the hour, every hour, until the evenings when the televisions would kick in. But that's not to say that the print media was left behind. As we were going through school as well, people would tend to want, although they heard it on radio the previous day, watch it on television in the evening, they would still want to see the printed version of it to believe that there was news. So in so many ways, the traditional media as it was set up was still relevant, and was relevant then, and in my view is still relevant nowadays. Along comes the internet, changing technologies. So now we have what we call either knowingly, I mean, the rest of the world has done the same. PNG is no different, where we have the media convergence in the media industry, where I've printed a definition, high level definition from from the internet, where you have all forms of media, both print, electronic and online, merging to still give the news to us in various forms. So to give an example, post-Korea, like I said earlier in one of the slides, we would wait for the printed version the next day to believe the news of the previous day. But then post-Korea said, no, we're getting left behind. So we have issues like Facebook, or post-Korea having website and other forms of online presence so that they can be on par or be competing with rest of the media as well. So where post-Korea would have waited until the next day to do its story, nowadays you can see from its presence online that they also into, I mean, that's an example of convergence of media. The others as well, I'll just give an examples of just Facebook and websites, but there are other forms that other forms of online media that the traditional media has come to adapt and adopt to reflect the changing times and technologies. I know TV1 has a good presence on PNG loop. So that's an example of television going into more, why I'm saying online is like TV1 would be primarily TV, but then it's more like a print version of news. So it goes in the PNG loop, and that's been quite successful as well. I can't help but use NBC as another example of where traditionally we've been radio, predominantly radio. We've got radio, national radio, that's broadcast out of headquarters here. We've got Tribe FM, that's geared towards the youth population. And then we have the provincial radios as well. So we still have, despite our challenges, we still have a huge presence of radio across the country. Television got introduced recently, about just over 10 years ago, still growing. But now we've also gone into online presence as well. So we're not different to what the others are doing as well. We've got FM in most provincial capitals except the Hela and Jawaka, who are still feeding off the Hela from some NBC Southern Highlands and Jawaka from NBC Western Highlands. And we've also encouraged the provincial stations to have their own Facebook accounts as well. Now, Colin is happy to see that we have an NBC presence on the Channel 5 on the play box. Why I'm laboring over the radio, and thanks to Minister being here as well, we've reintroduced, although the trend is going on online as well, we still have challenges in the provinces as well. So we've invested heavily in medium wave radio transmission as well. Sorry, this. Anyway, we've invested heavily in medium wave radio transmission, and we've just in July this year, the Minister and Governor of Eastern Highlands and member for Goroka officially commissioned the 10 kilowatt medium wave transmitter in Goroka. So that's broadcasting, I stand corrected, but not to most of the Highlands provinces. I think Hela is quite still out of reach yet. So we're working around that to see how we can bring Hela in as well. That's the propagation map for the transmitter that we have in Goroka. that's intended to cover most of the Highlands provinces by radio, national radio, that is. We've commissioned the one in Goroka, and there's another 3 that due to delays by COVID, the 3 other transmitters are coming from Canada. So we're trying to have those 3, one to replace the aging one in Waigani, another one in Rabaul, and another in Leyte. So these are all to improve our coverage, and also the gear towards providing better coverage during the elections next year. I'd like to, like I said, this is one topic that I was told to talk on, but my take-home message, my recommendations from these few slides is that the traditional media has been trained to observe ethics, media ethics, responsible reporting, but the more we go online, and there's a loose set of users that are not covered by the journalism code of ethics, nor would they think that they need to report responsibly. But those are areas that I would recommend this workshop to take home and think about how we can address those. Also, it's bordering on cross media ownership as well. Traditionally, we've been, I'll use NBC as the example, we've been radio and television. Now we're going online. What does the legislation say about that? What does our licensing with NICTA permit us to do or not permit us to do? So I'd like this, at the end of the summit, for us to consider policy and legislation on the converged media. Like the Newspaper Act allows for printing of a newspaper, but does it also allow online presence as well? So I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just trying to provoke thought that after this summit, we can consider the changing landscape, and if it can be reflected in the proposed amendments to the policy of 2008, is it? That we can also accommodate these issues, because it will impact on how the media operates in the country in the not too distant future. So with those few remarks, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, MD, Mr. No. A lot of exciting times we're in at the moment, and how the convergence in our space is enabling news and information to use technology more frequently than it used in the past. So it's a challenges, and it's also opportunity for us as a sector to follow the trends that are available. Thank you very much, MD No, for that presentation. We will now invite Mr. Kila Golovui, the CEO of NICTA, our regulator, to present his address on the regulatory framework. Please make him welcome.
Thank you, MC, and very good morning to you all. Honorable Minister, Honorable Timothy Matthew, Chairman of the NICTA Board, Secretary of the Department, Mr. Matainao, MD NBC, Mr. Corano, heads of industry and departmental heads, welcome to this session. I want to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to the Minister and the Secretary for giving NICTA an opportunity to say a few words on the regulatory front in the digital journey. I had a number of slides, but unfortunately, I want to put them up. Oh, there it is. So I was asked to say a few words on the regulatory framework, but I must apologize to the Secretary. I thought I'd take a different pitch, and rather than bore you with the current regulatory regime, which many of you are familiar with, but rather pitch the presentation in the sense of the digital journey that is now before us and as we have embarked on. So I have decided to put the title of my presentation on the regulation in the digital era. Next slide. Okay, so very briefly, as you are aware, the regulatory framework in PNG is basically based on the National ICT Act 2009, which provides the regulatory setting, and the policy objectives of the 2008 are clearly set out and translated into the legislation through that act. Now, under the National ICT Act, there are regulations. Of course, the National ICT Operator License Regulations 2010, the radio spectrum regulations, and the rules and determinations and the guidelines that the NICTA board sets from time to time. As you are aware, the NICTA is a board. Of course, they are chaired by Mr. Mobia. We have industry representation, and we have an independent expert. Currently, it's Caroline Greenway from Australia. Consistent with the regulatory framework, the regulatory setting, the framework is also completed by the ICCC, which has a primary role in oversight in competition regulation. Now, NICTA operates within the policy setting in the Act. The Act, as you know, is now nearly 11 years old. It has stood the test of time, but needs interpretation as new circumstances arise, particularly the digital transformation and the digital agenda that is before us. NICTA's role is to ensure that the objectives of the Act for the development of the sector and welfare of end users are met, and only seeks to intervene only where market forces cannot deliver on those objectives. Let me remind ourselves that the current regulatory framework, as enshrined in the National ICT Act, provides a pro-competition regulation framework. The Act requires NICTA to facilitate competition as the key engine of sector growth. And it also promotes, it is also a pro-investment regulation that requires NICTA to give high priority to maintaining incentives for sector investment in its decisions. The Act also provides a universal access regime, basically seeks to address service coverage to areas where commercial operators would not go for commercial constraints. And it does set out clearly an wholesale and access regulation regime. And the NICTA's focus and the regulation provides primary focus on wholesale regulation, because the wholesale regulation is about access facilities, services that provided on an essential basis and not would otherwise be economically duplicated, would be costly. So the idea is the regulatory focus is on wholesale regulation, and if the wholesale regulation is addressed correctly, and then the expectation is the flow-on effects would flow to the consumers. That doesn't necessarily work, and in some point in the past, as you recall, NICTA had to intervene at the retail space through retail price determination. And the key element in the wholesale regulation where it is regulated is negotiate and arbitrate model. This basically means that under our legislation, the service providers or operators engage in negotiate the terms of access to their networks. Now, if that fails, then the Act provides that NITA then arbitrates. A key component or feature of our legislation when we talk about digital transformation and is the technology and service neutrality characteristics or features of the Act, which basically means that the regulation does not favor a particular operator or particular technology. And these are key attributes when we are going forward in terms of digital transformation. So very briefly, the key responsibilities of NITA licensing authorization. This is critical because it provides opportunities for new companies and investors to establish in an ICT business. It is a very open market. There is maybe a misconception that the government has restricted the number of operators in any given field, but currently there is no restrictions. The only restriction is, of course, limited by spectrum availability. For those that are in the mobile space, we can only accommodate so many operators in the mobile space because of mobile spectrum limitations. Of course, interconnection, management of radio spectrum and numbering resources are key responsibilities of NICTA, and of course, the Universal Access Scheme. So what does this mean in terms of the digital transformation agenda? And we commend the government and the minister and the department in taking the lead in setting a digital agenda, which quite clearly sets where we want to be in a digital era. Now, this is all possible through convergence. Convergence has been defined as the ability of one or more different networks to carry different services or bringing together of communications industries. Now, the examples are the provision of internet on your smartphone. You can see a TV, you can send a text message, do a voice call, and internet, triple play or quad play services offered by ASPs or service providers. The challenge is the regulation historically has been based on clear distinction between different services. For instance, telecommunications, broadcasting, these are distinct services in the past, and regulatory regimes were quite distinct in that sense. So the challenge is now that these services, internet, telephony, broadcasting, are now carried over the same platform under different conditions. So the challenge is there where you need to adjust the regulatory framework to adjust the emergence of digital transformation through convergence. So some of the challenges that we see going forward, and I think it's good that over the next couple of days, we'll be talking about policy and some of the regulatory options that could be considered to address those. It's a ongoing issue of pacing problem. This is about technology getting ahead of regulation. So, as I said, our current act somehow seeks to accommodate it by having this, what we call service neutrality and technology neutrality principles, meaning that we don't tend to regulate based on technology or service or by operations. Then the design of fit for purpose regulatory frameworks, whether our framework is fit for the purpose going forward in the regulatory digital transformation. And a number of regulatory challenges around the questioning the traditional notion of liability, where regulators will seek to protect consumers or correct market failure or enhance quality of service through regulatory intervention. Now, the challenge in the digital space or digital transformation is, where do you attribute or apportion responsibility for damage or harm caused by the use of technology? Should I take calling or should I take Cora, for instance, in terms of failure to deliver or delivery of harmful content, those sort of questions. So those are the issues that we need to consider. And of course, institutional and transport challenges. Whose responsibility is it? Is it NICTA's role to regulate financial transactions? Or do we concentrate on the ensuring that the availability of the pipe is there? And those sort of questions. And content regulations. Where does we strike the boundaries between telecoms and the, for instance, the in the case of the censorship board? So this hopefully as we go along that becomes clearer. But I see, because the regulation has historically been based on clear distinction between different services, different recent developments, particularly digital transformation powered by convergence, has bled such differences. Now, so then a lot of issues have to be answered. How do we respond to the traditional public policy concerns that is at the heart of regulation? Universal service. What do we do in this? Should we define? Currently, its voice is very clear. It's a basic voice we extend to rural PNG. But when it comes to broadband and to drive the digital transformation agenda, should we define what is the minimum data speeds that our population should be entitled to? Is it 256 that they can only send a message and do basic, or should it be more, 1 meg, so that the ordinary citizens have the same ability as you and I, and the digital transformation agenda of government has impact on our society? So I think those are the policy questions. Basic narrow voice 256 or 1 megabit. I mean, what is the obligation? What should we impose or set the obligation on operators so that the digital transformation agenda, as we have now embarked on, becomes real in our societies? Of course, licensing and authorization, spectrum management. You will recall during this year, we have started the process of identifying spectrum for broadband services, 4G. I'm hesitant to say 5G, but it's happening. We are seeking to identify spectrum to support the digital transformation policy. And of course, but the challenge is to operators to optimize existing spectrum 3G, 4G that needs to be optimized before we can move on to 5G. Of course, numbering, IP, ISPs getting IP addresses, and then we have numbering to support voice telephony, of course, interconnection. And in the midst of all this, network reliability and network security is paramount. As you know, one of our networks outage has been on for, and we need some answers as to, once it is a critical piece of infrastructure, we may need legislation to ensure that critical infrastructure is supported so that availability is always there. Of course, law enforcement interception capability to support security law enforcement agencies in discharging of their responsibility. Media ownership, cross ownership, what do we discuss? What would be the limits if there is any? Of course, issues on accessibility and access to emergency services, quality of services, and consumer protection, and ensuring that consumers are properly informed of their rights and they make an informed decisions on the competing services that are available. So as I come to the end of my presentation, in NICTA, we continually look at a regulatory framework to ensure that there is regulatory certainty. And as you know, it is critical that we look at the regulatory checklist as we enter the digital journey. So some of the questions that we pose ourselves, does the regulatory framework facilitate provision of different services over different platforms? Because this is critical to availability of services and to push the digital agenda. Does the regulatory framework fully support competition? What are the regulatory policies for new technologies? Does our legal framework contain the necessary legislation to support digital transformation? I know and I commend the department for taking the lead in these areas, but of course we need intellectual property laws, electronic transactions, data privacy, and security. We may not need to do them in series or in serial, but maybe need to be done in parallel, because we need to get moving on this journey. To conclude, just a few recommendations. It is clear that technology is faster than regulation. It has always been. We need to ensure that any framework fully supports competition, and that checks are in place to ensure accountability and transparency are maintained. Maybe they should be considering for interim regulations as we work on a full-blown regulations legislation. And then we need to keep in mind the modification of regulatory framework that address convergence as we move along. So with that, I thank you for your attention, and we look forward to productive discussions over the next 3 days. Thank you.
I'm sure you'll join me in thanking our good CEO for NICTA for the presentation. Where there are challenges, there are also opportunities for us to regulate the sector in a way that it allows our economy to grow as well. So thank you, CEO, and thank you, Chairman, Mr. Mobia, as well, for representing NICTA today. Minister, we are very pleased to have our representative from the Department of Finance here today. And these are two ladies, and we are very, very pleased. Please, let's give a round of applause. And I'll invite on stage Deputy Secretary of the Department of Finance, Ms. Margaret Tanakanai, and the IFMS Project Manager, and they'll introduce themselves and then take us through the financial management system and the governance. Please make them welcome, Department of Finance.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Minister Masiu, Secretary Mataino, NBC CEO, NICTA MD, and other heads of agencies, stakeholders, the media, and ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Secretary Nangan, who is very busy with other commitments and will not be able to attend, my name is Margaret Tanakanai, Deputy Secretary, Support Services with the Department of Finance. And with me this morning is the IFMS Program Manager, Mrs. Eyao Kengesa. I'd like to take this time to thank Minister Masiu and Secretary Mataino for giving us this time opportunity to be one of the speakers to talk briefly on the IFMS, which is the Integrated Financial Management System, and how this system is improving governance and accountability in the public systems. Without any further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Eyao Kengesa, who is our IFMS Program Manager, who will be doing the short presentation on this topic. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Distinguished guests and participants at this summit. I have been introduced already, so I'll start with the presentation. Thank you. Okay. Now, before I start on the overview of the IFMS system, I just want to give a very brief background on the government systems that have been replaced with the integrated financial management system. So in the past, for a very long time, the government has been operating 3 separate systems to do its financial management. The 3 systems were standalone. One system did the budget for the country. The second system managed the general ledger, and the third system was used to spend the money. So all 3 systems were standalone, and all these systems had databases that were also isolated and standalone. So we have 20 provinces, 89 districts, and more than 300 LLGs. So you add the numbers together, that was the number of databases that was spread across the country. So the introduction of IFMS really was to bring in these 3 systems together, have a consolidated general ledger, and be able to bring in some improved financial management of the country's finances. So IFMS was born back in 2002 as a program, financial management improvement program, and it took so many years for the government to come up to a stage in getting the IFMS completely functions completed, and the rollout program began back in 2011 for this system. So as an integrated system, it's bringing together the accounting side of it and the budgeting inside, and then budget preparation, and then execution of that budget to allow agencies and subnationals to spend the money. So all those 3 systems have now become one system. So if you, as you see on the screen, okay, as you see on the diagram, what it's trying to show there is that all data that have been in those 20 plus 89 plus 300 odd databases now sit in one database. And the entry of information and entry of data into the system is only once, and the data flows through all the different processes from the budgeting all the way down to spending it, and the reporting coming out of the one source database. So several databases now into one database. So again, the main features of the system, planning, budgeting, accounting modules all integrated to form a single real-time accounting and finance system. It's an online system. It utilizes a workflow system with access and visibility restricted to users' functional roles. So for example, budget officers, they put together the budget for the various agencies and organizations. And as that budget is approved, it comes down to the agency levels, where agencies will have the AROs, the financial delegates, the Section 32 officers. So what we mean by a workflow system is that FF3 and FF4 that you sign manually is also processed through the system, through those workflow through the workflow. All transactions that are performed on the system have a full audit trail. So inquiries of misappropriation, fraudulent deals can also be tracked back on the system on who performed the transaction at what time and where. The system allows for a drill down capabilities for full visibility, meaning that these transaction records can be inquired on and can be reported on. The system also allows for automatic bank reconciliations, where we can load transactions from statements and be able to do a matching on the system to reconcile the accounts. We also have implemented an electronic funds transfer. At this stage, we're sending major grants to provinces through the EFT, interfacing with the Bank of PNG system in delivering those funds to the respective accounts out there. Warrants, when the budgets are approved, warrants are issued electronically on IFMS. There is a monthly warrant ceiling, mainly for control and limit of government expenditure. Funds checking on the system prevents budget overspend. And IFMS is frequently reconfigured to enforce compliance with any changes in the PFMA or any other legal requirements. Okay, just a quick, very brief update on that. We now have a fully functional IFMS, which has been delivered to 37 national agencies, 11 state authorities, 15 provincial governments and their DDAs and LLGs, and 11 PHAs. There is a further rollout to five more provinces to complete the provincial governments, and remaining 8 or 9 provincial PHAs, sorry. So from IFMS, we can prepare the national budget. Each of the provinces can also prepare their subnational budgets. All DDAs can prepare their DDA budgets. PHAs can prepare their PHA budgets. We can print a consolidated recurrent and development budget. Budget reports also generated from the system. We have a consolidated general ledger with real-time capability for drill down into all transactions. We have extensive financial management reporting that can be generated from the system. And we now producing the Go PNG public accounts from IFMS. Okay, thank you. That's just a brief on the IFMS.
Well, we are most grateful for our team from finance who have taken the time to be with us here. Thank you, our good ladies. Please extend our sincere thanks to our good minister, Sir John Pundari, and our good secretary, Dr. Ken Nangan, for your participation on behalf of our good minister. Thank you very much. Well, we have come to the end of our plenary session, and it is now time for quick Q&A, which we will now invite a moderator, our very own NICTA board member, Ms. Caroline Greenway, who is joining us via Zoom from Sydney. Are you there, Caroline?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Russell. First of all, I'd just like to, oh, sorry.
Is here. Caroline, good morning. How are you? How's Sydney?
It's very, very wet, and possibly we're going to have a thunderstorm. So very happy to be inside with all of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Caroline. Our good minister will be excusing himself because he needs to attend to the cabinet meeting. So if I can, before we get into the Q&A, if I can just invite everyone to please show our to our court, our good minister. The joy of him hosting our inaugural ICT Summit. Minister, thank you very much for your leadership, and may the good Lord continue to bless you as you continue to lead the sector going into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, our good minister, Honorable Timothy Masiu. Thank you. You may take your seats. And thank you. I also acknowledge once again, Mr. Colin Stone. Thank you very much for being part of our session today. And we have, after the Q&A, we've got our thematic area 1, which is on connectivity and access, which we're really looking forward to that. Emmanuel is already here, Narakobi, and we are very, very geared up because one of the key policies of the sector is in affordability and access, and that will be coming on after this as well. So, Caroline, our good team, secretary have accorded the minister out, and they should be back soon. But we can commence, and we can take questions and take feedback based on this session, primarily for our policy input going into the ICT policy. You, of course, are a member of the NICTA board, and you are very much aware of the happenings within the sector, in the region, and in the country as well. So with that, I shall hand over to Caroline. We have our good MD for NBC who is here, and if there are other matters that you wish to moderate on, we shall give maybe for the next 10 minutes for our Q&A. Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you, Russell. Could I just ask, firstly, are there any questions so far from our participants? Have any come through the chat or on the Facebook?
So at the moment, we have a group that is gathering questions. At the moment, there isn't anyone particular to this session yet. But we have on stage here our good NBC Managing Director, his presentation on broadcasting and convergence, and of course, our finance team who have just presented on the integrated finance management system.
Okay, I can see a couple.
So I'll leave it to your wisdom, Caroline. Yes,
thank
please.
you. I see a couple of questions coming through, but I think therefore the panelists, I think that haven't rejoined us yet.
Sure. So we can tackle them as best we can, and based on that, if it's anything regulatory, you should be able to come in as well.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, so over to you, Caroline.
So, have a question here about the IFMS data center. So I think for our colleagues from the Department of Finance, this is a question for them. Is the data center located in PNG or is it offshore?
Thank you. I shall let our good team from the IFMS come forward.
Okay, the IFMS data center is here in Port Moresby.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that response. Got another question here for the department. So do we have, we do have Stephen back, I see. Can we consider the DICT to provide and vet service level agreements from technology providers?
Caroline, thank you for that question. The answer to that lies in the proposed digital government bill. So in looking at looking at where we're going in terms of shared services. There may be it looks imminent that we will start looking at volume purchasing of hardware and software as well. We just need the legislation to get through to be able to start looking at that whole of government approach to purchases of technology, specifically hardware and software as well.
Thank you very much for that response, Secretary. I've got a question also for Mr. Now from NBC. This is from Ibu Gamana, who is saying that they agree that there is a policy and regulatory gap on broadcasting content. While there's a licensing category for content licenses, the NICT Act is limited in how addressing a lot of policy issues that you raised in your presentation could cover PNG national content, as well as how we want such content to groom the future that we want for our people. So I'll throw that over to you, Mr. No.
Sorry, Caroline, what's the question, please?
The person asking the question agrees with you that there's a policy and regulatory gap in broadcasting content. And while there is a licensing category for content licenses, the NICT Act is limited in how addressing a lot of policy issues that you raised could cover the PNG national content, as well as how we want such content to groom the future we want for our people.
Yeah, I hope I can answer it this way. Like I said in my presentation, the obvious gap is there, and I think the media, whether knowingly or unknowingly or through convenience, have taken on board convergence, and I think some wouldn't even know that they've crossed that line as well. So that's why I raised the issue of provoking thought on visiting legislation and policy as well to look into this issue. And I think also to an extent where it also helps with designing or developing the kind of content that we would want for the country as well. So if I do answer your question, the gap is there, and I think I'm encouraged that NICTA and the department have set in motion the amendments to the policy, and which will lead on to legislation to look into this issue as well. Does that answer your question?
Sorry, I think so. We can ask the audience member to come back if they'd like some further clarification. Now, we have another question to do with the hacking that happened recently. So this is Russell Dika Harada is asking, did we share our mistake history of IFMS hacking and improve our data security and safety? So I wonder if the Department of Finance people could provide an answer for that, and perhaps the Secretary would also like to make a comment there.
So let me answer the initial part of it. May I make a correction there that the IFMS system data was protected and was not affected by the hacking. It is the infrastructure that the IFMS runs on that was affected. So from a data perspective, all IFMS data is safe. System is available as we speak on a limited infrastructure, assisting national agencies. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Got another question here that is both for, this is our last question because we have to go on to the next session. The question is both for NICTA and for the department, and it's about the Universal Access Service Fund. So it says there's been some discussion, and this is from David Newell Townsend, some discussion about separating the Universal Access Service Fund management from NICTA and making it a separate entity. And the questioner asks, what are the views and considerations by NICTA and DICTA about that option? So who would like to go first? Thank you, Mr. Gulavoi.
Thank you, and good morning. Yeah, maybe I'll make an attempt to answer that question, and then the department can respond. These are the discussions in a very early stages at this point. So obviously, there is no right and wrong answer to how we should restructure the universal access arrangements, including the current funding going forward. In any case, whatever happens, that must be fully, our experience is that it has to be legislated in a way that enforcement is followed through. You do not want to be in a situation where you find yourself that you're not able to enforce the provisions of the regime if it is not supported by a legal mandate. So I will not say too much on that other than to share our experiences. I mean, this is we are very early in the stages of considering this proposition. And of course, NICTA's experience in administering the universal access arrangement will be useful in these discussions. But at this time, NICTA is open to any proposals, including this one, that would make the universal arrangements more effective. Currently, of course, there are other regimes, as you may be aware. We have started the process of the universal access policy review, and somewhere along the line, we will open this up to discussion with the wider community and the industry. But that is the proportion at the moment. Like I said, we open to any suggestions, including the one that is before us. The universal access objective is clear, and that is to bring connectivity to all our citizens wherever they are, at the same level, at the same prices, in wherever they reside. So our challenge is to finding a mechanism that will work. At this time, we will share with you our experience on the current regime, and we're open to considering any other proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gulavoi. Secretary Mataneo.
Thank you, Caroline. I think there are 2 points I just want to bring up, which I heard from Minister's speech, Minister Masio, and one of them was he mentioned that he wanted to put focus on rural communication, getting connectivity out to where we have not reached yet. The other aspect that he lightly spoke on was also the need to review on the delivery and whether there was a need for a separate entity to deliver on the UAS. But I think Mr. Gulovui has rightfully stated that we have just commenced the review of the UAS, and we do have working towards a draft of a UAS policy that will guide us in articulating a model on how we are to deliver UAS. So at this stage, I think the question to ask is, we need to review, as CEO has said, there's really no right or wrong. We just need to agree to a model that suits our context. UAS is currently it's currently framed up and provisioned within the National ICT Act of 2009, and it's delivered on that basis. So what we need to do now is look at it and see how successful it is, and if that regime or that governance framework is working for us. And I think it's from that basis that we can then start to see how best we can look at those options. And as CEO has said, there's different models out there. The US model, there's Malaysian, and all other countries have different ways of structuring their governance framework. So I think it's a discussion point at this point in time. As we expand the UAS policy for further consultation, we will talk more on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. We now have to transition to the next point on the program. So I'd just like to ask everybody to show their appreciation for the panel for their comprehensive presentations and answers to the Q&A. Thank you all.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you for leading out in our Q&A, and thank you, panelists, for being so gracious with your time in the morning session we have had today. We will now break for 10 minutes, and when we return, we'll go into our first thematic area, that's on access connectivity, and Mr. Emmanuel Narakobi will be moderating in that session. Please, thank you everyone once again for coming, and our live audience who are joining us on NBC and on our other streams as well. Please join us in the next 10 minutes, and then we should be able to proceed with our first ICT Summit program. Thank you. Have a stretch, and we'll proceed with our
Come on. Where are you? Come on.
live from APEC Haus, downtown Port Moresby, Papua New Guinea. We'd like to give a very special welcome to those of you who are joining us from abroad via the internet. Thank you for joining. We have our live simulcast that's happening on NBC TV and radio as well. And those who are joining us from around our beautiful country, Papua New Guinea, thank you. Thank you for tuning in. ICT is everyone's business. That is why we're having this National ICT Summit. And we are going into now our first thematic area for our discussion in the National ICT Summit, and that is access, connectivity solutions, and promoting a more inclusive internet. And we'd like to give a very special welcome to those who are joining us on our NBC TV, radio. We also would like to acknowledge the Internet Society, which is also live streaming this on their pages as well. Thank you. And of course, all our social media pages around the country. To take us through this session, our moderator is Mr. Emmanuel Narakobi from Masalai Communication, and he will take us through our thematic area 1. We also have others who are joining us in this discussion. So we give a very special welcome to Mr. Narakobi to take us from here.
Good morning, everyone. Secretary, and we've had our minister leave us. So it's, I guess in the 20 years that I've been involved in the ICT space, I'm really quite excited in terms of the direction that we're going with the government. We're looking, so as we look forward to the enacting of the ICT bill, that a lot of work has been done on by the Department of ICT. It's also quite exciting to look at how ICT and how the government is looking at reframing a relationship with ICT in terms of moving away from a service sort of feature and becoming more a strategic asset to ICT and I guess to everyone as well. And as that develops, I guess we can start looking at the players that are currently in the market. This is probably where that relationship, they are the front end of the ICT industry. How we get the internet into the country through our gateways, how we get it out to the people, the sales and marketing involved, the business models that are involved in trying to get access, connectivity and those solutions out there in terms of the thematic area that we're discussing today, in terms of becoming a more inclusive internet that people can afford, internet that people can access, and internet that people can utilize for their daily lives and to enhance their quality of life. So to join us this morning, we have Mr. Colin Stone, the CEO of Digicel PNG. We've got Mr. Warren Suti, the Universal Access and Services from the Universal Access and Services Secretariat, which is within NICTA. And I believe Paul Comboy is online as well with us. Is that correct? Yes, yes. So yeah, please a warm welcome to everyone. If you could put your hands together for our speakers. And we'll begin with Mr. Colin Stone.
Thank you very much. I haven't prepared any slides today because I know this is being simulcast to people across the nation, some listening to this on radio. So I'm just going to talk to you about the industry today. But first of all, I'd like to say good morning to our distinguished guests, the Secretary for the Department of ICT, the CEO for NICTA, Mr. Kilagulo Vio, and those online, including the industry colleagues that are joining us, not only from here in Papua New Guinea, but across the world. I'm just going to remove my mask because I'm far enough away from other people at the moment. Many thanks to the Department of Information, Communications and Technology, especially the Honourable Minister, for putting together today. I think it's important as an industry for us to come together to discuss the challenges, the opportunities, and the benefits that we can bring as an industry towards ICT and communities within Papua New Guinea. While today we are focused on ICT, I'd just like to take a moment to thank all the medical professionals across the country The doctors, the nurses, the volunteers, the health department, and many others who are committed to so much time to battling the impacts of COVID. We know they're working under immense pressure, both from a resourcing and time perspective, to look after many loved ones in Wontoks right across the nation that this global pandemic is impacting. So from the staff and management of Digicel Papua New Guinea, thank you all. As 2021 accelerates into 2022, I think it's an opportune time for us to discuss the future of the ICT sector within the country. Some of the strategic initiatives that the Department of Information and Communications Technology over time will implement will revolutionise how the people of Papua New Guinea interact with not only the world, but also with the government of Papua New Guinea and with each other. And that's something to be commended. Before we look forward, it's important to look at the changes that have occurred over the last 15 years in terms of telecommunications, where we've come from, and thus where we're heading in terms of the ICT sector. Increasing connectivity, affordability, and reliable for the people of Papua New Guinea. Many years back, before the records of Digicel Papua New Guinea began, the cost of a mobile phone was exuberant. 500 kina for a phone, 150 kina for a SIM. And the call rate probably started with a $ and not a toya sign. How the times have changed. Where have we come from and where are we going is always the question. But to address where we're going, it's important to look at and assess where we are now. Much has been discussed in the last 12 to 24 months regarding off-island bandwidth of national networks that still today mainly connect just the beaches. But admittedly, not much has been shouted about in regards to the rural connectivity and connecting not only the cities, but those on the edge. Those who in the past, any service delivery has been marginal at best. 3 years ago, the board of Digicel and the Digicel PNG management team approved a plan to bring digital services like those available here in the cities to the rest of the nation. And we started. Like any plan, it's had its ups and downs. The impacts of COVID were felt and the economic factors made things a little bit harder. But we continued with the plan, and I'm pleased to say the team continued the acceleration despite those impacts. When we look at the themes of what we're asked as a panel to discuss today, I'm proud to say that across Digicel PNG, we have gone to great lengths to support the government strategy to deliver services to as many people in Papua New Guinea as possible. Let me cover reliability first. Without reliability, I think we all agree that accessibility and affordability becomes irrelevant. If reliability is not present, if it doesn't work, then it's not worth anything. In just the last 3 years, we as Digicel across the nation have had a capital investment program that has bought new batteries, new generators, new solar panels to over 750 sites across the nation. And the team plan to complete all of the Digicel sites across Papua New Guinea within the next 24 months. This was our commitment to reliability. It is working with much improved reliability in rural Papua New Guinea as well as the cities. But as we upgrade our towers and the towers send signals to the handsets across the nation, it is one part of the puzzle. The other part is the inputs to the network, power, connectivity to the global information highway. Power, as we all know, and we struggle with, is something I expect probably during today to us feel an impact of, even here in Port Moresby. And to have that power impact affects people's ability to access digital services. In terms of connectivity, I just want to quote some numbers from the month of October. Port Moresby, 3/4 of a full working day. That's 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. on a day. Lae, 3.25 days. Hagen, 4 full days. Daru, 5.5 full days. Yes, 120 hours within a month. This is the outage time, the non-availability to get from those places to the international cables and thus to the globe where the information superhighway fits. These service the nation. Is this something that can be used to drive digital inclusion? Digital government? No, not by itself. And without reliability and connectivity, the trust and services offered through digital platforms disappears. While we understand the issues and the challenges the wholesale suppliers who sell inputs to the Digicel network have, we have customers. The customers that rely on us, a network, and only being connected part of the time is not acceptable. The cables that serve these countries, while of great benefit to the nation, need to be complemented today to allow you all to feed on the information that can help grow the nation and the global information highways we talk about. Digicel today complement these services that we purchase on a wholesale basis with good old satellite. It's still important. Satellite only has an outage time of 2 hours a month. And so while sometimes the network might be slow and allowing for connections between friends and families, work colleagues spread across this nation, and those who need access to critical infrastructure and services, we buy connectivity insurance products. We purchase these to try and deliver reliability to the consumers of our products and services. These are as costly as the primary services today. Many factors drive this, not just availability. Roading access to sites, helicopter availability, security, theft, vandalism. It's not just one input, it's a combination of many that are developing, but slower than the rollout of connectivity delivered by a mobile tower. Accessibility. Today, the team have done a great job managing to upgrade the Digicel network, and I commend them on that, and I thank my team right across Papua New Guinea. In the past 12 months, the team, as well as upgrading all the solar panels and the batteries and the generators that provide power to those services, they've also increased 4G population coverage from 27% to today, I'm proud to say, over 60% of the population of Papua New Guinea have access to 4G services. That's a mammoth feat in 12 months. The estimates are that the Digicel network in totality covers around 80% of the population. Let me make that clear that it's not 80% of the land, it's 80% of the people, because the spread out nature of some parts of Papua New Guinea make delivery of mobile services to an individual difficult, time consuming and costly. We estimate that so of the 80% that we cover, about 8% of that nation are in 2G coverage areas. And in the next 24 months, they'll all be upgraded to either 3G or 4G services. Our increase in coverage of 4G from 27% to 62% hasn't stopped, and we expect to increase that by another 10% in the coming year. As a company, the team in the last 12 months have also delivered 45 new rural connectivity sites. That's 45 sites in places across the nation in rural Papua New Guinea that never had access to services 12 months ago. It is something we're proud of and our commitment to Papua New Guinea. But the question arises on why more usage of these fast internet speeds? Why are we not fully utilised? And what are the main drivers that we can see to get people utilising the digital services that are available? Power. A one-bang phone today is still the choice of many Papua New Guineans. And the main reason is because of power. There was a GSMA study done a couple of years ago that estimates that the average Papua New Guinean in rural PNG spends between five kina and $5 a month charging their handset. We saw this, and 2 years ago, we deployed a program to put 2,000 rural solar charging stations out across the nation. Each rural charging station can charge 40 cell phones at once. And this is giving rise to more and more Papua New Guineans activating and using digital services. Education is also important. What good is a fast phone if you cannot utilize even 10% of the capacity of that device? Digital education is not only how to use the phone, but how to use it safely. Many will have seen the impacts of fake news, whether it be political news, COVID news, or rumors about other people, friends and family. And we think it's important, and we all know the harm that it can cause, and the likes of Facebook and social media services need to be part of the solution and not just wash their hands and claim themselves as a conduit of free speech. This is not a PNG issue. This is a global issue. We try and do our part, and I want to call out here the CEO of our foundation, Serena. A number that makes me smile and makes me really happy when I get to talk about it is 630. 630 classrooms the Digicel PNG Foundation has built in Papua New Guinea over the last 13 years. We have a commitment to education. We try and do our part. But it's not about just building classrooms. We've also just started our free-to-air education channel, which by the beginning of next year will provide 12 hours a day of education to all grades of Papua New Guineans within Papua New Guinea, free to access over the Digicel Playbox or through the Digicel Playgo application. As a mentor to me once said, a church without God is just a barn. A classroom without a teacher is akin to the same. It is on all of us to look at how we can assist education within Papua New Guinea, and ICT services are a key to that going forward. Once the services become somewhat reliable and the accessibility factors are resolved, then the question is also affordability. Admittedly, if Digicel, like others, only operate in the cities, we could have much cheaper prices. But as everyone knows, the cost to serve rural Papua New Guinea is exponential to serving urban Papua New Guinea, and often not profitable. But we believe in rural, and we have since we launched in PNG 14 years ago. We believe in meeting and exceeding our coverage obligations, which we committed to with NICTA. And that was a commitment from when we launched, and we continue that commitment. We also believe in not having differential pricing. Although it's more expensive to serve in rural Papua New Guinea, we believe the same pricing should apply to those in rural Papua New Guinea as afforded to those within the nation's capital. We're pleased to state that we've reduced our effective rates over the last 12 months by 30%. 30% decrease in the effective rate of data, 30% decrease in the effective rate per minute. We don't shout about this. We just continue to bring products and services to our customers based on the needs of those consumers. The first step in affordability is access. The device. I'm pleased to say that 2 months ago, we pushed into rural PNG, one bang phones for as low as 15 kina. That's less than $4.30 US. Now, I'm not sure in many nations around the world, you can buy a digital device that allows you to connect with your friends and family for $4.30. But we're selling those because we know the initial access point to get people onto this information superhighway, to get families connected, is for them to be able to have accessibility, and that starts with the device. And Christmas is coming, so please watch this space in terms of smartphones. We will be launching the most affordable smartphone in Papua New Guinea in the coming period. And that will allow more people to access 4G services, high data speeds right across the nation. We talk about cost, and I think it's important to look at references. I saw on one think tank, I was forwarded to me the other day, I'm not on this think tank, but it was forwarded to me a comparison between Digicel's prices in PNG compared to other companies' prices in Australia and New Zealand. And I welcome those comparisons. It keeps us on our toes. It keeps us aggressive in terms of our pricing. But a couple of things need to be looked at, and that's the input prices of operators in other countries versus the input price of an operator operating within Papua New Guinea. What are these input prices? Power, fuel, and electricity. I think fuel's gone up something like 30% within this financial year. Connectivity to the information superhighways, security, something that's important to us as our staff, and then capital build costs. Power, we've all seen the prices go up. I was told yesterday that the prices went up here again in Port Moresby, but we don't pass those to the consumer, we absorb them. Using global benchmarking, PNG is actually cheaper per gigabit than others. But if I look at the cost of our inputs, the price of Coral Sea's cable today is still 20 times higher than that at what we can do. The finished staff, we actually increased our staff by almost 100 across the nation. And we implemented what we called a living wage, which is 2.5 times the minimum wage within Papua New Guinea. That's a minimum wage for everyone in our teams, including our facilities staff that help keep our offices clean. While COVID hit us all and some businesses were forced to lay off, we invested, we doubled down. And I think that's important because it's not about today, it's about tomorrow. And this is what we're here to talk about. The reforms in market structure, if I'm being frank, they're coming. They're not implemented fully. wholesalers selling as retail, but we do appreciate NICTA's drive to regulate the industry, and we work closely with the regulator to be part of those reforms, to be part of those consultations, and play our part in the industry to continue connectivity. The improved reliability of these inputs that we talked about, international connectivity, security, power, will allow companies like us in the industry to effectively drop our prices over time. Will it happen today? No. But are we committed to it? Yes. In terms of ICT services in other countries, I think one of the things that this was about was how does ICT accelerate growth? If we look at when ICT entered other countries across the world, there was roading, there was power, before the ICT services accelerated the economies. And these building blocks, both of economic growth, but also improved affordability, it's like the chicken and egg question. If we as an industry can't connect someone to our service offerings, to digitize their channel to market, to interact with the government, then we're not doing our job. I would say the PNG ICT sector has delivered services wider than any other service provider within the country. And we're proud of that, and we're proud of our industry colleagues that also make that happen. And I think that's important. We as Digicel, as the team of Digicel, have always believed in rural Papua New Guinea. The right to be connected, the right to access education, and we as an industry, I'm sure, will play our part in accelerating the development of the nation. We look forward to sharing the journey with you all, everyone online and everyone here in the room today, and everyone across the nation, even if they're not listening. And while we look forward to sharing in that journey, we look forward to continuing something that we've committed to, and that is connecting the unconnected. As per one of our brand statements for Digicel, we as an industry are better together. We as Papua New Guinea are better together. I'd like to thank you all for listening, and I look forward to hearing from the other speakers today. Thank you.
Big thank you there to Mr. Stone, CEO of Digicel PNG. We'll now move on to Mr. Naveed Haq, the Regional Director for the Asia Pacific Region, Connectivity and Infrastructure, and I believe he'll be online.
Yes, I'm here live from Dubai, and this is the power of internet. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. So let me begin by giving my congratulations to the Department of Information and Communication Technology on organizing this National ICT Summit for PNG. I have some good friends in PNG. One thing I always miss is to visit PNG, which was scheduled somewhere in early 2020. But I hope once the world comes to normal and travel is allowed, I'll love to visit PNG. As a staff of Internet Society, we have been collaborating and partnering with some of the organizations inside PNG. We were also involved to deploy the first ever Internet Exchange Point inside the PNG, which has brought more resiliency and a more better, faster and cheaper internet to the users inside the PNG. So we have a very strong association with PNG, and I'm very happy to speak with all of you today about connectivity. And if I can see my slides, let's talk about the power of community networks and connecting the unconnected. Next slide. So how we see the things look today, well, the data is a little old, but still it's very relevant, where we see that half of the world population still is offline. And there are new and emerging digital divides, especially after COVID-19 hit us. I see that the discussion of digital divide has emerged again, and there's a lot of focus now on demonstrating the importance of the internet, which is for sure a lifeline, and the need to connect the people is as urgent as ever. I was looking some statistics for PNG, and it showed me that the internet penetration currently in PNG is less than 25% of the population. So of course, I think this discussion and the summit is very timely, and I'm gonna discuss one of the solutions that we've been working on across the globe. We call it community networks. So what are the community networks? Next slide, please. Community networks are networks built, managed, and used by local communities. These are the networks where we see a civic participation, where we empower the people to bring solutions for themselves, to deploy a small network that can help them to give access to the internet or other services. Their last mile networking infrastructure built using low-cost Wi-Fi equipment traditionally. Some of them are fiber-based, and some of them are also now utilizing TV white space. There have been some pilots done in Philippines lately and some other parts of the Asia as well. Community networks are not only deploying infrastructure, they are about the communities and how these networks can be used to improve the people's life. These networks serve unserved and underserved communities, especially in those areas which are not financially attractive to network operators, and they are managed on a cost recovery basis. So ideally, these networks, these smaller networks, are a complementary solutions, providing access to areas where traditional network operators don't see a return on investment. Community networks are diverse. They are different sizes, starting from connecting 50 people to, in some cases, 50,000. There are different technological setups. They have different purposes to give access, to improve affordability, and bring more greater openness. And there are different governance models as well. We have seen community networks led by nonprofits. They are also cooperatives, small businesses, where we have seen entrepreneurs coming into this space and building a smaller community network and starting their small business. These projects and partnerships have been done across the globe between the governments, nonprofits, internet technical community, network operators, and also in some cases with the academia. Next slide. Now, as I was saying earlier, they are essentially a complementary solution to last mile connectivity, to bring an affordable and flexible connectivity for the communities, empower them with digital tools and skills to improve their life, and help achieve the sustainable development goals. This container that you saw in the previous slide is from Murabindi, Zimbabwe, where this community network has been deployed in partnership with the local government. One of the key elements of community network is civic participation, the local champions. This guy that you see in the slide is from Azerbaijan. He is an 18-year-old boy, and he is a local champion and local network engineer who is running a small community network, and we call them a creator of a community, because these people make difference within their community, and they are actually part of that community where they are providing these small network solutions. Next slide. Ideally, there are 4 stages of development and deployment of community network. First one is engagement with the community. Second one, of course, is the policy, to make sure that the existing policy and regulatory framework does allow to deploy these smaller networks. Then, of course, is the training, where we do train people to about network design, the deployment, and this has been also a very big success. In India, we are running a barefoot engineer program, where equally the females and the male are part of this program, and we have trained more than 1,000 engineers who are now an engineer, and they are well equipped to network operations and management. And the last step, of course, is the deployment. There are various pillars that are needed for the community networks to deploy: the policy and regulatory, of course, the backhaul, which is essential. You need a backhaul connectivity to deploy this network at the last mile, knowledge and know-how, the user, and the sustainability. Next slide. Some of the challenges that community network face, of course, financial technical knowledge, sustainability, electricity, universal services, licenses, spectrum, scaling. And in the next slides, I'll just go through some of the steps and actions that could be taken to mitigate those challenges. The first one is the limited access to the financial resources, the equipment, the fee for licenses, permits, and backhaul connectivity. And then, of course, on operational expenses, the training, the rent, taxes, maintenance, and support services. So these are some of the financial and sustainability challenges that community network face. On the policy and regulatory side, we do advocate and engage with the government to consider innovative licensing solutions for community networks, ease the requirements, reduce or waive license fee, make available the spectrum bands for Wi-Fi, and then also enable an environment for spectrum sharing where possible. Then moving on, allowing tax deductions, making funds available in USF or through grants, promote open standards, and also involve community network operators where they are into the discussions when they are thinking about connecting the unconnected people in the far-flung and remote areas. Next slide. From the network operators and business entities, we discussed with them to recognize CNs as an essential complementary player in the last mile connectivity and engage in partnership to deliver the telecommunication services. We have a lot of examples where these operators have stepped up and they have recognized, that those small gaps or those areas where the traditional operator don't see a business case, they can partner with these smaller networks to provide the telecommunication services, provide backhaul connectivity, share infrastructure, and in many cases we have seen them stepping up and providing some funding to these networks as part of their corporate social responsibility, and as well as offer technical expertise in installing, upgrading, and operating the networks inside the communities. Next slide. Now, let me give you some examples of what has happened so far. In Argentina, the regulator has formally recognized the community network. In Chile, community networks can be applied through government funding, which is the Telecommunication Development Fund. In Europe, the European Commission has endorsed community networks as a complementary business model in its broadband investment guide. Moving forward, there are a lot of other examples, especially from Latin America, where we have seen regulators providing license exemptions for community networks. In India, the Supreme Court recently has held a spectrum and saying that it can be allocated on license exempt basis for welfare or social purposes. Similarly, in Canada, Spain, and UK as well, we have seen the support for these kind of smaller networks given by the governments or the regulators. These are some of the places where we as an internet society have partnered or have worked with the communities, and we are still working in some cases with the communities in these countries to deploy and operate a community network. There are a lot of examples. In next slides, I have shared some links as well where you can get more information. And this is that slide. You can get to our website. This page will tell you more about our work around community network. And then, of course, we have partnered with APC and some other organizations globally to work in this area of connecting the unconnected and empowering the communities. With that, I thank you very much, and I'm be happy to take some questions when the time comes. Back to you.
So we'll keep moving. We may have to move questions. Again. So we'll move next to Mr. Paul Conroy, the MD of PNG Delta Code. So with the recent merger of Telecom, re-merger, Delta Code and the mobile come under the Telecom group now. So over to you, Paul.
All right, thank you, Emmanuel, and thank you, everybody, the panelists, Colin, and the rest of the team there. To the secretary, I think, yeah, congratulations on setting up the first NICIT forum or workshop for the country. Yeah, that is a very big initiative. It's about time that yeah, the industry really be guided by some good policy measures and legislation coming from the ICT department and with the leadership of the minister and I think the government now and the secretary. We can see that things are moving in the right direction. Yeah, so for me, I didn't present or prepare any slides for today, basically, so I'm not going to do any presentation for you. I was thinking that I will be a panel list only, and we'll be discussing, you know, on this accessibility and connectivity across the country. So, but anyway, I'll talk through some of the points that I've just jotted down very quickly in relation to probably wholesale pricing. I think there's the team here wanted me to talk about wholesale pricing and certain other aspects in terms of reliability, accessibility, etc., the current reforms that the government is undertaking and so forth. Yeah, so for data core, I think you will understand that it is part of a bigger government agenda that they've been driving in the industry in terms of telecommunication service delivery in the country, and now, of course, moving into digitalization, more broader now in terms of the activities that we will be doing, moving into cloud technology, IA, etc. And I think we have been one of the disruptive companies in the marketplace, put it this way, after the initial reform, liberalization of the mobile market, etc., that came into place, and the introduction of digital into the market. It was unfortunate that what we planned for in the beginning, I think, and the country hoped for was for competition in the mobile space, but we did not get that through various reasons. One was obviously the struggle of telecom or B-Mobile in their operations and how they were going to be competitive with, of course, heavily funded backed company from overseas. That we can understand. Yeah, so with those factors coming into play in the market, it unfortunately made the market go into imbalance state, basically. So the market, to a certain extent, failed, put it this way. There was a private monopoly, and it is a private monopoly right now in the retail mobile space. That now entails that the private monopoly has a significant market power in the marketplace right now. So most of the things in relation to, you know, accessibility, pricing, you know, affordability, etc., is determined by those powers that are within, held by the significant market player in the industry. I think it is really good for DataCo to come into the space now, give more options for small ICT players, even a new entrant to come in the mobile market space, and we're anticipating one to come in at this early next year to give that competition, try to balance out the market again. Yeah, so that is one of the good things that the government has done, and for us, we are committed in the objectives, the main objectives of making sure that the price is reduced, the reliability is there, and there is accessibility in terms of high-speed connectivity across the country. Of course, not everything is going to be perfect in the beginning due to various other reasons, and we can go on and listing them. I think one of them is obviously we know the reliability of power issues, and that affects everybody. We're not going to go and blame PNG Power for that. I think for us internally, we're taking measures to try to address those issues. And some of this it comes back to us as individual companies to be able to address those issues. Yeah, so we're looking at the other renewable sources now to be able to complement or supplement the current issues that we are facing in terms of power across the country now. As you will understand, also, we've got the challenges in terms of delivering fiber connectivity within the terrestrial or inland of the country. That we are doing it in conjunction in a more cost-effective way with the current electricity provider, PNG Power, using the transmission lines. And obviously, we will face issues as we go along because the network there also has reliability issues in terms of transmission. But then again, like I mentioned, we're not going to blame PNG Power. We're going to look for other options that can be able to mitigate those issues that we have now in terms of the transmission of the network. So obviously the technology is there. We're looking at satellite technology, and satellite technology, as you know, is not cheap these days. Yeah, so it's expensive. Our wholesale pricing now on the Coral Sea is around $90 we're charging. If you are using O3B, it's around $180 US. So that is the difference in terms of pricing. And those carriers you are using O3B out there, you will know. So I don't know why you are probably still using O3B. And maybe it's because of that reliability that you're talking about. But obviously, yes, that cost, you have to pass it to someone, and you're passing it to the consumers currently. That's why the pricing is currently still high. So I think there are better ways of restructuring those reliability options for transmission that are there if there is cooperation in the industry. For us as an wholesaler, our business is based on volume. And currently we are getting bulk of our volume from most of the ISPs that are out there, not the big carriers. Recently, Telecom came in and also gave us some very good volumes that we are talking about. But the majority of the volume that is now sitting with currently Digicel, which is Colin has mentioned, has got 80% of the capacity, is not sitting with Datacom right now. So if we get that volume, then we can be able to lower the price, continue to lower the price. Our pricing has been regulated by NICTA. Yearly, we go back to them to have a look at our pricing, and then have the discussion on what sort of pricing we're going to be putting out to the market. And obviously our target then, like I said, the main objective is to continue to lower that price, to reduce the barriers of entries for other competitors to come in, and then to be able to give that competitive edge at the retail market for the benefit of the consumers. We're not seeing most of those reduction in pricing from, for example, 1,300 kina per megabit per month, now down to 309 kina per month, been passed on to the consumers at the end. So we have some concerns in relation to that. And we've raised those issues with NICTA already. And I think NICTA is looking into those issues right now. So I thank NICTA for considering our concerns. So those are some of the issues that currently we are going through in terms of what we are doing to be able to help the country to revolutionize it and provide more affordable, reliable, and quality services in terms of digital communication across the country. So just coming back to government reforms again, the government has now decided to obviously merge Telecom and B-Mobile and separate Datacom to now manage and own and oversee digital infrastructures in the country. So we will be separated entirely from them. I think that helps also in terms of how we operate and how we do business. And we can be fair to everyone that buy from us. So government has also asked us to protect those strategic and critical infrastructure through legislation. And that is a work in progress now that we're working to put through to the parliament to approve. Yeah. So that is something that we are looking at. In terms of the services that we are offering, we've already moved on from only a transmission service provider now to data center and cloud business. I think, as you can see at the back of my background here, there's our data center there at our Geru, one of our facilities, the station, and that is now there and available, and we've got already customers that using it right now as we speak. So yeah, we're encouraging more Papua New Guineans companies operating in the country to come and talk to us in relation to that service, and we can be able to assist you to provide a secure, reliable data center or cloud services business in the country. So that is basically, I think, where we are in relation to our development. We've completed most of the submarine cable around the country already to most of the provinces. The only two provinces that we are yet to connect through submarine cable is Ella province and Popondetta. Popondetta is connected. Unfortunately, we don't have connectivity into Popondetta town itself. We are working with PNG Power now to get both electricity and fiber from around 20 kilometers away from Kikiri Beach up to Popondetta town. Ella province is a bit more difficult. The LNG fiber has been damaged since 2018, and ExxonMobil has failed in its responsibility to be able to repair that. We brought that issue up already with them, and they are looking into it now seriously to repair that cable. Once they do, then we will be able to get connectivity up to Ella province. Now we are serving them through satellite. We are having problems.
Paul, sorry, we'll ask you to speed it up. Speed it up a bit.
All right, thank you. I mean, I think most of the time has been taken by Colin there. So I think it's good that the people
I actually
of Papua
timed
New
it
Guinea also,
about the same.
yeah, know that what we are doing in our space as well, to be able to make broadband accessibility available more to Papua New Guineans. Yeah, so like I mentioned, the challenge we are having now is up in the highlands. That's where terrestrial fiber get damaged all the time, and I know that the downtime Colin has mentioned, and we're not sitting around, doing nothing. We're doing our best to repair them, and like I mentioned, we're bringing in satellite technology now to also provide reliability on those connectivity and transmission links up in the highlands. Yeah, so those are some of the things that we are doing. And I think if you look at other areas around the country, especially the New Guinea Islands, places like Alatau, there is hardly any downtime at all. And hopefully we're going to reach those targets in the other provinces as well, as we continue to work towards developing the national transmission network across the country and bringing in more reliability on our undersea cable and also terrestrial links. Yeah, so we know that the bandwidth will continue to increase. We underestimated the potential for bandwidth in the country, and we saw a rise since 2018 from 3 gigs now up to on average 23 gigs. That is what we are seeing on our network right now currently across the country. So that is within a time frame of only around 3 years. So we continue to encourage those retail players that are out there, especially the mobile operators, again, to convert your 3G network to 4G. I think that is where the industry is heading. With the cloud services coming on board, people can be able to utilize cloud services using their mobile phone from wherever they are in the country. We're not only looking into that, we're looking into the security systems also for the entire network, both the core and also the data center. That process is underway right now, and by early next year we should be able to have a vendor to be able to work with us to put up a well secured network for the country, and including tying various arrangements and agreements with various agencies like the censorship board, the police, etc., and all the other government agencies, including NICTA as well, on various other compliance and regulatory measures that we need to do in terms of the traffic that is going in and out of our country on our virtual borders. Yeah, so those are some of the things that we are doing now around the country. We will announce our pricing for metro fiber network tomorrow through the media, a large reduction by at least 150% reduction. So that is to now drive up more uptake on the retail end, especially. Yeah. So with our local SMEs, ISPs, so we're working closely with them to be able to take up customers and try to bring fiber to the buildings and to the homes of people around the country. That's what we are doing now. There is also going to be a further announcement, I think, by NICTA as well in relation to those infrastructures that are been declared in terms of the reduction in pricing, and hopefully that will be done very soon, I think, before, or if not in December. Yeah. So those are some of the things that we are now working on and looking at. So I think I'll leave it as it is for now. I'll allow for any questions and discussion, because I think this is a panel discussion, so I won't bore you with much of the things that I need to say now, but I'll respond to any remarks, any comments, etc. Yeah, thank you everyone for listening. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Paul. So it's a good perspective there from SOE Data Co. And in parallel with what Colin from Digicel from the private sector has given. So that's a good roundup of these issues around access and connectivity. So we'll move on to Warren now from the UAS Secretariat. So and I guess a number of people, I guess the general public may be wondering what universal access is and what universal access services is about. So yes, Warren, please, we welcome you to the stage.
Yes, thank you. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the opportunity here to come and stand here. Thank the minister responsible and department, the secretary and the team who are fully supportive here. Our NICTA CEO, thank you for gracing us with the initial speech. Make a lot of reference that I will now make reference to now. And the finance team, thank you. Our good managing director for NBC, thank you. Our powerful CEO, Digicel, Colin, thank you for your presence here. And others. My talk here was basically not on the where UAS and the structure, but because you kind of asked that question, I'll just give a little bit background. Universal access or UAS is part of the NICTA. And NICTA's main role is the regulator of the ICT. Inside the Act, there is a part 5 of it that says that entitled NICTA to implement projects, ICT projects that supposed to help in the economy development of through the ICT. That's where we call ourselves UAS, or Universal Access and Service. Okay, my presentation here is basically not to bore you with anything, but some numbers. These numbers will need to be verified because it's a short notice. I just put up some numbers. We can justify that later. Mr. Stone already said something which I got some percentage here. Later we'll fix it up on the coverage. Then we should go into the challenges, and then that's it. We'll take on some questions. I think the better way to know more about NICTA and UAS is through questions. So next slide. In here, we have a connectivity gap. Connectivity gap can be best summarized in usage and the coverage. Okay, I will talk more on the coverage because that is where our core objective right now. The usage gap is best can be handled by the partnership with the other sectors. Now, as a snapshot, we have around 1586 towers This is NICTA's record. It can vary from the operator to operator. What I said here is we can verify as we go along. Out of those 256, 568 are purely 2G towers. Now that 2G is responsible about 90% coverage, which I think based on Colin's earlier is around 80%. But anyway, you can trust the regulator or the player. We have a 10% gap. We will tell you how we can, with your support and other sectors, we can reduce it. When we talk about mobile broadband, we are talking about 3G and 4G. It's about 69% and 36% coverage. Collins has announced that there's a 60% increase. I mean, up to 60% now for 4G, which we'll have to verify that according to the numbers that we receive from them. This mobile broadband is why we are here. It is the most appropriate technology to be deployed in developing countries, and PNG included, to provide the so-called e-services. So this is basically our priority. If we make a breakdown in PNG, about 22 provinces, they're all covered. Thank you, Digital, Telecom, and B-Mobile. You've done well. In the 22 provinces, we have 89 districts. According to our record, all 89 districts are covered. 2G, 3G, 4G. Now we go down to LLGs. LLG is local level governments. It's around 325. So if you see the figure there, 298 is already covered. We have a gap of 27 LLGs to be covered. This we can verify as we go along because some LLGs, they change, some new ones comes in. But according to what we have a, that's basically the summary there. If we take 2011 census, we have around, that's a percentage coverage. Summary, total towers there. The LLG that we can target are 27. This 27 does not have 2G, 3G, 4G, according to our record. So that kind of give us, we can tell you where they are upon the discussion and whoever we can partner with to provide the required services. Okay, you see the provinces, that percentage is indicative of the gap of the mobile coverage. The operators, they can question this on a public, but according to what we have, it's around 81%, like for example, Gulf has a gap of the 4G mobile. So there's a lot to be done there. That's what it's supposed to mean. That table is supposed to give us those indicative, and it helps us to decide which area to target as a projects. Okay, so coverage gap, it is summarized here. 27, if we are to talk about gap, what gap are we talking about? Access. So in terms of the LLG, we can go to 27. Or if we are looking for a actual population coverage, you see 3G and 4G there. Those are the gaps that we can target according to NICTA's record. Next. Okay, what can be done to reduce the coverage gap? Currently, our projects, now priority one is the greenfield or mobile coverage. This is where we build new towers. Now, if we have 27 LLGs, this automatically becomes our targets. These are 25 LLGs that does not have coverage at all, nil. So how can we reduce it? NICTA is through the UAS Secretariat is rolling out its own programs. We'll see the strategy later on building new towers that will be shared. And of course, we have, sorry, go back a bit. we need to upgrade 568 2G towers, right? If we upgrade at 567 towers, it will help the increase from 2G to 3G, and mobile broadband figures will change. So that's a good target for NICTA and the sector to look at and work on in upgrading. What we've done so far, since 2018, this is our strategic plan. If you see the strategic plan, it covers basically the broadband, mobile broadband, the public community networks. That's what ISOC was talking about, some community networks. And we have a program slotted for ICT utilization and demand to create content. And then, of course, the broadcasting. In terms of the broadcasting, we are now trying to trial out the A2D, analog to digital. It's in the progress. In terms of the projects, what we've done so far is we built 59 towers awarded to Digicel 2014. Thank you, Digicel, you've done a good job there. But it was for 2G only. If you add Mr. Gulo's speech earlier, we have 2G, 3G, and 4G. Okay, and now it's 5G coming. We are not talking about it, but many of you are talking about it, which will come up very soon. Our experience in the voice telephony has provided us the challenges that if you read what Mr. Gulo has said earlier, and CEO for NICTA has mentioned, those are real challenges that we continue. And then we connected the schools, 8 teachers colleges. And then we also have partnership projects with ITU, FAO, and other like local government cross-sector agencies like education, health. And if you see 2021, this is 2021. So the procurement process is now in place. We are trying to build 14 towers throughout PNG with 8 schools. And of course, we have to trial out the A2D, analog to digital. For the first time, we want to make it public, help the broadcasters in the effort to migrate from 2G to 3G. There may be other programs that are trying to achieve the same thing, but in NICTA's strategic plan, it is part of, that's why we went on this. So whatever happens, we will report it in the next year. Partnership is very important. We cannot overemphasize this. Without partnership, NICTA is not the operator. It does not own, it regulates the resources, and it manages the ICT licensees, which provide the services to the public. So the best we can do is partner with our licensees. They are the ones who are licensed to provide the services, be mobile, digital, data, data core, etc. Next. This is a snapshot. If you hang on a satellite up there and you look down 2G, it will look like this. It's just an aerial view. So about 90%, you have 3G, 69% covered. And then you have 4G, which is, according to us, 36, and updated here from Mr. Stone, it's gone up to 60%, which is good news. Almost there. Risk and challenges, opportunities. Somebody said here that when there's a risk, there's always one opportunities. So we have the list here that is very long, but we rely on the expertise and experience of our licensees, operators, to help solve this. One of the bigger challenges here is the partnership. I already mentioned earlier. It is very difficult to deploy projects that are not well partnered with. We've experienced that with our good operators. We know we have experienced who has done this, who cannot do this, but it is a government mandate that we continue to pursue accessibility first. To address the gap, the usage, our partnership with other cross sectors, this is a must. Education, health, agriculture, and all that. Thank you. Last, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you. Yep, you could sit down. So he got to me before I could stop him. So we'll move on to Miss Andrew Mangal. Yeah, Andrew, are you online? She's the head of Asia Pacific Region Alliance for Affordable Internet. If not, we can move on to Mr. Singh. Oh, no, I think we've got her. Andrew, you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much, honorable ministers, distinguished guests. Special acknowledgement to Stephen, Russell, Chris, Mora, Hira, Killa, Jack, wonderful digital ICT cluster, Priscilla, Winifred, Judith, and PNG Women in ICT, and also PNG Computer Society and fellow colleagues. It's such a pleasure to join you today in the first ever hybrid, actually, PNG ICT Summit. Well done to Spider Tech PNG Limited and Department of ICT. I've been waiting to be part of this great event, and I thank you all for extending an invite to me. I wish I was there in person right now, having all the amazing food and talk with all of you. I want to acknowledge PNG government for doing an amazing work to provide connectivity, for developing the digital transformation policy, the cybersecurity strategy, and digital transformation standards. Well done to all. And also, it's good to hear that you're focusing on Digital Bill Government 2021. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister Timothy Masu, Stephen, the Secretary, and Chris for joining the Pacific Internet Governance Forum in September. The Honorable Minister made a very interesting statement. He said that digital transformation, ICT, technology, it should build a nation and it should improve livelihoods. So we must continue to respect each other, respect our values, but also continue to collaborate and cooperate with each other. And like many of you have said, partnership is very key. And as Stephen has said earlier, having open digital government and open web is very important for the citizens of PNG. So let me introduce you to, let me introduce myself. Nem Bilong Mi Anju, and I work for the Alliance for Affordable Internet, which is an initiative of the World Wide Web Foundation. Just to talk to you a bit about my organization, we are the world's broadest technology sector alliance, and we work to drive down the price of broadband, and we do this through policy and regulatory frameworks. And we also honor the same principle as most of the organizations working on internet development in the Pacific. We believe in an open, secure, and safe internet for all. A lot of our global advocacy work is based on evidence-based research. And we continue to do international, regional, and national advocacy. Before joining the Alliance for Affordable Internet Web Foundation, there wasn't any focus on the Pacific. We were focusing a lot on the Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, other parts of the world, but not necessarily the Pacific. So it's been my duty and privilege to bring all the interesting and great projects to the Pacific. How do we work in member countries? So in each member country, we form a national multi-stakeholder coalition, and we identified key barriers to affordable access, and we come up with tailored solutions to drive prices down. So we continue to encourage a multi-stakeholder model. We work with civil society, private and public sector, academia, youths. We also bring in marginalized groups, women in ICT, and various other stakeholders to support policy development and also focus on key initiatives. So just as an example, we work on, like, for example, broadband policy. We also support consultations, but when we do the consultation, it has to be very much multi-stakeholder, bringing in all the different key stakeholders. We continue to encourage the adoption of ambitious affordability and meaningful connectivity targets, which I will explain further, to drive down prices and increase access. And again, as I said, we work with national coalitions and stakeholders to develop policies. And one of the key things that we really do is improving collection of gender disaggregated and gender and poverty disaggregated data to track progress, particularly the SDG progress. And as Navid mentioned, you know, they do quite a lot of community networks, so we support community networks. We also support public Wi-Fi access and ensure a gender responsive ICT policymaking. And the wider Web Foundation, we focus a lot on online safety, human rights and internet. We also work on technology facilitated and online gender-based violence work. But specifically for A4AI, which is the Alliance, we tackle the affordability and accessibility challenge and close the growing digital divide. And many of you have already mentioned that when we talk about the digital divide, we should think about, as some of you have said, particularly like the highlands, the rural communities, also persons with disabilities and women and girls in particular. So in collaboration with the International Telecommunications Union, we did a report on connecting humanity by 2030. We need around $428 billion to achieve universal access to broadband connectivity by 2030. And a lot of the investment is needed for Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, East Asia, and also Pacific, which accounts for a population and 50% of the required investments. And we found that connecting humanity to broadband is predominantly an infrastructure challenge, but infrastructure is not not just sufficient. And as Mr. Iro from UAS said, it's beyond infrastructure. So we look at complementary initiatives to connect people covered by broadband networks. We look at programs to increase and support device affordability. We look at affordability of data and services. We do digital skills program and content, and a special focus on closing the digital gender gap. And we have placed strong emphasis on this. And I particularly like the point that Paul Datacore made in terms of wholesale pricing and strategy. I think, when he mentioned market imbalance state, it's important that we get rid of monopoly and also create more competition in the market. We publish the affordability report every year. It examines the policy and regulatory frameworks that have allowed countries to make broadband internet access more affordable, accessible, and universal. So our 2020 affordability report explored around 72 low and middle income countries and 21 countries from Asia and the Pacific. And we've included Papua New Guinea and Fiji. All our reports are also available online. And we talk a lot about, how do we migrate the 2G to 3G and to 4G? And this is what has been in the report. So the COVID pandemic has impacted every country in the region. We've had social distancing, school and offices were closed. There were complete lockdowns, and this had disrupted billions of people's lives. And I think, access to internet was so important. And particularly for schools to continue learning and also people to work from home. However, internet services, no internet access, are universal. Not everyone has sort of benefited from it. So without meaningful connectivity, the true value of the internet will remain out of reach. And when we talk about meaningful connectivity, we talk about regular internet access, affordable and appropriate devices, whether or not they need 4G fast connection, and also regular data. So I think, Colin from Digital has also mentioned that it's not just about affordability and accessibility, but also about reliability. So these are some of the things that we continue to advocate on. Sorry. And in partnership with UNESCO, we did a joint study on meaningful connectivity, and we looked at the good practices and case studies. So PNG was one of our chosen case study, and we came up with some key findings, which were reiterated by NICTA CEO Kila. PNG reformed the telecommunications sector, included liberalization of mobile services. They established an independent regulator and also started the implementation of a universal access policy. And today we heard the minister saying that they will be focusing on rural telecommunication and providing infrastructure through UAS, which is really amazing. And from a meaningful connectivity point of view, I think this is one of the biggest initiative for us. And as Digital said that, they are providing rural connectivity with solar powered stations. I think this makes a huge difference when we talk about sustainable access and also climate change in this time. And we also want to thank Universal Access Services team, because they continue to encourage rural connectivity, broadband rural connectivity. And one of the things that we are working on is the rural connectivity project, focusing on frameworks and policies. And we will be doing a workshop soon, which I will happy to invite you to be part of that. It's going to be a virtual workshop, so we allow people to join. So we understand that PNG faces a lot of challenges. We talked about low broadband penetration, low levels of 4G coverage. So what is it that we're doing to make sure that we migrate the users from 2G to 4G? And what can we do to ensure that we have a robust national broadband policy? So that's one of the things that we can also help with in terms of, emphasizing not just the broadband policy, but also rural broadband connectivity. Colin also talked about, sorry. Yes. Colin also talked about device affordability, and I just wanted to mention that it's really interesting to see that, PNG is working towards device affordability, and I think this is really very important. We've also done a study which will be of interest to you, and we continue to monitor the progress towards closing the digital gap. So as you can see that, there's percentage of 16% of women using mobile internet in the country. This is the 2020 GSMA report compared to the men. And so what we are doing for PNG is we're closing the digital divide. So this is my last slide, I promise. So we're working with the working on the Pacific Gender Scorecard. So we're working with the digital ICT cluster team to develop evidence and monitor country progress towards closing the digital divide in PNG. And we're looking at scorecards, particularly in those themes that you can see online: affordability, internet access, women's empowerment, digital skills, online safety and relevant content. And you know what, I'm not going to take too much of your time, but I will just have to say that this is being led by Priscilla, Winifred, Emily, and the team, and also Christelle. So I'm going to get them to speak more about the work that they are currently doing. So thank you so much. Thank you, Tomas.
Thank you very much, Andrew. So some great work there from Andrew and ideas, and yes, would really like to, I guess, one of the exciting ones, Priscilla, Kevin. Are you there, Priscilla? Priscilla? Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yep.
All right.
So Priscilla Kevin is from the ICT cluster. So she's really, I guess, at the grassroots level with the entrepreneurs and many of some of us as well too involved. But at in terms of when we're looking at access and connectivity solutions, these are some of the solutions coming from the grassroots, coming upwards, as opposed to looking at the big business side of it and the SOEs. So Priscilla, please go ahead.
All right. So I'll try to share my screen. Okay. You guys see my screen?
Yep, we can see it now.
All right, so thank you again. Thank you to the Department of ICT, Honorable Minister Timothy Masu, Stephen, the Secretary Stephen Matainao, for the opportunity to participate in this program. We're really excited to share some of the work that we're doing in terms of the ecosystems development through the PNG Digital ICT Cluster Initiative. The initiative was born in 2014 through the European Union project on economic clusters in the Pacific. 4 island countries were piloted, Tonga, Samoa, PNG, and Vanuatu. So PNG piloted the sector ICT. So here we are, we're going to share a little bit about our work that we've done so far in terms of support for our ICT entrepreneurs and innovators. I'm just going to share a little bit about some key areas based on the thematic area around access, connectivity, and digital inclusion and infrastructure. All right, so I just wanted to share around 5 key areas. And obviously, we've talked a lot about connectivity. PNG is still really challenged around access and affordability of key infrastructure such as internet. We still have our rural places still on 2G, 3G network, which doesn't allow a lot of our population to participate, particularly in the digital economy that the government is working very hard to deliver for our citizens. I'll touch basically on the first one, affordability with quality of service in mind. We did work on a project called the PNG Internet Exchange Point through NICTA, and I think that is currently implemented to reduce cost as well and to keep local international traffic bound for international at the cost. That's still an ongoing project, and it's something that maybe NICTA and Network of ISPs can actually update us on. We also looked at the Coral Sea cable, which is landed between Solomon Islands, PNG, and also the discussions around. We have a lot of ISPs that are in the startup space, but there is not a lot of incentives to engage some of these ISPs that are at the last mile, meaning that they're right at the rural area, but they do not have incentives to actually assist them to roll out those services. So those are some things that we need to look at as well. I also put in here our country top level domains, and I think Russell Decker is here from Unitech. I think the utilization of our CCTLDs is also something that we need to look at as well, to put a lot of our businesses online, to have an online presence. I think the Dubai Expo gave us an opportunity to participate. We also need to showcase our businesses online using the .pg extension. The second one I wanted to talk about was just economic incentives for the sector, and ICT Cluster has been talking about this for several years now. We still have to look at tax programs for the ICT sector. We usually compare it to Fiji. Fiji has a tax incentive program for the ICT industry. They have a 13-year duty exemption for telco startups in the Fiji economy. So we should also look at something like that for PNG as well. We also had discussions with intellectual property IPA office around intellectual property protection for a lot of our innovators. That's a discussion that's still ongoing with IPA and IPO guys. Hopefully we can progress that as well. Some of the things that we looked at also was national procurement and investment in foreign direct investments in digital. We need to look at policies that really cater to local innovators that are developing solutions, and how do we invest in those innovations developed by our local tech talent. The third one is really around human capital and skilled workforce or talent. We can't run an industry without the skilled workforce, and that's something that we're working very closely with the education space as well. We're working with the schools, STEM Schools of Excellence policy, which was introduced in 2020, and it's currently bridging STEM in the colleges, grade 11 and 12, and it's introducing thematic areas around STEM and technology. We're also looking at introducing computer science fields into grade 11 and 12, and this is really to prepare our workforce for the ICT industry going forward. We also encourage software engineering boot camps. We set up a program with Switch Maven, and I think due to COVID, the program had to close. But what we've seen is that we've seen top computer scientist graduates coming from the university participating in a 3-month boot camp, where they were able to get their skills developed on par with the industry. And we've noticed that these computer scientists and IT specialists have gone on to join, banking sectors, the big fours, in working in some of their tech projects. And obviously, ICT Cluster promotes our annual hackathons, which is really problem solving using ICT. Around the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And also we support and promote partners like NS Daycare, PNG Flying Labs, who are doing stuff in kids coding, early learners kids coding. And I'll speak about the 2 last points, which is the emphasis around partnerships and programs. Andrew mentioned something around the Pacific Gender Audit Scorecard, which we're working on, which will highlight the digital ICT skills gaps for girls, women in PNG. What are the obstacles? What are the policy spaces that we can actually improve to get more women and girls accessing ICT services or accessing ICT infrastructure as well. I'll just mention through the work that we've done in the last 7 years, we've actually extended global partnerships. So we're a innovation hub with GIST, the US Department of State program, Global Innovation Through Science and Technology. We also have a partnership with UC Berkeley Innovation Accelerator Group, which is to build entrepreneurship education for for science and technology entrepreneurs. We're also participating in the Geneva 2020 dialogue, which is on global cybersecurity. And we've contributed to a paper for that. And there's a few other programs as well that we work with, including the Brisbane River City Labs, now acquired by Australian Computer Society. And obviously our ongoing work with our domestic partners, NICTA, Ministry of ICT, and the PNG Science and Technology Secretariat as well, in terms of the Science and Technology Innovation Policy. And one of the last area I wanted to share on was access to finance for entrepreneurs, which is a really big challenge. Access to credit. A lot of our entrepreneurs have collateral, which is some of the innovations. But when you go for loan or credit, that innovation cannot be recognized as collateral. So we've started a project with the National Stock Exchange called the Define Project. And we're working with several partners to look at green financing, innovative financing that can support some of these high-tech innovators in ICT industry. Obviously, we know ICT exists in almost all sectors. And one of the 3 key areas that we'll be working on in terms of financing is in agriculture, ICT entrepreneurs or enterprises, and women-led. One of the partners that we've signed up recently is with a US-based, a Boston US-based company called Underwrite.ai, which will be demonstrating the use of artificial intelligence, machine learning for credit risk assessment for the defined project. But I think that's, in a nutshell, some of the work that we've done so far in terms of developing the ecosystem for PNG and also supporting our tech startups. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. Big hand for Priscilla and all the good work that she's doing in terms of building an ecosystem for connectivity. So we keep moving. We're a bit over time, but we'll keep moving now. So Mr. Nimal Singh, the CEO of Digitech PNG, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Monitor. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see you now.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen. I understand we are running late, but I'll try to finish off as allocated time as possible. Thank you for the invite. Appreciate that. And also thank you to fellow speakers and guests and people attending. I was going to speak mainly on digital transformation. Okay, is my screen visible to you?
Not yet. Okay, yep, go ahead.
Yep. But having listened to some of the previous speakers, I'd like to comment, especially from Digicel and Dataco. What I'm going to present is it's only possible if we sort out our telco issues first and the issues of reliability. I understand Dataco is doing their best to have a reliable system. Having said that, we do have issues on fiber at times, and there's no backup system in place, a satellite that can cater for it. The reason the price is so high from the ISP or the retail side is, although the pricing has come down a lot from what Paul has said, from 1,300 to 300 kina, the issue is for ISPs, since the fiber is not reliable, they also have to pay higher price with VSAT backup. And that's the only way we can provide a better service and a better experience to our customers. Apart from the telco, Digitech is the largest ISP in the country. We subscribe over 1 gigabit of data from Dataco per month. So that's quite huge for just an ISP who's selling only to the business sector. We do not provide services to public because we don't have the infrastructure to do so. But obviously in future, we will do through our parent group of companies. The other issue I have is communications from Dataco. I mean, Paul said they're releasing a new product, which is the local connectivity via fiber. And they're working with local partners and ISP. The first we knew about it being the largest ISP is through a customer sending me an email yesterday that, do you know if this service, what Dataco is offering, which was quite surprising to me, since Dataco has been set up to be a wholesale provider, and yet it seems they're competing with retail players like us and other telcos. The government need to seriously look at demarcation. Where does the wholesale provider sits? Where does the retail sits? If the wholesale provider is competing with the retail sector, how can we actually reduce the price? Because obviously our service is a higher grade because we offer backup, and so does the telcos with VSAT, whereas Dataco is only offering fiber. So it's the best delivered service, and we provide SLA to our customers. So I think there's a big concern from all the ISPs I've spoken to, although we compete with each other, but we do speak to each other. Just for an example, IXP was set up in the country by NICTA so that all of us could benefit with the caching locally. So the data that is shared within the country is actually from the cache. It doesn't have to go overseas and come back. So you get a better experience. There's less latency. Digicel is a retail customer, not a wholesale, but they are able to provide a cheaper price for caching the Google cache in the country than Dataco, which beats me because Dataco should be the cheapest because they're the wholesale. So there's some fundamental issues there that the regulators need to have a look and implement a framework where we are all playing in the level playing field. And that's important. Now, eventually price will come down. All of you know there's a third player coming in the market, which is going to happen by the name of Vodafone PNG, which is next year, early next year. And I'm sure that will drive the price down. Second issue we face in the country is the electricity grid. It's obviously not reliable, so there's a lot of cost of maintaining our diesel generators, maintenance. That's all add to the cost of selling the services to the end user. Once we have a reliable electricity, that goes hand in hand with telco, and then you'll see that digital transformation happening because we are able to connect the unconnected, which is our rural sector. I'm sure everybody has got that in heart, but the commercial does not meet at this stage. The other issue is we've seen from NICTA that there's a high uptake of 2G network. Now with 2G you cannot deliver digital services. It has to be minimum 4G, especially the handset has to be a smart handset. So if we start changing, the telcos start putting money in and start changing the 2G to 4G, the question here is, can the subscribers in the rural area afford a 4G handset? This is where the government and the NICTA has to come in through UA service to provide subsidized handset. So the rural people can change from 2G to 4G. So this is important. And again, I think the other issue is that faced by Dataco is the topology of our country to maintain the network. You may remember that our fiber that was broken from Lae to Port Moresby has been broken almost 7 or 8 months now. Still, it's not been fixed. So what is happening is the data from Lae is going to Sydney, then it comes back to Port Moresby. So that's as the distance actually adds to latency. Hence, the experience is lower. If we had a direct fiber from Lae to Port Moresby, the experience would be much better for the Lae population and also for Port Moresby. But because of the issues we face from earthquake, this breakage will happen. It has happened and it takes a long time to resolve it, to fix it, and it will happen in the future. So what is the solution here? I think the fiber is not the solution going forward. Where the government should be looking at is partnering with companies like OneWeb and Starlink, which is bringing cheap fiber with what they call a low orbit satellite links. That is as fast as a fiber. And that will not going to be affected by natural disaster that we can face in PNG at times, because PNG is part of the ring of fire that we all know. So going forward, once that services are available in our region, which I believe is going to happen mid or late next year, you'll see there's a lot of uptake of digital technology, plus also you'll see the pricing coming down, and that's where the focus is going to be. Just delivering services on fiber, it's just going to be impossible because most of the fiber is run through the electricity grid, and when it breaks down, Dataco has to call PNG Power to switch off the power. That takes a couple of days before we go online. Having said all the issues we're facing, let's move to digital transformation and how we as a country can benefit with this. Okay, so what is digital transformation? Basically, it's using technology, innovative technologies to enhance your services to your customers and to the business model. And obviously linking all the organizations together. So how it will help you? Well, basically for telcos or other providers who are in service business, it will create new customer experiences, talking about 4G, 5G, which is impending. So we should start looking at what technologies we can implement as service providers, which can improve the efficiencies,
Recording in progress.
And also obviously generate new revenue streams. So it should be the best interest of the telcos to invest in these technologies, because at the end of the day, they'll make money. They will also improve the lives of PNG local citizens. So the key here is rapidly respond to changing conditions, because as you know, the whole ICT sector in the last 5 years has evolved so much with the introduction of AI, machine learning, IoT. There's a lot of interaction of devices that's joining in. So as we grow, you're getting autonomous vehicle driven by machines, not being controlled by human. So all this requires an infrastructure that can support it. And obviously the 4G, the 5G place is the key, which reliability service, so we can enhance and as well as leverage from these technologies to provide a better service. So those who thrive in digital economy will need to develop and execute a vision for digital transformation. And a vision, I believe the PNG government has started already, which is a great thing. We as service providers and other stakeholders now need to join the bandwagon. In return, they will get better shareholder value. So next is take an ecosystem-first approach to delivering products and services. In return, gain the greatest market share, which I believe everyone is talking about, and this will come with more competition. Now, manage information more effectively. That will create new revenue streams. This is important for anyone who wants to grow their business, as well as if you're investing, everyone looks at return on investment. Now, we need to create flexible and reliable human resources model. And this is the key. That is one sector that's not been addressed very well in PNG at this stage. Win the talent wars. As you know, the talent in PNG is scarce. There's not enough graduate coming out in ICT and telecom, which is a concern, because we have to start from expected staffs. We are obviously putting training in place, but there's not enough local talents, and I think the government and the ICT sector has to really concentrate on building this together with the partnership with the universities. Optimize business process for speed, efficiency, quality, and agility. All this is at the day will increase your profitability. How do we accelerate transformation? It requires you to move outside the process comfort zone, which is started already in PNG. Everyone's talking about it. We have to cultivate tomorrow's IT talent today, which means we have to start training staff from a younger age. I've seen Priscilla talking about coding at kids, and that's excellent. We have to start this at high school, build it up to the RTO, and also to the university level. Deliver the technology the way the business wants, and that's important. Transport experience. Continuous industry transformation. So what's happening now with the mobility, the cloud, the social business, this is all being linked up. You need a system to analyze. There's so many millions of data going through all the time. Sorry, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so thank you.
Yes. Sorry, if you could sort of speed it up a bit to
Sure, I'm there in 5 minutes, I think. Okay, so these are individually inspected places where technology will come in. So there'll be sensors that can be put on the tires that will give you more information to your car, a better driving information. You'll be looking at sensors now that we wear on our hand that gives you a heartbeat, if there's an impending problem with your health, how much calories you burned. And you have sensors in your vehicle and in your mobile. So all this technology is going to play in the next generation of security. Now, having said that, all these challenges, the major challenge that will come to us will be security. So we have to be mindful. Today's firewall is not going to cut what we're doing. What we need to look at firewalls that has got AI built in and also machine learning, and there should be a continuous monitoring of logs through CM that will help and protect our network. So these are some of the innovation illustration that's going to take place once we build up our 4G network and 5G network. So we are feeling the transformation already. By 2022, 60% of the devices would interact with intelligence system and machine learning. And that's we're seeing already, and there should be the whole ecosystem will be redefined. So for every digital vision is a unique journey. So it's important where we start, and I think the government of PNG has started already. We start at a different point, there'll be different outcomes. We should set up a scope and our desire where we want to end up. So I believe in the end, the funding is very important and where we want to be at the end. The biggest issue we're facing is aging infrastructure, which is unplanned. Unprecedented urbanization, people moving from rural to centers like Port Moresby and cities, declining public budgets, and obviously environmental and sustainability. We cannot just build and do not think about our environment and what we're going to preserve and give it to our future. So sustainability has to be important as part of the growth. So these are some of the challenges we'll face in the coming years. So what we need to do is connect the unconnected for an inclusive digital economy. And all this is only provided with better telco coverage and electricity. So you can see how we can improve the lives of our people. What is a core transformation? As you can see, there's so many different systems that we can interconnect, and that will start from a digital ID that we can do using the technologies that's in the market at the moment. And some of them are blockchain technology, where we can create one ID for a person that can use all the services of the government, including the banks, the police, whatever you want to connect with just one login. Okay, I'm almost on my last slide. This is just a scenario what we can do with our hospital system. Where we are at the moment is smart services, smart connected services. Where we need to be is at the end, by interlink all the resources, all the records, all our services, government provided into one service where the public can all log in and interface and share the records. For example, if something happens in a hospital in the rural side, by the time the patient comes to Port Moresby, if there's a major issue, the records doesn't arrive. The government the doctors have to start again from scratch. We have to be interconnected, so all the previous diagnosis can be shared, and we can provide a better service to the community. Thank you, and for listening. I must have gone over by time. Sorry about that. Apology, but thank you. If you have any questions, as you know, Digitech is here to help innovate with our customers. You can always contact us, be it data center services, be it technology-driven, innovative solutions. We are here to help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nimal Singh, CEO of Digitech. So we're going to move into a video from John Garrity, the ITU Last Mile Connectivity Solutions Toolkit. Yeah, so unfortunately, we've run out of time for any questions, so we're going to go straight into the video and then we'll be breaking for lunch.
Recording stopped.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to join you today. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to join you today at the National ICT Summit. My name is John Garrett. I am the Chief of Party of the USA Better Access Connectivity Project, also known as USA Beacon, and I'm delighted to be able to share with you perspectives on access, connectivity, infrastructure, and digital inclusion. There were three areas of discussion that I wanted to share with you in the 10 minutes that I've been allotted. The first is perspectives on access, connectivity, and infrastructure based on the work that we're doing here in the Beacon project in the Philippines. The second is really sharing some additional resources that may be useful in your own work with regard to access, connectivity, infrastructure issues. Namely, the ITU Last Mile Internet Connectivity Solutions Guide, which was launched by the ITU in late 2019. And then the third is a little bit of a discussion on innovations in satellite broadband that may be applicable to situations in Papua New Guinea that are similar to what we see here in the Philippines, with very rugged terrain, disparate geographies that have difficulty accessing terrestrial networks, and some of the interesting developments that are happening in low Earth orbit and medium Earth orbit satellite broadband constellations. So firstly, I wanted to share a little bit about the Better Access and Connectivity Project here in the Philippines. This is a 5-year project that was just launched by the USA Philippines mission. And the focus is really to comprehensively support inclusive and resilient economic growth in order to increase productivity, facilitate trade, and foster innovation. This is all through a focus on improving the digital infrastructure ecosystem with technical assistance. So this is a 5-year project, just started in June of 2021. It runs through 2026, and its focus is providing the government of the Philippines technical assistance support across a few dimensions that I'll speak to in more detail in the next slide. This includes the first objective, which is really improving the quality of ICT and logistics infrastructure. And so under this objective, we are working very closely with the Philippines' own Department of Information and Communications Technology on a number of flagship initiatives, such as the National Broadband Plan, the program to share free public Wi-Fi access in public places across the country, and then other initiatives such as the National Government Data Center Project and the cloud strategy of the government. The second main objective is really focusing on the policy and regulatory environment. How do we encourage greater competition, improve quality of services, all to ensure that consumers have more choice and faster, more reliable internet connectivity options. And then the third area is really working with the government of the Philippines to strengthen cybersecurity technical capacity, to improve cybersecurity preparedness, postures, the adoption of international standards, best practices, increasing the number of cybersecurity trained professionals, as well as really trying to build up the ecosystem, not just in the public sector, but in the private sector as well. So that's the Better Access and Connectivity Project. And I think there are corollaries that may be similar to the work that we're doing here with interventions that you may want to consider for Papua New Guinea. The second area of focus that I wanted to share with you in the 10 minutes that I have is this Last Mile Internet Connectivity Solutions Guide that was launched by the ITU in December of last year. And the Last Mile Internet Connectivity Solutions Guide really is a reference document that is meant to be used in considering options and addressing challenges in connecting underserved and marginalized communities. So if you go to this link, not only, of course, is there a full PDF, there's an interactive report, a case studies database, and a full presentation of over 100 slides. It's meant to be used in your engagements. when addressing last mile connectivity issues. What I just wanted to share was a couple of points from the last mile connectivity solutions guide. This is something that I had the privilege of working on closely with that to you. The first is really that this is meant to be a reference document to help address connectivity challenges. So what you find is a step-wise process to really go through and identify solutions. So the first step, of course, is identifying the communities, the individuals, and where they are geographically when it comes to the challenges of connectivity, service provision. And so there are a number of steps that we include there in terms of what are the things that need to be identified, including challenges in mapping, the type of methodologies to use in mapping, and then also what are the other ancillary infrastructure elements that should be mapped in concert with network infrastructure. Then you move to the second step, which is really about, okay, what are the existing solutions that are out there and how do you categorize them? How do you identify, okay, what are the main characteristics and trade-offs between these different interventions? And then you move to the third step, which then is sort of matching, okay, what are the constraints with the available solutions and identifying, okay, well, which solutions are sustainable based on constraints that have been identified in the previous steps. And then the fourth step really is about identifying or going into implementation of interventions and what are the options for those interventions. So this is the four-step process. A lot of documentation in the report itself that I encourage you to take a look at. And really the document serves as a reference material for the engagements that they have focused on last mile connectivity solutions development. And so this is just one example. Of course, with last mile network access, we're talking about everything that's in the right-hand side of this figure, but it serves as also a basis to level set between different participants in the conversation about how do we, what are we talking about? We talk about last mile access. How do you describe it to communications network? Just a couple more points from the last mile internet connectivity solutions guide. One is to share that, of course, when identifying the solutions, there are a number of different filters that are needed to determine. And the process goes through looking at, okay, what are the issues that we want to fulfill with regard to affordability, usage requirements, financial viability, overall structure of the entity that would be supporting in the deployment, and then sustainability of the model to ensure that the service continues into the future. And then just the last thing I'll share, this is a decision matrix that's included in the documentation. So just to share with you that the end goal of the solutions guide is to identify appropriate solutions based on a number of the different constraints. So I encourage you to take a look at the ITU's last mile internet connectivity solutions guide to support challenges in last mile access network deployment there in Papua New Guinea. And then the last thing I wanted to share with you was a different report that I had the pleasure of also working on that was launched earlier this year with the Asian Development Bank. And this is a focus on digital connectivity and low Earth orbit satellite constellations. And this is something that we're particularly keen on in the Pacific area, such as in Papua New Guinea and where I am in the Philippines, because of some of the geographic constraints that we have in terrestrial network deployments. The Philippines, we have over 7,000 islands and very rugged terrain. And so fiber deployments are particularly challenging for outer, more remote locations and islands. So, just to share a couple of comparisons, I think we're all familiar with geostationary or geosynchronous satellites. And of course, these are satellites that are placed in orbit that are about 36,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. These are the traditional satellites that we've been using for broadband. But there are challenges. Of course, the latency issue is a big one, as well as cost per satellites. And then I just wanted to point you down to the low Earth orbit. So there's a lot of excitement around low Earth orbit satellites. This is actually a technology that was tried back in the 1990s, but we're in a different place with regard to the cost of deployments, also in terms of the exponential demand for broadband that's different from back in the 1990s. But just to share a couple of key features when it comes to low Earth orbit. The first is that latency issues are not as as much of a gating factor because, of course, in low Earth orbit, satellites are sitting much closer to the Earth's surface, around 500 or basically 160 to 2,000 kilometers in altitude. But what this means is that in order to provide continuous satellite broadband connectivity in any given location, you need constellations that are hundreds or thousands to provide that sort of connectivity that's continuous in a location and around the world. So just something to consider, and we go into much more detail in the report. But what I wanted to share is why there's a lot of excitement around low Earth orbit and medium Earth orbit satellite broadband. And the first is because of the expectation of the amount of additional broadband of satellite bandwidth capacity that's going to be available because of these new constellations. So what you're looking at here is a chart of sellable capacity from satellite broadband from 2019 to 2021, and you can see that the number is increasing from 2.2 terabits per second to 5.4. But once you start to see the major low Earth orbit satellite constellations going into commercial deployment, the estimates really increased significantly from 5.4 terabits per second to anywhere between 25 to 40 terabits per second capacity. And so, you know, there's capacity is coming from a number of different places, as well as new GEO and MEO constellations. It's not just LEO, but you know, these numbers are estimates from different places. But what's exciting about this is the fact that with the increase in the supply of satellite bandwidth capacity, we do expect a concurrent drop in the price of satellite bandwidth. At least that's the hope for being able to provide a higher capacity and lower cost, higher quality of service connections to more underserved areas. I won't go into a lot of the detail here, and this is a chart, or you know, that number. This chart was accurate as of May earlier this year, but since the intervening months, we've seen a number of more satellite launches, and so. But just to share and just to show you briefly that between SpaceX Starlink, OneWeb, Telesat, and then Amazon Project Kuiper coming along, there are a number of other LEO satellite constellations as well. But there's this expectation that there's going to be a lot of satellite bandwidth capacity that's going to be put into orbit, and this could significantly change the dynamics with regard to last mile access and connectivity. So with that, let me close. I'm a minute or two over. I apologize, I'm not able to be there live, but there's a lot of information here, and I hope this short presentation was useful for the purposes of the discussion, and I'm available to share more. This is my email address. Thank you very much to the organizers for the opportunity to participate today by video. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that wraps up the access and connectivity solutions and promoting a more inclusive internet for the thematic area #1. Thank you very much, everyone. Sorry, we had a lot of people to go through, so we've gone over time. So no questions or answers. We'll thank you for participating. We'd like to thank all our speakers online and offline and in here. If everyone, just a round of applause. Big thank you to everyone, all our speakers for coming. And we'll be breaking for lunch now. Thank you.
Summit. We're coming to you live from APEC Haus, Port Moresby. We've had a very interesting and engaging session in thematic area number 1, which covered access, connectivity, and a more inclusive internet. Our next thematic area number 2, is to do with governance and project management. We only have one participant here, so our session will be quite short. And this is to look at strategies for strengthening governance and accountability. Now, project management within public service is a challenge. We have institutions that are in place like PLAG, or including other institutions that have worked towards building capacity within public service to manage projects. In the private sector, you've got project management units, and you've got fixed frameworks that are there. Thank you. So in the private sector, there's a lot more resourcing, a lot more frameworks that are in place. The public service was inherently not for efficiency, but was for control. So here we are trying to implement digital transformation, which is essentially trying to transform a culture or a system within public service that is not tuned for efficiency. So how do we do that? That's why this thematic area, especially with the rapid growth of ICT and technologies in our space, how do you manage a project? Do you manage it the same way as you would in a road construction or another major infrastructure? Because by the time you build a digital infrastructure or project, it becomes obsolete given the technology that is available. Hence, this thematic area has this very important part to play in digital transformation. So my name is Russell Waruba, and I'll be our moderator. The good thing about my part is I only have one participant, and that is Mr. Nixon Koma, who is the IT manager for the National Procurement Commission. This is the commission that is responsible for procurement of large contracts on behalf of the state. So I would like to welcome Nixon. Nixon, are you online?
Yes, can you see me?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Nixon. We are so glad that you're able to join us. Please pass our sincere thanks to our good CEO, Mr. Bole, for giving you the opportunity to speak. I shall hand it over to you. Please feel free to come in. We can have an interactive sort of discussion, but I'll let you go first, and then we should be able to bring our conversation in the next 10 minutes to a close. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Master of Ceremony. Thank you also to the participants and the speakers, the previous speakers. Also, thank you to our good minister in the ICT space, Mr. Masiu, Honorable Masiu, and the CEOs and executives that are actually watching right now at the APEC Haus. And actually, I didn't actually prepare anything today, but I will actually speak on the functions that we actually going to roll out as far as the project management and here the tendering management is concerned. As we all know, National Procurement Commission is started from by Act of Parliament in 2018, and was previously called Central Supplies and Tender Board. So we just in operation in just over 2 years, and as far as the infrastructure is concerned in the ICT space, we are actually putting in hardware, software. We are just getting off the ground, and also we are just slowly getting off the ground as far as funding is concerned, because funding comes in drips and drops from the government. So we have some key projects to actually work on to address this issue of digitalizing or bringing digitalizing some of the programs or the common procurement activities that happens at the National Procurement Commission. So I'm just going to slowly talk to you through on what we are doing as the IT section at the Commission to address the manual process that happens as far as procurement process is concerned. Firstly, we, as far as the project management and e-tendering, the tendering process is concerned, most of the activities that is happening historically from CSTB days till currently is happening manually. So when manually things are tenders are processed, because as far as our core business of the day is actually procure for the government. So the government means the agencies, department. So we procure on behalf of the other like agencies and departments on behalf of the government of the country. So we are talking about volumes in millions of kilos, projects in millions of kilos, and it's open to, of course, it's open to, when you talk about millions of kilos, it's open to deals under the table, corruption, there's a lot of things can happen when they see money. So that's where we come in, and we are actually working on, we just started working on a project called e-procurement or e-tendering system. And we hope that in the long run, it will address the issue of corruption, manipulation, deals under the table. Because when you do things like we do currently or historically that we have done, as far as CFTD and National Procurement Commission is concerned, there were a lot of implications that came this way because of millions of kina is involved in the government funding. So in order to do that, we are developing or we are working towards having a system which will be in the cloud, which is called procurement e-tendering system, which will be in the cloud, and everything that is happening manually, all the procurement process that is happening manually right now will be online, or it will be when it's online, it will be transparent. So the first, the e-procurement solution will be involved in tender evaluation, things like tender evaluation. The first process will be, of course, the tender process, pre-tender process will happen online with the e-procurement solution. And we also intend to have, and then the next thing is the tender submissions by the suppliers. And then, of course, the tender evaluation. And then, of course, the administration part of the tender, or the administration part of management part of the tender process. And of course, the security of the documents that come in. And of course, the online negotiations that will happen. So we're trying to get away from man-to-man or human contact in the procurement process to avoid corruption, manipulation, and influence. And then also, in the solution, we hope in the solution, the e-procurement solution, the e-tendering solution, we hope to bring about transparent and a very configurable system, which means we will have single or multi-use users or cover. We will have open limited tenders. We will have single or multiple work items. Things like joint venture or single bidding. It will allow for that. It will allow for suppliers to withdraw rebidding process setup. We will allow for all the other things like manual shortlisting, and all that will be done by electronic means online. And also shortlisting of potential bidders will happen online. And we will also set up users to actually, as far as suppliers and also our procurement officers will have actually set up users according to their responsibilities and their line of work. Also, the system we hope to see is secure and safe. More like we'll have secret digital password and certificate to actually log into the system. Very secret, highly encrypted login on the system. And we intend to have secure socket layer or SSO enabled data transmission will happen online in the cloud. And we also intend to have digital signing of tender documents by the publisher. We also intend to have signed documents by the display to supplier along with signatures of verifications from our office to the suppliers. All those documents will be supplied, this to sign, and it will be online for the suppliers to actually access those documents that they normally pay for here at our office. And also, we intend to publish documents. Okay, like we say, temporary electric with hash coding matching, like there will be flags or coding with the codings where warnings or alerts will pop up when there's illegal activities happening as far as online tender process is happening. So if someone wants to actually come in and actually pick up a document for free or illegally pick up a document online. So we will have safe and secure system. The system that we intend to roll out, we intend to have that kind of system. Also, the system we intend to have will have, tender opening functionalities that happen normally manually here at the office, at the National Procurement Office. We intend to have those tender opening functionalities online so that the suppliers will actually get it online and not physically coming to the office. So, like opening of tenders by designated officers, upon opening date and time, they'll actually happen that online. Okay, we'll have big, PEC Haus and schedule, provision of multiple openers, evaluations and approval provisions that will happen online will set criteria. We will have, auto approval or rejects of, tenders or quotations that come in. That'll happen online through set criteria of flagging. And we will also have a technical, online technical scope basis for comparison of bidders to select potential bidders and drop those who are unsuccessful. We will drop them. That will all happen online without human interaction or human manipulation. Yeah, so and of course the admin functionalities of the system will probably be asking how safe the system is going to be. Like, is it going to be safe? How it's going to be administered? Yes, it will be. And we are looking at two kinds of system, whether to house database here locally on the premises, or they use the suppliers can access, or the public can access it online in the cloud. Or
so it's
the second is we intend to house the database.
The hybrid system.
Yeah, in the cloud, the hybrid system in the cloud, and the users can actually access that in the cloud. So what we're trying to bring about is a solution where going to a digital solution for the tender process. Because at the moment we see that a lot of blame, a lot of manipulation, a lot of corruption, and it's been happening in the past historically from CSTB. And there's a lot of talk about because it's a public funding, government funding. So we're talking about millions of kids and donor funding. They come in, and they come in. We process the tenders on behalf of the agencies and departments. So what we're trying to bring about is a solution, a hybrid solution in the cloud, where no suppliers will have human contact with our procurement officers. So everything that happens between a supplier or a bidder and our procurement officers will happen either online in the cloud, no human contact. So that's the kind of system we want to bring. And in the end, we try to bring about a very transparent and corruption-free system where everything will happen and it will be a fair playing field for everybody. So that's.
Oh, well, yeah, thank you, Nick.
I haven't prepared anything. That's all I have. And I hope to. Yeah. Keep on.
Thank you very much. It's, I believe for the benefit of everyone, we are building a digital tendering solution for the whole country, which is packed under the National Procurement Commission, and it depersonalizes and it removes elements of corruption. And this is the biggest value for what we're trying to do. It's very interesting. You have progressed your specifications and your solution architecture. Have you progressed that?
Yes, we just started the business. Yes, we've actually secured funding because of the funding that we got from government is very small for such a major project.
Okay.
So we actually went after with national planning, and we did a submission for a PAT sort of a project, so public investment project, and we have secured some good funding that we asked, and we actually secured it for the next 5 years. So it is a multi-year project that we secured funding for national planning, and we've started with this year. We've actually started the groundwork, so we're working towards it. And next year, we hope to see the solution in place. Not in place for users to use, but the project will start commence next year, early next year.
Excellent, excellent. Well, this is very exciting. Procurement is a challenge all of us have in the public service. I believe for any agency now in government, if you wish to, if your budget, I believe Secretary lands, if you go over 500,000, then you must attach a work plan, and then it goes to the National Procurement Council, and then they put it through the process. But now with this system that is envisaged for us, we will be automating that process. As you rightfully said, must be secure, must have redundancy, high availability, all the key elements of a good system. And Nixon, we commend you and the leadership of our good CEO, Mr. Bole, for this initiative, and we believe that it will add efficiency and transparency into how contracts are being. This is public fund, and I believe our people deserve a good system by which taxpayers' money is put to good use. So thank you very much. Do you have any last words you wish to say before we end this session, and then we'll go to our next thematic area?
Yes, the last word I have is actually after joining National Procurement Commission some 2 years ago, actually to bring about this project. So I really want to see this project get off the ground, and it'll be something good for me and for the country and for the departments, for the government of the country. So that transparency will be there for the country, so that money was spent on a particular project.
Yes. Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much, Nixon. I'm sure we'll all put our hands together for the good work that the National Procurement Commission is doing. Thank you. Please pass our sincere greetings to our good CEO. Tell him he's doing a great job, Mr. Bole. And please feel free to drop by to our new office. It's just opposite Boroko Motors there. And then we can have some conversations should you need any assistance from us going with your evaluation or your design or all this. The department is here to support.
Thank you. Thank you.
This as well. Thank you. Thank you, Nixon. We wish you a blessed afternoon, and please feel free to join us for the rest of the day as well. Thank you. That was Mr. Nixon Koma, our IT manager for the National Procurement Council, and they're doing a wonderful job digitizing the procurement process, procurement system, so that we've got transparency and visibility into how government funds is used for the procurement of goods and services. I believe for our sector as well, ICT sector, much of the investments that we have, they are well over 500,000. I can assure you that. So there are some creative ways in which people do circumvent the process. So I believe this will really put some governance mechanism in place for us so that we can best deliver services for our country and our people. Much of the assets that we procure in our sector, in the ICT sector, have a high because of technology changes. So therefore, we believe this system, which the National Procurement Commission has gone ahead to design, will address and will factor in this kind of measures in the procurement of our goods and services. Thank you those who have just joined us on our live feed on NBC and on our Internet Society page. NBC, we're doing a simulcast on TV and radio, also on our social media pages, Internet Society. Thank you for joining us. Please, if you have questions, feedback, notes that you wish for us to consider into our policy paper, which we are doing for the National ICT Policy, feel free to do so. Those who have submitted your comments and feedback, please do not be disheartened if we do not respond. We have taken note of this, and they will be put together and then compiled, and we'll do our best to respond as soon as we can. Well, we shall now transition into our next thematic area, and that's thematic area number 3, e-government application. And I'll invite my colleague, Mr. Jack Tomon, to come forward and to moderate this session. Mr. Tomon is a veteran in the industry. I came as a graduate, started off at Telecom, and he was our mobile manager. He's the one who built the first mobile network in this country. And we are very, very fortunate to have him in the department. We're very privileged as young folks coming through and working underneath Mr. Tomon. So Mr. Tomon, please, if you can take this and then invite our next team of panelists on the matter of e-government application. Thank you, Mr. Tomon.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Sec Woroba. As he's already introduced me, I will be taking care of the afternoon session, and our focus will be on e-government services. For this afternoon session, we have joining us presentation from the department itself. On the program, you would see that it's Deputy Secretary, but that is being changed to our Executive Manager, Digital Government and Set Services, Mr. Robert Asari. And following that, we have the pleasure of having with us here the Secretary for Lands, who will be joining us as the second speaker. And we just have yet to confirm the third speaker. The presentation from DJAC won't be happening today. So with that, I'll just go ahead to introduce our discussion for today. Now, e-government services is actually a key focus of the department for the government on what we want to achieve as a digital transformation in the digital transformation process that we are going through. Now, digital transformation is not only technologies or relating to technologies. It is about transforming the process, the business, and the people and the culture of how government, and for this case, we're talking about focusing on e-government with government services, how they will, we will use or harness the ICT capabilities on hand with the advancement of technology that has been happening over time, and to use those to improve the government services that is currently the challenges that every government is faced with. Now, I'll start this presentation by introducing what are the key, maybe some of the key questions or policy questions we have. So the first question is, what can we do or what can be done to enable whole of government integration, interoperability, and coordination to transform the public sector using digital technology? Following that, the other important policy question we have is, what are the key infrastructures and services that will enable integration and interoperability in the public sector, and also enabling that across the society? And the other important question that we have as a government is, with technology, but without people, we won't be successful in the digital transformation. So, and some of the other question that comes to our mind is, where can or what can government do in terms of influencing education, the health, and supporting the cause of the digital transformation that needs to happen in the public sector? So that these are some of the key policy questions that we have, and we'd like to now invite the presenters, so that then we will hear from them what they think around this. So with that in mind, I'll invite our two presenters. Please, those they are here, they'll join me on. And I'll invite the first presenter, Mr. Robert Asari, Executive Manager, Digital Government and Set Services, to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tomon. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and also talk about digital services. We're in the government, in the department. We're very passionate about how we will transform and actually enable government and the services to actually reach our people. And it's our passion, and I'm fortunate to be here talking about the way or how we think in a strategic manner in trying to address these issues. So without further ado, I'll go into my presentation. This presentation is basically a high-level strategic overview of how we see digital transformation and how the services we envision that is going to have impact on our social and address our socio-economic issues. The digital government services, the department is looking at a whole of government approach, and sustainability is very key. And we're trying to, we're seeing it as a very key aspect of digital transformation, and how we bring in technology and how we manage the technology and how we improve on it and going forward. So without further ado, we will present continue on. So how are we seeing digital transformation and the type of services that will enable this growth or this digital transformation we're talking about? We look at it at different principles. Principle of sustainability is very key if you start talking about technology. Obviously, we bring in technology and there are different aspects to it, the people aspect of it, the financial aspect of it, the value aspect of it as it grows. But how do we address it? So the government, through the department, is looking at this very strategically and trying to see all the holistic issues that affect digital development. So where do we take the cue and to drive this agenda? We go back to the sustainable development goals within the sector and look at it. How do we address ICT? But not only looking at technology, but looking at every aspect in agriculture, health. Everything is interconnected in essence, in some manner. And technology is cross-cutting. It's converging right now, and it's addressing most of the issues. The global economy is driving towards that. So when we looked at it, we have found an underlying factor. So we have SDG goals in agriculture, health, and education. And these are sector development goals driven by different sectors in the agriculture sector, health sector. For example, we have the COVID-19 incident, the pandemic, and how are we addressing it? We realize that technology is very, very, very critical and crucial in this place, because we can monitor, we can actually analyze the transmission rate, we can have all these different services that can enable us to actually have policy intervention and understand the transmission rate of COVID-19. But you come to realize that some of the technology that we are using can be reused in other sectors as well, in agriculture for that matter, in education. So how does it work? So you look at high impact use cases, and I reference this from the sustainable ITU and the sustainable development SDG goals on the documentation that was put together by Digital Alliance. And you look at it, if we talk about certain high impact government services, for example, health for that matter, if we start talking about the registration of patients, newborn child, a mother, or a sick person for that matter, the same data entry is done by agriculture, by a farmer is registered. They have same functionality, but different application in different. So if you look at it, they're reusable. So now we reference back to the digital principles of having sustainability and the technology that is reusable, but open also for scalability purpose. So now if you look at it, the government and how we're strategizing is looking at these high impact areas or these services, and now looking at the different workflows. Workflows are basically the business processes and how different technology or how you duplicate or say technology just to digitize the business processes. And at the bottom, you see different ICT blocks. And these ICT blocks are very important because now we can target specific technology. For example, the National ID project is a very critical and reusable block because it can be used for health services, can be used for agriculture, for farmer registration. It can be used for education also to verify students going into schools. Functionality is the same, but the technology, the application is in different sector. So strategically, if you look at it, if we start building blocks for specific agriculture projects, but reusing that building block to look at health, looking at education, we actually build a platform, right? And then government reduces the need to actually duplicate similar technology for different sectors again. That's reducing cost one, but efficiency, bringing up control and security, very important security. So that's the principles of reusable building blocks. So our strategy now is to look at, okay, what are the core building blocks in the country? What are the issues? Take a stock take of where we are and how do we go from here on? What do we improve and how do we advance in terms of technology? And we're looking at building blocks as a very critical part of it.
Once we have building blocks built in there, we will have a proliferation of technology that can now integrate different government services to interoperate, talk to each other, but deliver. So we reduce investment, financial investment by the government on these different building blocks or technology. So I also took this out from the DIAL investment framework, just to give a perception or perspective of why it's important. 70% of all the applications that is run for this matter, let's say in the government, is reusable, right? So you look at different government data that is captured by different agencies are actually similar in terms of its functionality, but application is different across the agriculture sector, the health and education. So they put together a very good data together, and this is not reference data, but this is based on study that they have carried out. So I've changed that into our perspective of in Kenya. So you have 18 million project investment for 14 different digital pilot projects across the sectors. Example, there are 14. And we're looking at average cost user, that's about 2,571 Kenya per user for that different technology. If we scale that up to 1 million users, we're looking at 2.5 billion plus investment in terms of the technology that is built for different sector across. But the sustainable approach in which we bring that cost down to 855 Kina per citizen that user. And the total scale project up to 1 million users for the citizens is around almost 800 million. And if you do the mathematics, you will realize that we save almost 1 billion plus in investment into the technology. So this is a more sustainable approach. And everyone will agree that reusing the technology and bringing down cost also is very important. One, because you have control over it also. And then you use that over different sectors also. So you have security and concentrated of different experts managing those security aspects of the technology. So how are we looking at it? So I've done this presentation earlier on, I guess, in the Business Council and everything. So currently, we have decentralized infrastructure. We have for example, I put this just to give an example only. It may not really depict what is out there, but if you look at it, we're saying that, okay, the national ID has its own infrastructure, servers, data centers, and the network, and the service lies on the top, which is the ID and ID system. And then we have the passport services that's running on its own again. They have their own infrastructure, servers, and network. So two different services running on different and disparate infrastructure. How we are looking at it is to identify those key building blocks and bring those together so that we can reuse the same technology and share it across different, thus shared services. So now if we look at it, infrastructure, we have the coaxial cable, which can be reused for every other sector also. We have data centers. We look at the data center as a central point for data repositories or also running services on. So we have those core fundamental infrastructure, and then the shared services, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a very key issue, but a key issue in the country now. As we talk about development, we talk about security aspect of it. Obviously, bringing in more technology, bringing in unforeseen threats into our information space. So cybersecurity is very critical, but how do we address it? We cannot decentralize cybersecurity capability and experts around the country. We do not have the capacity. How do we do it? Bring everybody together, bring all the experts into one table, but have a centralized approach to addressing cybersecurity through a coordinated approach. And we also have cloud technology and the data exchange platforms. Data exchange is very important. Data is a critical asset for the country. Thus, cybersecurity plays a vital role because we're trying to protect the data. So data becomes very important, but how do you use the data? Simple. Every data that is generated at the moment in the country now, some of it is exchanged, these assumptions, and most of it is disparate, and they're on siloed, different infrastructure. If we start sharing the data, we can make sense. We can actually have holistic information, data analytics, bringing out issues, talking about or projections on financial and our economy, our agriculture sector, can actually predict using different technologies. So now if we look at it, if we can have these fundamental pieces there, then we can have all the services at the top layer integrated and start talking together so that they have a holistic data, holistic approach, holistic data to actually provide that information to the users and the citizens, and also for policymakers and the government in terms of policy interventions using data to drive the policy agendas. So the department has actually looked at 3 critical fundamental pieces: infrastructure, core infrastructure. And fundamentally, we are looking at the government cloud. The government cloud to hold that services, host that services, one, to reduce cost. And why cloud is very important is because government departments are now spending hefty amount of money to pay for infrastructure, servers for that matter, SLAs to monitor and to make sure that the data, the infrastructure doesn't go down. So now you have to employ more expertise to actually manage that infrastructure. But why not bring everybody together? Because government is an entity, as one, and have those expertise centralized so that they manage different SLAs where it matters. So infrastructure is very important, fundamental piece. And then we have capability. Capability is basically the building blocks I was talking about earlier on that enables you to do different functionality. Artificial intelligence is a capability. We could reuse that artificial intelligence for different business processes and different applications. For example, NID, for example, is a very critical infrastructure at the moment because it's citizen data. It could be used to verify citizens. If you go to your health services, you know, I'm Robert, and that's Robert. He has the sickness. You can trace me for immigration purposes. So we're looking at capability, and we've identified that data exchange is very critical. Thus, we're looking at the secure data exchange a project, and we envision that we have all these projects start having some MVP by next year. And then we have the services, the e-government portal. The e-government portal plays 2 critical functions. One is access to information. What is the government doing? Where they're going? How are they spending the citizens or the money in the country, for example? So it's basically information medium where government can actually push information to a central point where citizens, businesses, and other governments can have access to and be informed. And the second critical part of it is the e-government services. Now, once we start having those services, we should have a centralized place where those services could be easily and readily available, or you can be directed from one central point to the specific services. So the e-government portal is a very, very important project that we also envision, and we're hoping to have that MVP up as soon as possible by next year. And these are the key the project that the department is looking at for the whole of government, and it's a whole of government approach because then we're trying to use these same building blocks to address all of the issues across the government. So the e-government portal, access to service, digital service. The e-government portal is a portal or interfaces government services to the citizens, to the business, and to other governments also. So for example, EL services, it will be for ease of access. For example, if I was going to go and check on my kids' health status, I should know where to go at the first place and I go to the e-government portal and gives me a direction to go there, and then gives me all the information, statistics that is not related to health, but those associated to health. So this is a very critical services that we are seeing that if we have these 3 fundamental pieces put together and start having those out, then we can start spinning off services and building blocks to address all the other issues the government is facing, and hoping that we address most of the sectoral issues going forward. So I guess this comes to the end of my presentation. I appreciate your time also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Asari. What I'll suggest is we'll keep the questions until the end of the presentation by each presenter. So without further ado, I'll invite our Secretary for Department of Lands and Physical Planning, Mr. Benjamin Sampson, to give us his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moon.
First of all, I'm very humbled to be here because when I received the letter, I just got my stuff. I said, just make communication and say, I just want to say something in that summit. And I'm thank you to Secretary Mataneo and Deputy Russell for giving me this opportunity to say something for and on behalf of my department. My presentation basically will be in 3 parts. I have a PowerPoint, but I just like to talk out of my brain, if you like, from my mind. So it's in 3 parts. Basically, just first part is just a history of, how land has come about, especially to do with ICT and all this. Since ICT came into existence. The second part is what our system is at the moment and what we intend to, where we intend to go using ICT. So I think let me also say that lands development is one that we are using at the moment. Well, from the outset, all of us know, and all of us have read and viewed that lands department is one of the most corrupt departments in this country. And I like the challenge, and while you have the challenge, it's an opportunity also for you to do something to eradicate that name tag, or at least somehow minimize it. And the way I see it, the only way to do that is to use technology. So that's why I'm excited to be here, and maybe I can tell our friends from ICT, and also I'm excited because it's now time for government, and especially with ICT department taking the lead, for us to come up with a framework on how respective government agency like lands department must have our system. There must be a guide as to where we want to go and what we need to do and how we want to use and harness technology as we progress into the future. So lands department, initially we had what is to call PNG list, just PNG land information system. It was just a database system that we had. And then all of you might have heard of, then we migrated that database into LAGIS, Land and Geographical Information System. That was basically, it was just to keep record and just the payment part of it, where we send our invoices or our bills and people pay and we keep a record. And thereafter, in about 2009, the department decided that we should look for a different new system. So the new system we came about was property and rating. We engaged Technology One of Australia, the same company that did the IFMS system of our country. And we done some work, but for some reason, we never progressed into having an automated system. So about 2 years ago, when I took office, I said, look, because of the name tag and then whatever the classification that lands has been, we need to look for a different product. So we sourced around, and I sent my officers. They went to those agencies, government agencies that had a system. And one that interested me was that the system that ICA is using at the moment, the online visa payment and all that. So we decided to ask those who did the build the system for immigration come and do a presentation, and I think we managed to tell them what we want them to do for us. So that's just a history. So at the moment, our system, and the next part is what our system is. Our system is, there's 2 parts to our system. The one is the Go Lands that we have. It's the one that the officers are uploading, doing things behind the scene. And one that is visible to our clients is called eLens. So we have this eLens system, where at the moment we are only, there's only one module that our system is basically in two parts. One is the go lens that the officers are doing things big. And the one that's visible is called the eLens. So at the moment we are only using lens department is called different business processes, highly technical. Like you have the surveying, you have the title, you have the physical planning, you have the valuation, you have the allocation. So we are just trying our best to use technology to just link all those business processes together. So that's what we are doing. But the module that the business process or the module that we are using now on this e-government platform is the receipting and the billing and receipting. So that's the one we are using at the moment, where you go online if you are a property owner, which I am also encouraging everyone to register online and go and so you pay your fees online, your land rentals, any other fees that you want to pay in relation to or related to land, you go online, you create an account, and the system is designed in a way that is know your user. So if you want to become a user, you must, like, we require valid identification like NID, driver's license, and then the owner is the person that is registering is linked to a property. So you must also indicate your property. So you are, when what is done, you are yourself, you are seeing your property, the history of it. If you are paying any fees, or in this for instance land rentals, the system automatically reconciles itself. So you immediately get a receipt, and you know how much you owed. And as the CEO, as the secretary, I have visibility to the system, so I can see how much money is collected each day, and that money is swept across to considerable revenue. So that's our system. Our partner, of course, is NewPay. We have partnered with NewPay, and the bank that we are using to sweep the money through is Guinea Bank. So we have a merchant agreement with Guinea Bank, and also our agreement was cleared by our engagement of NewPay, cleared by State Solicitor, and it's been endorsed by NEC. So our system was in fact launched by Prime Minister Honorable James Marape August of last year. So we are 1 year into using the system now, just a little over 1 year. So where do we intend to go from here? We have currently there's two systems that is concurrently working. One is the eLens system. The other one is called the property and rating. The property and rating will be uploaded onto the eLens system maybe in about 6 months, where at the moment the officers are already using the property and rating, where if you have done a survey, you lodge your survey, and the survey is registered through that property and rating system. So, and then once the survey is registered, the surveyor whose officer does that, you will send that, you will alert the land allocation to start processing the land for allocation now, and then go to the valuation for valuation, and then eventually to the land board, and then over to the titles for registration. So everything is in the system. So we are anticipating that within 6 months, we will upload that system onto our eLens. So whoever is registered online, you can see it, you can have visibility. But of course, you'll be restricted to doing whatever that you're not supposed to be doing in the system. So that's one part that I want us to achieve, and the other, maybe 2 to 3 years down the line, we want to have electronic title system. So there's no hard title that you will carry around, because when we are doing, the good thing about technology, of course, is you eradicate for us lands. I think 3 things that it clearly come to my mind that the system has accomplished for us is, one is the eradication of corruption. So if you go in the system and do something, the system obviously will identify who did whatever and all this. And one is more friendly, and we are doing away with too much time. People are coming and standing, a lot of queues, all this. So the next one is, I want the system is so that we are giving confidence to our investors, especially and our property developers, the bankers, because 3 years time, if we do have the electronic titles, the banks, they don't need to go and physically do assets at the lands department. They just go online. They just go online and just confirm if the title is whoever is applying for a loan is the registered property owner. That's it. So that's basically what we are doing. So the other thing is, we are now the system can report. The current system, we can produce reports. You can go in and lodge your complaints, all this. So I think I'm excited. I'm excited because I think with the guidance of our friends from the ICT department, we can at least work together to achieve the government agenda of the overall e-government, sharing of data, all this. So in fact, already I'm talking to Chief Commissioner at IRC for us to share data because, for him to have visibility to our system. Because we have been having people that have been avoiding paying the true and proper correct tax on stamp duties, those who buy and sell property. So those are some of the discussions we're having with our friends. Maybe in the near future, PNG Power, where people have been doing putting illegal power connections, all these things. So that's. But I'm just honored to be here and just to tell all of you and those who are listening and seeing online and on the different platforms that e-government use of technology is the way forward. When we started our system, the COVID-19 came, and I think we were one of the departments that we continue to do business because people could go and log online and pay the fees and see whatever they need to do. So we have, like, all the banks have now registered one of the few super fund, the Defense Force Retirement Benefit Fund. They have registered almost all the properties online. So I think that's a plus to them and us for working together to achieve that. I think that's basically what I needed to say, but like I said earlier, this gives us an opportunity to work together. So, and hopefully we can come up with a policy framework as soon as possible, so it will guide us, especially other agencies like myself, but now we must utilize whatever system that we have. It must be harmonious to the actual overall government policy on ICT. I think I'm so. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Let's join our hands together and give another round of applause to Secretary, please. Thank you for the two very important discussions already happening. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions on this. Land is at heart for Papua New Guineans, and we're very happy to listen to a department and a leader of a department that has taken the initiative on hand and has driven implementation. And that is exactly why we are gathering here today, is to help support this type of development. And obviously, his implementation is going ahead of policies, but this is where we are now coming together and sharing the ideas and then seeing how best we can take what worked and fix what has not worked. So we'll come to more conversation around that, and I'm sure we may have questions on that, but I'll call on to our third presenter if he's available online. That is Mr. Gordon Wafimbi, Deputy Secretary Program, DIRP, Program Implementation. Do we have him online? Okay, so I get a note that it's not online. So we have time to go into a brief Q&A, and I'll give that opportunity for any questions. For those who are following online, please ensure that you put your questions into the relevant chat box if you're following through NBC channel or Department of Communication Facebook streaming and NICTA Facebook streaming. Please put in the questions. We're taking note of all the questions that's coming in. We may not be able to cover everything, but we're definitely taking those questions home, and we will be taking those into the policy conversation that will be happening. So, I hear that our third presenter is now come online. So, Mr. Gordon Wafimbi, can you hear me? Mr. Wafimbi, can you hear me? We'll just give him a moment. If he does come online, then just switch him on. So, yeah, Mr. Wafimbi is from the Department of Rural Development, and he will be presenting to us. I think we probably lost him there. So we'll go ahead with the questions if any questions, and then if he does come online, then we'll get him on board. If I may check on our social media team who are collecting the questions, do we have any questions from our two presenters? So we'll also at this stage invite questions from our audience if that is possible. But before, whilst we're thinking about that, then I think just recapping on what Secretary has presented, the use of ICT technology in this case in the digital services that enable land to digitalize its process, and also the data that sits there is a very, very good example for what we've been speaking about. And the benefits of that is what we see, as he has mentioned, is it puts out all the, it helps to deal with the corrupt practices as he has identified and has taken a bold step to address that, helps on the payment collections for the settlement of those the land dues. And also, I think the other point that he has mentioned is to for the reporting. So now he's able to, using the technology and the what has been done is to have reports online and on time as he needs that. And that is very important. And I think in doing so, he's also building historical data that he can approach investors or the government to support the progress of what he has done. So those are, I think, the main key points that I've noted from that. And think on this point, I must say that that is a very good use case for other agencies, department who's thinking, who may be sitting online, thinking whether should I wait or should I start something. I think our department's direction is if you have something that you think needs to work and it meets the immediate business requirement, we must start, and will allow the policy directions to catch up. That's the nature of the technology or the digital space that we all live in. With that, I'm not sure if our third speaker has come back online. If not, then without that now, I'll ask you to join me again, thanking our two presenters. And as I mentioned, if there are questions, comments that is directed to our presenters, we'll allow that to be collated offline, and then we'll deal with that. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time. There's a slight change to our program. The session B of the program is not happening as our presenters are not able to join us this afternoon due to circumstances beyond our control. So I will move forward to still on thematic area 3, but session C of our program. So with that, I'd like to just ask our facilitator if we do have our presenters online. So Mr. Lewok. So I am told that we have Mr. Lewok online to join us in this session. So without any further ado, I will invite Mr. Leszek Lewok, who is the CEO of PCG Academic, to join us this afternoon. Mr. Lewok, can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining, Mr. Lewok. The floor is now yours.
Okay, so thank you very much. Let me just, reschedule my timing. I am like 9 hours behind you, so like it's 20 to 6 a.m. in my place. I will just start my presentation and share the screen so we can follow it. So thank you very much for inviting me for this summit, and I am supposed to talk to you about one system that is running in Papua New Guinea for like 4 years now. Just give me 1 second to start the PowerPoint. Okay, could you just confirm that you can see now my presentation, please?
Yes, we see it. Confirm we can.
Okay, so thank you very much. So one more time, my name is Leszek Lewok, and I have honor of working with Department of Higher Education or Higher Education Research, Science and Technology now for 4 years in your wonderful country. And in the beginning of my presentation, I would like to give you some feedback information that you already, of course, know by heart, how important is your education system to the country. So you will see on this slide like 3 pyramids of the population distribution in the country, in your region. So like the first one is Papua New Guinea. In the middle, we've got New Zealand, and Australia is on the right side. So as you see, Papua New Guinea is growing. So if we will check the basic number, out of 100 people overall living in those three countries, 210, so 20%, lives in Papua New Guinea. But if we will check how many of the 18 years old, so actually of the age group that is kind of finishing the secondary education and going potentially to the higher education, then it's almost 1/3. So you see that this pyramid is much wider in Papua New Guinea in the bottom. So if we look at the people who are now exactly 18 years old, so like 1/3 of the population of Papua New Guinea, New Zealand and Australia lives in Papua New Guinea. But out of 1,000 tertiary students in those three countries, only 18 are in Papua New Guinea. This is, of course, connected with the resources, with the number of places available, but it really shows how crucial it is to properly utilize the available resources to make sure that they are used in the best effort. So ahead of 2018, we had like the national selection for higher education. And as you see, it was the gathering of people from all universities. They were going through a lot of papers that students were filling and submitting to institutions. And that's how the higher education was kind of processed till 2017. And if you will see this gentleman with the microphone in the middle of this picture, you may recognize him as one of the person who opened this meeting, so the Secretary of Department of ICT. Then he was working in Department of Higher Education, and he came with a kind of idea to change it. So in 2017, there was the decision to go online with the selection system, which was introduced in October that year. And but then the paper forms were already being filled, but there was online interface for the selectors and a very good app, well, like the best algorithm used for selecting students, Gay-Shapley algorithm employed for this. So it all went well, and as you see, the same person, so like Secretary Stephen Matainahu now is initiating and running the online selection system in 2017. So the results of it were quite significant. So first of all, we achieved full transparency of the process. Well, my predecessor mentioned that the system allows to kind of make sure that there is no corruption. So, well, exactly. What we did was that everyone could check who was selected, why, what was the reason, and there were no other reasons but the students' ability and as proved by the exams. We received like stable matching, so no one could say, oh, why I was not selected, I am a better fit to this institution. No, Gay-Shapley algorithm was fixing it. And of course, there was no need to like fly in people to Port Moresby. So they all, well, they met then for some time, but it was only like half an hour. It was mostly connected with things that they wanted to see for themselves how it works. And there were no missed students. So everyone who qualified was selected. So the next steps that was introduced was 2018. And this was exactly a very, very kind of bold step when the Department of Higher Education decided to go online and to request students not to really work with those paper forms, but go online and check the system, apply to it with an online session. But you know, of course, department has a lot of concerns about the availability in the system, particularly to the students in rural areas. So the most important question is, can we go online for all the students in the country where only 11% of population goes online. So this was the data that was like currently taken from Internet World Stats. So, you know, is it possible to request all the students to apply online with without actually, you know, risking some inequality issues? So there was a plan B established for paper-based application. And when we initially designed the system, the expectation by the department and by us was that like 20% of candidates and 40% of secondary schools would work on a paper base in 2018. But so what happened next was that Dihurst team, and this is, I must say, the most important thing in deploying of this system. It's not how the system was designed, but how it was kind of deployed. So the Dihurst team went to all but 2 secondary schools in 2018. It was fortunately, well, 2 years ahead of COVID, so they were able to go to all the secondary schools in the country and just give them the information about the system. They put a huge effort to work on the social media, and they really managed to visit and they were able to go to everyone. And this chart is something which I might say is a proof of how successful their effort was. So you will see on this chart the number of students who applied online in certain moment of the time. Always the online application commences in the kind of second half of August. So you see that in 2020, so on 21st of August, it commenced in 2018. In 2019, started almost at the same time. In 2021, so this year, we started like on 25th of August, and only in 2020, so the year when the COVID really commenced and there was a huge delay, there were lockdowns in both schools and higher education, then the situation, we started like in the end of September. But as you see, every year this kind of chart goes up quite high, and we are reaching like 28,000 school leavers. The total number of school leavers in the country is around 28,500, 29,000. We are talking about K-12 school leavers, so grade 12 school leavers. So we are making it possible to everyone to apply. We have usually 95% of the students who finish and pass the exams applying online. This is like a huge success, and I say this is mostly connected with the effort of Dihurst outreach team. So it's not only that they visited the schools in 2018, but they also kind of have all the communication line open. They are running the awareness seminars to the schools after this first visit. So this is like a very, very big effort of their team to make sure that students understand how they do it. And please do not think that it is like kind of increasing or making additional costs, because every time Dihurst, which has a mandate to monitor and run the national selection, they were still talking to the schools and visiting them, even if they were talking about those paper forms. But now students, and this is really important, all the students are able, and as you see, they do it in a quite fast. So out of the 3 months that are available for application, we will have most of them within half of this time. And like from this moment in the year is actually the time when the kids are sitting to the final exams in grade 12. So after the exams, it's just slow change. So I would like to show you another set of historical data. So this is the statistics of how the system, the online application, because again, the online selection was started in 2017, but from 2018, students are applying online for higher education. So the first chart on the top is really showing you the daily number of users in the system for all those years. So as you see, these dates indicate where the new year starts. So you will see that the top activity in the system are happening in December. Why is it so? This is because in December, the final exam results are returned and the students see if their applications are valid. So for instance, if someone applied to study the Bachelor of Law at University of Papua New Guinea, which is highly demanding program and it has high requirements, you should have like all A's, frankly, to be able to get there, and you should have all A's and maybe 1B to be able to kind of supply a application for consideration there to be ranked. So, you know, the students will see, unfortunately, my results are not that good, and then I'm able to change my application to apply for the programs where they can fit in with their current results. So that's what's really happened in December. And that's why we have those peaks reaching, like in 2018, it was at maximum 16,000 users in a single day. In 2020, it was 25,000 users. Sorry, in 2019, because it's December 2019. And then in 2020, so the year of COVID, we had 20,000 students maximum per day making their changes. And this year, we are just in the kind of application process. Of course, the stop will happen in December. The second chart really shows the details of how this December time, which we called grace period, because it's the moment when the students can reapply for their selection, is being used. So you see that there are like a couple of days in 2019, it was like 9th, 10th, and 11th December when the most of changes are happening. In 2020, so the blue chart was the year when we had a COVID. It was slightly later, so this grace period happened on 14th, 15th, and following week. But you see that every day we had like, well, 12,000 users going online. And it was very, very important for us because we have a big concern with this grace period. So will requirement to go online within a week or within a couple of days will not make it more difficult for the students from the outside of Port Moresby or maybe from the rural schools to go and make the modification. But no, we actually get a very good coverage from everyone. And the last chart that I wanted to show you is something that I am kind of very, very happy about because, you know, in secondary education in Papua New Guinea, there is kind of significant majority of male students. So we have like, you have like 41% of females in secondary schools, but in the online application, so we were afraid that maybe this technology will be something kind of preferring boys to girls. But as you see in this chart at the bottom, when we compared the males to females going online in our system, we were able to see that females constitute slightly bigger number than the males in online usage. So there is no really difference, significant difference in checking who is really applying. So both girls and both boys leaving grade 12, they're able to successfully apply. And actually, we see that higher education is even bigger equalizer because, which, well, is probably not a big surprise, the girls on average has slightly better exam results. So out of 41% of school leavers that are women, like in the cohort of people who are selected to study, women constitute 34% each year. So actually the selection process, it's not favoring women, but it's recognizing that they have had better results and there is no kind of thing that stops them from applying. So they do it successfully and they are then going to the higher education institutions. So the system actually works, and now we are in the 4th year of it. And why it worked? So first of all, I dare say that the Department of Higher Education selected a very important process. Actually, from the point of view of students, parents, there is nothing more important than applying online. So why it worked? First of all, it was something very important. Then department kept initially offline solution open. So it was not said, okay, we will not let you apply online. You all need to get your mobile phones and things like this. No, the department said, okay, if you're not able to go online, you can go offline. And that's very important because then the students were able to not to feel pushed. Eventually, as I told you, everyone went online, but there was no kind of initial discussion, oh, we are not ready. No, it was said, if you are not applying online, you are still able to go through exactly the same options and process. The very important thing was to keep the interface simple. So actually a student, while applying online, they have just to give 4 sets of personal data that is requested by the department and then select programs. So it is really very simple. We do not request any things that we could have asked. So in other countries, we would usually collect like student picture. We will usually collect some additional information. Sometimes application will be connected with a payment, but no, it was really to be simple because we really wanted the students not to use, hundreds of kilobytes to apply. Actually, the session could be quite simple, and that was very important factor that allowed the systems to work. We engaged local support, so the system is kind of distributed. This was a very important question. I was very happy that today we hear so much about national ID, but in 2018 and even 2019 and 20, of course, it was not possible to rely on national ID, particularly for the students who are living grade 12. So we need to use secondary schools to be a kind of trust center, which we can use to pass the identity to the students. So every school principal was kind of logging to the system, then printing individual invitation to the system with confidential passwords, and then it was passed to the students one by one, and they then could log into the system. It worked very well, and it actually made, the schools part of the process, which was very good. And similarly, it was very, very important that we connected with other systems. So we connected with Measurement Service Division for obtaining the exam results, and we integrated with ACER, which is like the external exam required by University of Gorok and University of Technology for students to apply. So we actually engage the support also from those institutions. The really most important thing was to go to the users. And of course, with introduction of such a new system that is kind of compulsory, and without it, we would do nothing. So one more time, it's a great, great show of professionalism and engagement from the DHERST that they were able to go to our secondary schools, let them use the system, teach them how to do it. And well, fortunately, it was possible because it happened in 2018, which was kind of ahead of COVID. So There was also one question in the previous presentation, shall we wait or shall we go online? Well, please do not wait, because you do not know what may happen in the next year. If the system would to be deployed and in year of COVID, it won't happen. And we also have a very strong use of social media, which was kind of a very good place to reach the students. So DHERST actually had a Facebook response team that was able in kind of early years and early months of the system to answer the question on Facebook very, very fast, just keeping the discussion with students open. And last but not least, it was really important that we decided to go with the cloud services. Why was it very important? So what really happened was that this system, as you see on the charts with the statistics, is kind of not used to the same level throughout the year. So from the beginning of the year till like June or till July, there is almost no activity. In July, there are people who are from universities that are going online just to set up the requirements and the data for their programs. Then in August, the schools are coming, so the principals are printing this invitation. And as you see, from August, we see a decent number of users, maybe like 3,000, maybe 4,000 per day going to the system. But of course, in December, we've got those peaks when we've got like 25,000 students accessing system. And it would mean that we will have like often more than 1,000 concurrent students in the system. And of course, if you would build the on-site infrastructure that is kind of traditional system, it will mean that you will need to have to be able to cope with this top traffic through all the year, which is really loss of resources. So what really is happening that DHERST is employing the cloud service, and because of it, they can scale up and they can make sure that top traffic in December is matched, but through most of the year, they keep these resources much lower, and the cost of this solution is then significantly lower, actually like maybe 20% per month compared to what happens in December. So those things are, I believe, important lessons that could be taken from the system. If you use important process, if you keep offline solution initially open, if you keep it simple, engage local support, reach out to users, use social media, and use cloud infrastructure, it could be a good guidance for successful implementation for a system that should reach to all the population, all the group of population in your country. Thank you very much. And I would like to say one more thing, that I am very honored and privileged to be able to work with your team. And one more time, I must applaud the DHERST team. So if you would like to, express some gratitude, it's not to us, the software provider, but for the DHERST team that really provided it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Lewok.
And to DHERST, I would say, DHERST team.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lewok. Can I ask you to remain online for probably the next 15 minutes so we can come to a moderated session, and we'll take any also questions if that comes through. So thank you for your presentation, and we'll move to our other presenter, who's also from the Department of Education, who will join us online, Mr. Thomas Podarua. He is the Assistant Secretary ICT for Department of Education. Thomas, if you're online, you can join us.
Hi, Jack.
Hi, Thomas. Thank you for joining. The floor is now yours.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Hang on.
Okay, thank you. And maybe you may want to adjust your volume. I think we're getting some feedback from our side.
Oh, is it all right now?
That sounds better.
I'll
Okay,
I'll have to apologize to. I have to apologize to everyone. My internet is having a bit of an issue, but I should be able to connect.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of, I hope you can see my screen now. Can you? Hello.
Could we have the
Are you
screen?
able to see?
Could we have Thomas's presentation on the screen?
Are you able to see?
We're not seeing the presentation. Are you sharing the screen yourself?
Yes, I am sharing myself. Yes.
Okay, we haven't seen it yet. If you can, maybe select the correct screen.
Yeah, I am.
It seems to be loading. So. Let's give a few minutes to Thomas to get a presentation loaded. But Thomas, we're not hearing you if you're speaking.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
We're not hearing you well. We're not hearing you well, Thomas.
I don't know, but it could be my internet connectivity. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's a little bit better. Perhaps we could start and then see how it goes. Are you able to share the screen yet, or you could send a file and we'll upload it for you here, so that will put less stress on your internet bandwidth.
Okay. Okay, I can do that. Maybe a next speaker can come on while I try to push this through to Vela. Is Vela there?
You can put it on the Zoom, just straight on the Zoom link that the where you're part of, and it will be picked up by our facilitator here.
Okay. Still having an issue. Okay, I'll try that. Check if there is another speaker on. Probably we can allow the person to come on while I try to send this through.
Unfortunately, no. You would be the last.
It's only me. Yeah.
Before the break. So we'll give you a minute.
Sorry, everyone.
That's okay. We'll give you a minute. We get that sorted out, and after Thomas does his presentation, then we'll go for a brief moderation and then go for break. So we're good with timing. It's just straight on time. We have a few minutes. Can you try and share your screen again, Thomas?
I'll try again. Yeah. I think it's a bandwidth issue here, I reckon.
Maybe while it's still loading, you can go ahead and give your presentation, and as soon as the presentation is loaded, then we can go from.
Okay, I'll just probably, you can hear me from here. If you can hear me, probably I can do without the video or the presentation.
Yeah,
is that all right?
We can hear you very well, so you can proceed.
Okay, my apologies everyone that I'm not able to show my presentation, but on behalf of the secretary who's actually on duty travel, would like to thank the Department of Information and Communication Technology for giving us the opportunity to be part of the summit. It will be really good for me to have this shared with you, but unfortunately, I'm not able to show. But if it does come on, just let me know so I can dive back into the Zoom video presentation. I will be just mentioning some of the things that we are doing in the education sector, especially in the basic education, in terms of using government services to enhance the delivery of education services to our offices at the administration level, as well as the some of our schools in the country. Just to give a rough background on the education sector in terms of teacher population and student population. I guess some of the things we are doing is because of the expansion on the demand of education services due to the increasing number of students, teachers, and schools in Papua New Guinea. These are some of the things that we are doing in the ICT space to enhance delivery of education. Just a bit of a background. We have roughly about 13,000 schools in Papua New Guinea that ranges from elementary all the way up to our secondary schools, including our TVET centers. That's at the moment is vocational training centers. And we have about 2.4 million students attending those schools. I'm pulling this out from our EMIS data application. And about 70,000 teachers who are teaching in those various sectors within the education system. As the number of schools and students increases, we at the department are looking at various ways in which we can help delivery of the services and as well as to enhance teaching and learning in schools. Sorry, everyone, I'll just have to go through, and it looks like I'm not going to be online now. So in the education services, we have two categories of the people that we have to look at. One is our schools in terms of teaching and learning, and that particular part we call it SchoolNet. And then we have the administration. The administration is the EdNet, which comprises of headquarters, which we are more responsible for policy, teacher education, and others, whilst our people at the province are more responsible for their schools and at the district level as well. So that's more the administration part of the system. So our applications are built targeting those two areas. One is for administration, and the other one is to enhance teaching and learning in schools. So it's quite a big sector. We are in the public sector. We have roughly about 1,000 or so users of the EdNet system, both here at headquarters as well as in the provinces and down in the district level. The EdNet services that we provide for the administration are email services. We provide telephony, system automation and applications that we do, servers and storage and data recovery. That's what we provide to the department. We have our internet and our intranet services, and then our networking and communication, financial and HRIS. Those applications are actually a Department of Finance application, but because we are the biggest user of the HRIS, and I think also as well as the financial application, which the IFMS, also provide the service to support the platform that comes over to the department so we can have access to. Whilst here, I'd like to really thank our partners in helping us to ensure that our network is working, our servers are working, our system automation is working. So they've been very helpful to the department and the children of this country. Whilst in the school or the schools, we have e-libraries that we are working with several suppliers to supply e-library to our schools. We provide technical advice to our schools. There is also radio and TV program that comes under the schools program. So far, they've developed roughly over 500 or so TV and radio programs to our schools. We've developed system automations for schools. I'll come to some of those later in my talk. And some of our projects that we have worked with NICTA and ourselves through the support of development partners. We've done some work into teachers' colleges and one or two national high schools. We provide Wi-Fi systems in there, fiber runs, as well as e-libraries into those schools. Our network is quite big. I think we are one of those government departments that's got the biggest network or communication network. Our metropolitan area within Port Moresby is from FinCorpus, which is our headquarters. It has wireless radio over to Curriculum. They're just opposite the St. John Guy Stadium. And the other one is to the Mitchell Romana building. That's where our NCD office is. And the library and archives just opposite us, toward the courthouse in Port Moresby. All these sites are connected back to our data center, currently being hosted at Daytech PNG. Because we have such systems in place, and our teachers had to come all the way from provinces into provincial office and make their way all the way down to Moresby for help, we decided in 2012 to roll out our network to all the 22 provinces in Papua New Guinea. It was supported by people of Australia through OSAID then, and we were able to connect all our offices. So the services that we provide now here at that office is the same service that is being used in all the provinces. Some of the provinces, however, haven't come on board, but due to probably finance, they are not able to sustain their connectivity, and they're being chopped off. But otherwise, probably around 18 or so provinces are up and running, and we have one district, which is the North Fly, also connected recently on this particular network. I know DG Cell may have worked out, but I'd like to acknowledge DG Cell for their help in this space in terms of the WAN or the wide area network all to the 22 provinces in Papua New Guinea for the education network to serve our teachers and our schools. Recently, 2020, there are about 6 districts that we connected with the help of the government of Papua New Guinea. The same services that again being enjoyed at the Department of Education area headquarters in Port Moresby and to the 22 provinces. These services are now pushed down to some of remote districts in Papua New Guinea, where we reckon our teachers are not able to walk or catch a PMV2. So those 6 provinces in 2020 that we rolled out to are Bulolo, Telefomin in West Sepik, Bulolo in Morobe, Misima in Milne Bay, Jimmy in Jiwaka, Tambul in Western Islands, and Pomio in East New Britain province. So far, we are monitoring them, and we can see they're using them. There are some challenges in Telefomin and Pomio, but otherwise, most of the time, we can see that the officers in those districts are communicating with us and relaying issues or concerns the teachers have for help here at headquarters. They're able to send through here or to their provincial offices. Again, we would like to acknowledge Digitech PNG for assisting us connect our districts back to the education network. This year, we are looking at connecting more districts. We are looking at 10 districts up in Sepik, maybe Maprik. Then we have Usinobundi, Medeng, Namatana in New Island, Arawa in Ayarobi. We just connected that office back. Biala in West New Britain, Okapa in Eastern Islands, Kompiamb in Enga, Kikori Gulf, Gemborg in Simbu, and Abau in Central. That's what we're looking at so that our teachers can be served at the district level. We've got several applications that we developed. Some are developed now, some are being developed by our partners. And we are very grateful that we have those applications, one of which is the Education Management Information System. This particular application captures student enrollment, school infrastructure information, teacher information. It gives some education indicators as part of the report in terms of the retention rate, attrition rate, completion rate, etc. This information, we use it mainly for planning, policy, crafting, budgeting, etc. So this is our core database, which is running on Oracle platform at the moment. We may migrate to another platform, or we will continue to use this particular application. All our other applications or databases, we are trying to link them into this particular application. The other application, again, we use within the department, which is an offshoot, which is connected to the EMIS, is the government tuition fee free subsidy system. Now, this is one of government's biggest, one of the government's priority, and we capture all the information in terms of calculation of school fee, school tuition subsidy, and we extract actually students' information from our EMIS database, which I mentioned earlier, and that gets to be used for calculation of the subsidy whenever money is available for us to do calculation for our schools. Once the calculations are done, the subsidy gets remitted into correct bank accounts accordingly. The other application, actually, I should make mention to the summit that we have over 30 applications that we have. Some are built in-house, some are being developed by our partners. And this particular, those applications, I'm just going to talk about a few of them. The third one that I'd like to mention now is the National Teacher Appointment System. Basically, in the past, it's a very manual process where it takes about almost a whole year to do it. Now we reduced it down to about a month to ensure that there are vacant positions available for our teachers to apply. And then the confirmation gazette comes out, so our teachers know exactly where to go in the following year for the new teaching posts. The other application that we have is the My NASA application. This NASA application actually is the national school standard application. Basically, this application looks at the standard of the school, how it's being managed. It is used by our inspectors to go into school, and then they assess schools, assess how the school is administered, how the students and the students are learning, how the teachers are administering their teaching. And they pick that up and then they upload it into the system, and it gives a certain assessment according to the state of the school, so that the school can be assessed there and then. The report is sent to the district office, to the provincial education advisor. It comes up to the teaching division, and secretary also has an overview of this particular application or the state of the schools in Papua New Guinea. Again, that is it depends on the web. It's a web-based application and depends on the internet. However, the assessment can be done offline, but when it comes to uploading, it needs internet connectivity. The other application we worked on is the FORD. FORD is our flexible open distance education. Those are for students who are trying to get back into the system after being left out in terms of selection. We developed a system to capture and monitor the enrollment, material distribution, assessment, etc. So those are some of the systems that we have. The other one I'd like also to mention is the My PNG School app. The My PNG School app, the function is to collect school data from schools. What it does is it collects real-time data from a school, and it also pinpoints where this data is coming from using a GPS. So we know exactly where the school is. If a teacher from Enga, say from one school in Enga, decides to come to Moresby and uploads data here in Moresby, we will know that this person has posted it in a place where he or she is not supposed to be posting from. So it helps also us to monitor and see those. It is flexible for us edge of school to enter data, but it goes through a workflow for checks that the data is okay before it comes into the EMIS. for use for various purposes. So once a principal uploads the data, it gets to the district office where an inspector sits and checks whether the enrollment data that's being uploaded is okay. And if that is fine, it goes to the provincial office for them to approve. Once it comes to headquarters, there's quality checks and then gets it uploaded into the EMIS. The next application, as I said, there are about 30 of them. I'm just trying to go through the main ones. The other one that our secretary and the then minister, Joseph Yopi decided that we should have is what we call a My Task application. This particular application is a monitoring tool that is used to track education officers' performance and effectiveness in attending to their KRA. So if I am to assign a task to one of my officers, I can track that this task has been given to an officer and he or she is completed within a set date that I assign. So that is kept and points are awarded to it, and it is visible from the secretary level down to the wing, divisional heads, and each of the officers that we can monitor. So there are set tasks. If government has given us certain priorities to do, then these tasks are given from the secretary down to our deputy secretaries. If it can be attended at the deputy secretary level, it does. Otherwise, it pushes it down to the first assistant secretary, then to the secretary to monitor that. We call that application My Task application. We also developed a payslip application for all our teachers since we have some issues with the ALESCO in the past. It used to be producing the payslip, online payslip. We had issues. Our teachers are not able to access their online payslip, so we developed the My Payslip. Again, one of our partners, business partners developed it, that's Digitech PNG, and we were able to use that for our teachers. Our teachers are now able to get their payslip online. Sometimes it is dependent on when the data from Department of Finance comes through. We are able to upload it there for our teachers throughout the country. So far, we are seeing about 20,000 teachers have registered and are using the application. Most of what I've mentioned on our education website, which is education.gov.pg, you can see from there. The other application as well that we developed with the help of Global Partnership in Education through UNICEF PNG is the My Home Study application that was developed last year during the COVID period. And that particular application is for teachers to upload upload content, and our students can access it. It's open for them to just go to any subject, but it is customized to the curriculum of PNG. Some of the issues we see around there is the size of the data that students need to download, because our teachers have uploaded clips, video clips, voice based on a certain topic which they teach. That is also open for public to upload data if they want, upload content if they want to. But it goes through a vetting process by our curriculum people to ensure that the content being uploaded is relevant and it's okay before it gets published. There are other applications like we have now in development, the school registration process. We have the LMS, the learning management system that we are working on so that the teacher and the student can interact in terms of learning. We have the school management information system, which is under development at the moment, which we are trying to ensure that all our schools in the country be able to go to the application and be able to do timetabling, enrollment, attendance. They should be able to do the assessment, everything online. Again, all these applications are online. We're also hoping that one day we should also get it online to be accessed offline as well. I'm almost nearing to my end now of the presentation. We did face some of the challenges whilst we are working in terms of our projects, and also here at that office, we noticed that there are skills gap in ICT in terms of trying to sustain and support ICT here, and in terms of staff retention as well. In government, there is a big challenge for us. Our salary can't compare with private sector, so some of our very good officers intend to leave the organization to move into a greener pasture. Maybe one of the approaches would be if government can agree on making sure that our ICT skilled officers are paid well, whether it's possible or not. Training is also very important, that our current staff be trained. We also noticed whilst going out to the provinces and at the district level as well, in terms of literacy level, in terms of ICT at the district level is quite low. The structure, the government structure at province and district level really need to be looked at whilst we are discussing ICT and we are looking at digitizing the government processes. We really need to have people on the ground, and we have to look at how we can structure our system or organization to take on board ICT skilled workers to sustain what we are trying to do in government. The other challenge is the cost of ICT services. I'm glad that in the discussion today, there's talks on subsidizing ICT services, if that's one thing that we can take on board. Looking at subsidizing devices in education, I really encourage that should be done by government so that our teachers and our students can have access to subsidized devices. That's what they need. One thing I speak strongly about is to have an education network that is filtered, that is clean, and that is focused for only education. Anyone wants to get onto that network and go and access education information. I know that on certain occasion I've been told that zero rating is not something that we can talk about now, but I still think that for education there should be some kind of zero rating considered for our students, especially, and our teachers. At the moment in education, we have an absence of our ICT policy in education. This is something we started this year to develop now. We are calling it an integrated ICT policy in education. And I'm very grateful that I'm invited to speak on behalf of Secretary in the summit. And I hope that all of government and private sector are partners so that we can come together and hold hands to develop this particular policy for the education of our children in this country. Whilst on that, yes, I heard earlier that the skilled workforce is lacking. I think one of the presenters mentioned it in the education sector. We are working on the ICT curriculum that will be from elementary or early childhood all the way up to year 12, so everyone gets included in terms of getting to know ICT at a very early age. Ladies and gentlemen, my sincere apologies. I'm not able to show my presentation. I hope you're hearing me, and there's no one saying anything from your end. But if you did hear me, thank you so much. Secretary Dick, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity, and Minister and the organizing committee. Thank you so much, everyone. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Thomas. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much for that presentation. I think you have a lot to say, and I think we've taken much note on that. In the best interest of time, I think we'll just move very quickly. Allow 3 minutes. I'll call the other two earlier presenters up. Our Secretary for Lands and Physical Planning and our Executive Manager Set Services, Mr. Asari, up to the stage. So we'll just do these 2 rounds of discussions, and then we can all break for the afternoon tea before we continue to the next session. So while I have also Mr. Levok and Thomas online, we'll be very brief. It is good to as a use case to see education really driving that forward, and the use of e-government services, and also lands has also gone down that path. We see the synergy in maybe there's some common things that could be used, and that comes back to what Mr. Asari has presented, where as a government, there is a need to work together, share resource, share the technology, capacity. So my my quick comment on what I think the challenges we face is the what's quoted is this 11% of population has access to internet, and while we drive the e-government services, which is internet-based, by a quick question, and I'll probably expect a very quick answer, is in terms of what you have done, education, Department of Education, the DHES, and also LENS, in 1 or 2 sentences, what would be the learning you'd like to pass to the ICT and the policy team and the industry who is listening to us this afternoon, in terms of the internet penetration that we currently have?
Okay, so I just gave those things at the end of my presentation, but I really believe that the most important thing is that if you have a critical process that will be improved by doing it electronically, and the application and selection to higher education done online with kind of total transparency, with clear criteria, and with the equal access to it is such an important process. And if you support it locally, so if you try to reach out to the users, then they will find a way to do it. We have a very, very beautiful examples of kind of very innovative, well, innovative in a kind of PNG way. So how people were, for instance, going into school bus and traveling to the city nearby to be able to connect to Digicel. So, you know, but the most important things, it is important for them to do it, and if they see benefits of this process, and if they are supported by the knowing how to do it, they will usually find a way to do it. And of course, the online application for higher education affects only 30,000 group of people every year, but they are spread all over the country. So I think those lessons could be used in other areas as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lewok. Secretary, you have a comment on your
just very quick comment from me. The way I see it is obviously we can't be left behind, because technology is the way forward in this time and era. So all government agencies will obviously have a system that will suit their purpose. And for the learning curve in this one is for you other government agencies to develop your own system, but of course it must be in compliance to a government policy. And I think I want to encourage all of us to share our experiences together as government agencies, and of course assist and bring to table that what we have, so that the ICT department can incorporate everything that we have and can come up with a policy, a legislation that will encompass all other systems that we have in our respective organizations. Obviously, we can't have a system that will have one system that will cater for all of us, but of course, we can have different systems coordinated at a central focal point where we can share information, share data, so that there is no misapplication of information, someone theft of information, someone lying. So the encouragement here is that every government agency must have a system. Have a system that we must share with other government agencies. I think that's just my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Just a minute for you, Thomas, if you want to offer your thoughts on this.
Yep. Thank you very much. Very quickly. From my experience working in the department, in the ICT sector, in the ICT division, I find that management is very important for any organizations to move forward. The support is very important in terms of supporting ICT and whatever we're trying to do. If management is ill-informed, if management doesn't know what they're saying, we won't go anywhere. So it is very important for management in terms of their support. The other thing as well is whilst working with different suppliers trying to assist the education sector. We noticed that in terms of application development, which a lot of presenters have done today, is to ensure that all our applications that we are developing has to be maintained by government if it is developed for government. That in terms of its IP, in terms of its source codes, in terms of its application, and the database itself. So that is critical according to what I see in the department. If that is not secured by government, we will have enough time trying to go back to a developer to get back what is ours, which is our IP. So that is critical. Those are my few comments. Thank you very much, Jack.
Thank you, Thomas. We note those points. I have just a comment for our executive manager, Mr. Asari. Mr. Asari, in terms of what you have presented and seeing the use case that is already advanced, what would be your next step from the CIT point of view to work with the three agencies here who has suddenly advanced their digital agenda, and what would you sort of expect from them?
Thank you, Mr. Tomon. So obviously, Department of Health and also LANS have gone ahead with implementation, and I guess technology has gone ahead. Agencies are going ahead in the implementation to address the business processes. I guess from the government and as from the department and at strategic level is to identify and have a stock take of actually the current implementations, what are the restraints they have, the challenges. But more importantly, and I also agree with Secretary for LANS also, is that we start seeing how we can coordinate these approaches, identify those building blocks and see if that can be used by other departments. For example, finance are doing, Department of LANS are doing e-transaction online. That same application is a building block, is a financial transaction block that can be reused across all the other agencies. So identifying, working together and see if we can share those data and reuse those existing blocks and refine them. Yeah.
Thank you. A very important point. I think it is why we're here in the conversation. With that, I must apologize that due to the time limitation, this will be, thank you. I'll end this moderation here. Thank you very much for your time. And I will call upon Mr. Deputy Secretary Waruba to proceed on straight with the next presentation. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Tomon. Thank you, Secretary LANS. Thank you, Mr. Benjamin, and thank you, Mr. Sari. And a good afternoon once again. We are coming to the end of our first day of the National ICT Summit, coming to you from APEC Haus, and we thank everyone who have joined us, who have given questions, who have given feedback, and those I guarantee you have been taken, and we will do a recap first thing on day 2 tomorrow morning as we continue our summit. We have a few minutes, maybe about 30 minutes left on our live stream. So we've got 4 speakers lined up for our next thematic area, which is on digital and financial inclusion. And we would like to welcome to this segment, Ms. Vani Nades. Are you there, Vani? From Hemstreet?
Yes.
Thank you, Vani. Thank you, Vani. Lavi namana. And of course, Mr. Salia Ramasinghe, our Executive Director for CEFI, our Center of Excellence in Financial Inclusion. Are you there, Mr. Salia?
Yes, I am online.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. And of course, on behalf of Mr. Michael Koisen, we have Mr. Igumu Momo from Capital Insurance Group, Chief of Strategy. Are you there, Mr. Momo? Yes, Mr. Momo, would you mind coming here and taking our seat? Thank you. Thank you. It's good to have someone in person. So we will give you a mic. So I think you're going second after Vani. So thank you, sir. And of course, we have Mr. Jagdeep Dahina from the UNCDF, United Nations
Capital Investment. Are you there, sir? Jagdeep?
Yes, I'm here, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The UN Capital Development Fund, UNCDF. So without further ado, we will go to our presentations for today. You know, digital technology has really enabled financial inclusion. That's the main crux of our discussion for the next half hour or so. How do we encourage uptake in financial services? How do we involve SMEs, girls and women, so that they have equal access? What are the major hindrances? What challenges and what opportunities in terms of policy where we can allow access to capital, which is one of the biggest constraints that will, and ICT has to offer solutions to that constraint as well. So we'll begin by inviting Vani. If you could just go to your presentation. I would like to remind our presenters, please, we only have 10 minutes. So if you could just go through, and we hope to have time towards the end to take questions and interactions. Thank you, Vani.
Thank you, Russell. Let me just share my screen. So thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to share at this ICT Summit, and thank you very much for hosting this session. My presentation is just simple, nothing major, just to share with everybody else, you know, what we're doing in our space as entrepreneurs in PNG and helping, you know, our community of entrepreneurs are trying to get into the digital space. It's a very exciting time. COVID has challenged us and also brought us to bring innovation on how we can be able to move forward in this COVID pandemic as well. So thank you very much for the invitation. So my name is Vani, and I'm from Amstrad Holdings, and of course our vision is connecting where it matters most. So our core business is an internet service provider. For the last 8 years, we have been organically growing and building that, you know, passion forward. We're just a small operator ISP in Papua New Guinea, and we're just doing our, you know, following our dreams to actually provide connectivity to every rural area. So having to go through across, you know, Papua New Guinea, giving internet connectivity, working with partners, and it has really enabled us to move forward. So where we came from is basically, you know, we believe in equality, and we operate at the intersection of technology and development, enabling an empowerment of everyone, everywhere. And of course, we have been in Papua New Guinea, and we're proud ourselves to be Papua New Guinean, doing things locally and providing solutions for our fellow entrepreneurs and PNG as we progress. And we celebrate 8 years. It's been a long journey, hard journey. It's not easy, but we're going to keep pushing the journey forward. So where we want to go and where we are going is basically we have strong partners, and we maintain that strong network of partners, in particular with the PNG SMEs and community-based organizations to drive that forward. And we're growing, having launched our co-working space for entrepreneurs, our digital e-commerce online marketplace for all, and exploring further innovations and expansions. And we want to position ourselves as an investment-ready organization so that we can be able to continue to grow our passion across Papua New Guinea and help one another in this, space, in this digital world as well, and educating everybody to use this as a platform to progress together. Like I said earlier, you know, digital innovation is an exciting time moving forward. So what I really wanted to say over here is just, you know, basically simple things. And I wanted to start off with a little simple story. And basically about marketplace, which is Boroko Market. Let me just put this one, sorry. Yeah, so Boroko Market, I want to bring this as a simple example. And if we talk about digital, and when you go to Boroko Market as a buyer and as a customer, you know, and you see that, you know, key things to operate as a market. And of course, to get there, we have roads that allow us to go to the market and we shop around to get the goods that we want. At the end of the day, we exchange cash to get goods with service providers, which are the vendors who are selling products over there. And that is basically from Monday to Saturday. But when you go on a Sunday, you know, market is closed. And that's the only day like busy people like you and I will go because we're free. So that's a challenging thing that, basic thing that I want to bring in here is that we need to ensure that we go digital, and in this COVID time, this is the way forward to move forward as well. So having to go on a Sunday, everything is closed, what do? You just turn around and go back. But if you actually help and encourage everybody doing digital transaction, definitely you can do trade anywhere and everywhere. Globally, digital is embraced. PNG, we are getting there, and we have started. So why do we identify the participants in the market as entrepreneurs, finding the right champions to build the online platform that we want to progress with is really important. And internet service providers, and we are lucky that we have our own, so we really provide that at the same time, because when we go out to promote our digital platform, we need to make sure that we give our entrepreneurs, the communities, the internet access, and at the same time, we're creating entrepreneurship as well for them to make business, where we roll out our solar-powered Wi-Fi system that also enables them to do business. And if you talk about that, we need to also have banks to come along with us. So these are some of the partners that we have, worked together with, and government, in terms of passing the bill. And it's really great to hear the ICT department moving this digital bill forward, which is a really great thing as well. So we need these key partners in our business to help us enable us to move forward as well in terms of partnership, or finding the right, champions to help us along. So why we do this is that, we have groups of actors and stakeholders in this as well. And, it's not new to everybody else. We do business to business, we do business to consumers, we do consumer to business, consumer to consumer, and also mobile commerce. And I'm pretty much happy to see what Digicel is doing with the Cell Money, and that also enables our platform that can be able to bring that forward as well. So looking at the realities, the harsh realities that we have, I just have to share. I know we all know these things, the impediments actually, and these are realities that we have to face. The infrastructure. Basically, we need to be bold enough to take this ICT infrastructure across Papua New Guinea to the last mile so that every one of us can transact. Banking capabilities. Many of our rural population are still unbanked. How can we all work together to make that happen? We've been talking, but we're going to make sure that we bring in the right people, work together to move forward. And then the logistics and supply chain. So these are some of the pain points that we identify as we progress with our solution. And then the tax-related issues that we are also talking about, how we can be able to, at this time of COVID challenges, we able to see if we can be able to have some tax-free policies to get us through all these things. And of course, people have never been on e-commerce before. We are Papua New Guineans, we like to touch and feel. But I think when we are running our programs in a co-working hub, we're doing these digital platforms and getting them used to it so that they feel part of it and we don't get them to be left behind. So these are some of the realities that we face as we progress with our, solutions with our ShopSmart PNG. So opportunities, which is ShopSmart PNG, which is an e-commerce platform that we create in Papua New Guinea, which we launched early this year. And it's a huge community impact if we do it right. So we had this idea a long time ago, and we wanted to, we did develop it. But the challenges back then were you didn't have any internet payment gateway system. So we have to talk to the banks, we had to talk to the partners to see how they can. But luckily when COVID came, things just changed. So we're very grateful for banks, coming on forward to be able to partner with us. And we looked at it as an opportunity it's time now to launch. So that was the market, opportunities that we have captured at convenience sake. So we have this Coral Sea Cable Impact. Thank you, Dalako, for partnering with us as well as an ISP. We also use their facility to be able to roll out our internet and banking, finding ways for online payment gateway, which is really fantastic. And thank you to BSP and Kina Bank for partnering with us to create this internet payment gateway. And one of the beautiful things is, BSP Pay, which many grassroots don't have credit cards. So basically, you all have to just get, code something from the bank, BSP, and you have your code. You don't have to have credit card to pay for things online through our platform, which is ShopSmart PNG. And we want to encourage cashless transactions, as we all know, the safety, the harassments, and all these things. We just have to, try our best to encourage people not to transact digitally. And that is one of our aims as well. And for the customers to come online, the vendors to come online, they have a wider reach, meaning that SMEs, core focus is SMEs. So basically they have a wider reach nationwide and at the same time globally as well, because we have integrated DHL, FedEx, and now that we have partnered with steamships that is going to help our SMEs, across, and we're pretty much happy that for the first time, our SMEs are going to get their goods across to the well other side, in which they'll be making money at the same time, going back to their communities and helping them. So these are action things that is happening right now as we speak. It's not something that we're planning to do, but it's happening. And basically service at doorsteps and direct selling. So slowly, we are getting people. It's a new idea. So how can we encourage everybody to come on board and partner and get our people to be online as well? Because it's a new thing that is happening, but it's an exciting thing, which I am really excited about as well. So these are some of the market opportunities that we have captured and worked with, and what we want to do is create that ecosystem where it's inclusive and also promote innovative ecosystem with key enablers, which we have already partnered with, and we're so very fortunate in that. Many people say that, oh, capital, but you can be able to create innovatively, create this partnership that will enable you moving forward because you believe in the product that you want to sell, because it's going to make an impact if this is what we're trying to do. So basically, this is what we have done, what we believe in: collaborate, co-work, connect, and create. So these are some of the key drivers that is enabling us to move forward. And one of the very exciting things that, MSTRAT has really done, and I'm so thankful with the project bid that we have bid with UNCDF. So I don't want to make any announcement on that, but we're very happy with the partnership right now. So these are some of the key drivers that enable us to go forward. And access to internet is one, payment gateway is fantastic, that enable us as innovators to keep innovating and providing solutions for our people, basically our entrepreneurs and SMEs at the key front. And the infrastructure, we really have to get it across the country. We've got great people over there in the country that we can be able to connect with to get that across. And we're already tapping into the global market with our ShopSmart PNG and the government policies that will also enable us and give us that access to trade, back and forth. And the platforms that will also help us to move forward. And the strategic key partners, which I've already, mentioned earlier, and then we have a new partner that is on board now, and we're really looking forward to driving this through marketing, branding, and getting our people on board as well. So this is the ecosystem that we've already created and slowly moving forward. So future of e-commerce is exciting with our ShopSmart PNG and with our ISP connectivity that we bring out to our people. And I think that where the champions collaborate to solve the epidemics, there is a future for e-commerce. And I think we need to really collaborate, help our local entrepreneurs to be able to access these platforms, provide the training that they all can need. And what we do on our ShopSmart PNG is that we also provide one-on-one digital training, e-commerce training on how they can be able to use this as an advantage to do that. And they want to learn, but we're not going to them. So what we have created in our hub, which is the co-working hub for entrepreneurs, with our membership and with the programs that we run, like the Startup Challenge that we're doing currently, we've got about 25 entrepreneurs across Papua New Guinea, and then we are now facilitating the GGGI incubator, and we as Papua New Guinean partners on the ground, there's about 25 women entrepreneurs across the country, amazing inspirational entrepreneurs. So we need to ensure that banks work together, infrastructures are there, people are there working together. Imagine what we all can create together. And that is what we are doing as MSTRAT, as the subsidiary business that we have providing solutions for Papua New Guinea. So thank you very much, and that's all about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vani. Thank you very much for that. We're very excited to hear what's going on with MSTRAT, how you're using innovation and to form very good partnerships and an ecosystem. And I believe our good minister was there to launch the ShopSmart PNG.
Yes, he was the one that
Partnership
launched the
continues,
ShopSmart
and we wish you all the best.
Yes,
We will now
thank
continue.
you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now invite Mr. Igmo Momo, our Chief Strategy Officer for Teacher Community Finance, to take us through what Teacher Group and the Capital Insurance Group are doing with financial inclusion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, MC. I'll quickly go through my presentation. My slide is not up, but I'll probably continue. Thank you, Department of ICT and also Secretary for inviting us to this very important summit. Financial inclusion is one of our core businesses or business principles with the common bond we share with our teachers and public servants, some of whom who work and live in very remote parts of Papua New Guinea. As a nationwide membership organization in a country with a difficult and rugged physical terrain and isolated islands, we embrace digital financial services as an important banking solution to meet our members and customers' financial needs going forward. We've also established a financial institution that is reaching out to the rest of our population and MSME community. Digital financial services, when we're talking about digital financial services, refers to the broad range of financial services that we deliver and that are accessed through digital channels like including internet, mobile, and ATMs or FPOS channels that we offer. I mean, like our members access those services. How do we encourage the uptake of our digital financial services? We must have an aim and purpose to provide digital financial services. In our case, most of our members or customers live in centers and remote parts of Papua New Guinea where access to banking infrastructure and facilities are very limited. So it's really encouraging to hear from like education department or lands department that they are digitalizing some of their services. And for us, like say education department, payroll is very, very important. So when our members come for services, they always look for their pay slips. And if it's digitalized, then it's very, very convenient for us. Our uptake, we introduce a card, IMI card. We also introduce SMS banking. The uptake is very slow. The registration is very high, but the usage is very, very slow. But we continue to make awareness after awareness to ensure that our members or our customers use those digital channels. How do we ensure SMEs, women and girls are equally accessing digital financial services? Our membership, because of our membership profile, we treat everyone fairly and equally, regardless of sex or gender. So everyone has equal access to our services, including our digital services. And I think that's something that, when say the government or Department of ICT is developing their policies, that's something that they need to look at, because most of our Papua New Guineans don't have access to financial services. So we do understand that there's groups or institutions focused on women and girls. But for us, we want to treat everyone equally and fairly. So We want to have, all of them to have access to our services. What are the major hindrances or challenges that to the deployment and use of digital technologies to promote financial inclusion? We see enabling policy and regulatory environment. So in our financial sector, we have Bank of Papua New Guinea, we have Department of ICT, we also have ICCC. So we see that those three organizations, which perform a very important role in enabling financial inclusion, to work together to come up with policies to grow the financial sector. And especially the use of digital channels. We also see a challenge in financial education and awareness. There's also cost of investment in technologies and systems. So those are some of the challenges that we encounter. Access to data. So when you go to rural areas, there's very limited access to data. Sometimes the cost of the data is very high. So, the mobile service providers or technology providers, maybe the government has to do something with them to make sure that the data is available. There's also risk profiles, fraud. When you're talking about digital financial services, fraud is something that is really, that we carefully look at, because some of our Papua New Guineans are very innovative in coming up with, schemes or fraudulent activities that they can defraud the system or the institutions. Cybersecurity threats is real with us. So those are the threats that we consider very, very highly. There's limited country skill set. So some of the speakers have already mentioned about the talent or skills we have in PNG, and it's a real issue. So we talk to the universities. Some of the streams that they can teach, maybe they focus on digital financial services, or ICT, they focus on digital banking solutions. People's beliefs and perception is also one of the very important challenges that we consider to be a problem, because, like, say, when we are going to EYC, what they call EYC, or electronic know your customers, that's where we're trying to introduce some technologies or biometrics, things like that, and our people, they some of them have their own beliefs as well. So they think that we might be introducing 666 or things like that, but it's it's real. We can experience it through COVID-19. So those are some of those are challenges, and I believe we can overcome them. It's just a matter of educating our people of what are the importance of those technologies that we are trying to introduce, where we can include them in our financial services. Participation of financial institutions willingly. In our opinion, at this stage, only BSP has extended its services throughout rural community, because it's owned by Papua New Guineans. So we don't see those other foreign-owned financial institutions that can extend their services to a rural community. So TISA group, that's including TISA and our TCF, we're willing to participate, support this process going forward. We see a lot of opportunity here in PNG, and we're always optimistic about the development and growth of PNG's economy, including like financial inclusion, digital financial inclusion. Now there's what we call a digital financial inclusion as well. So we introduce digital financial services to our people, but at the same time, we want to introduce it to the underbanked and unbanked part of the population through digital channels. We also see that there's availability of modern communication infrastructure and network coverage. So, presentations earlier on mentioned something about 90% coverage of 2G mobile coverage, 2G, 3G, 4G is now about 60%. DataCo has extended or rolled out their infrastructure throughout most of the provinces. So those are the opportunities we see that we can ride on and help the growth of this economy. Availability of advanced and cost-effective digital banking platforms globally. Most of the banking platforms or digital banking platforms, most of the countries in the world are using it. So we are probably like 20 years or 10 years back from those developments. So those are already in place, and we can tap into those platforms. And so with that, I mean, our message to the Secretary, the Minister for Department of ICT, and all the key policymakers, we want to act. We can talk, and then we can dream until the cows come home. We have to act. And TISA, we are committed, and we are going to support this great initiative. And because that's what we see our future is in terms of delivering our services. So thank you, MC, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Momo. Partnership that's needed between the government and the private sector is the key message from this. If you could please extend our warm and sincere thanks to our good CEO, Mr. Koizen, and our good office. And we wish TISA the very best, and the department stands ready to work with our financial services sector so that we continue using technology to drive financial inclusion as well. We have to quickly go on to our colleagues from UNCDF. Jagdeep, are you there? Please, if you could take us through. Jagdeep is the country director for the UNCDF. And if you could just take us through the next few minutes on what you have, and then we'll try to cater as many as we can in the remaining time we have. Thank you, Jagdeep. Are you online?
Thank you so much, Russell. Let me quickly share my screen. I know we are running against time, and that's usually the case when you're speaking last. So I'll do my best to be very quick through the presentation. Just a quick introduction for those who don't know UNCDF. So UNCDF stands for the UN Capital Development Fund, which is the financing arm of the UN system. And as the name itself suggests, we have a mandate whereby we are able to do work both with the private sector finance as well as the public sector finance, and a huge focus on investments in areas which are development driven. So under UNCDF, we have adopted an inclusive digital economy strategy globally. And through this strategy, by and large, if you look at the overall objective, the objective is to promote digital economies such that we leave no one behind in the digital era. One of the important things to consider in your policy documentation that we are discussing this today is that the digital divide is something which is expanding rapidly. And this is a clear barometer of haves and have-nots. While digital solutions and transformation should contribute to bridging that divide, we often see that it happens the other way around. Just as an example, we were recently talking about less than 11% of the people having access to internet. And that's one criteria which you can look at in terms of the digital divide. So all our efforts are focused ultimately to move towards fulfillment of the Sustainable Development Goals. And in particular, the objective is to make use of partnerships, both private sector, public sector, and taking it beyond the boundaries of a country, taking learnings from other places, and bringing them and localizing the solutions. Eventually, that should lead to no poverty, which is the SDG 1. Now, how do UNCDF do that? I'll just give you a quick overview. We have got 4 work streams or 4 key areas where we contribute, which is first is empowered customers. For whatever we do, customer has to be at the center of what we are doing, and that's a key message. Second is inclusive innovations, and that's probably the biggest role that UNCDF plays in this space, is that we help solution providers to try new things, try new channels, new solutions, get into new geographies, offer new products and services, and we de-risk them, which otherwise they would not do, considering the risk involved into getting into areas which are completely new to the country and in some cases new to the organization. And then there is a very critical factor, particularly it becomes even more important in PNG's context, is an open digital payment ecosystem. While listening to what Wani was expressing, the success of e-commerce by and large will depend on a wonderfully organized and well-functional payment ecosystem. And it's also a very clear indication that how well we are progressing on the financial inclusion space will also have a very large bearing on a fundamentally strong payment ecosystem. What is fortunate for PNG is that we have now the retail electronics payment switch. The financial institutions are hooked onto it, but that needs to be broad-based. There need to be smaller players like the microbanks, like the telcos, and the savings and loan societies that become a part of the switch, so that the movement of funds on a digital platform is seamless. And then, of course, nothing goes in an environment that may not be conducive for the businesses. And that's where we work closely with the regulators, particularly the central bank, which is our anchor partner, and NICTA, to have conducive policy and regulatory environment. The interventions we do is a mix of grants. We can also do loans and guarantees. In fact, in PNG's context, we are doing both the things, loans as well as guarantees. And UNCDF is the dedicated agency within the UN system, which is having that mandate. And then at the end of the day, we need to look at what impact are we able to achieve, and what are the segments that we are targeted at. So the segments that we are targeting at is women and youth. And here it's worth mentioning that PNG is a young country.
Are you there, Jagdeep?
Did we lose him?
Are you there, Jagdeep? Oh, well, we may have lost Jagdeep there, but he's been presenting us well on how the UNCDF interventions in terms of loans and guarantees are there, and that is open to the public, to the countries which can benefit from these interventions. Our funds are moved between on these digital platforms, and that's the key. One of the key products which the UNCDF is doing. Oh, well, he's back. Are you there, Jagdeep? Can we unmute him? Are you okay there, Jagdeep? Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Great, thank you, and apologies for this. Technology can be an enabler, but sometimes it becomes an enabler. Sorry about that. So can you see my screen still?
Yeah. You're not financially excluded. Yes, we can. You're not financially excluded, so that's okay.
All right. So I don't know where I cut off, but let me quickly talk about the target segments that we really think are key to our interventions. One is, of course, the MSMEs, because they are the largest employers. And considering PNG's context, where 80% of the population is into informal employment, these MSMEs are a way to get better livelihoods and improve the standard of living of people. Then, of course, women and youth. So I would want to mention a bit about youth. As you know, PNG is a young country. It's a country which has a huge demographic dividend ahead of it. And if we are able to get the youths into the mainstream and equip them with new technologies and solutions, one, they are fast adopters, and at the same time, that's what is going to change the face of the country in the times to come. So the instruments that we use are loans, grants, and guarantees. I think I just mentioned about it. I'll just move on. One of the programs that we are running in PNG at the moment is called as IDEA. It's called as the PNG Inclusive Digital Economy Accelerator. And as the theme of this entire workshop itself is about enhancing our economy through ICT, I think this fits very well into the mandate of the government and UNCDF. We see a complete alignment there. This figure that you see here, it's more of a complex one, but this basically outlines the segments, the sectors, the levels, and the solutions that we are looking at. At the end of the day, what we want to do is that if we really need to accelerate the digital economy in PNG, we need to build the digital rails, and we need to put efforts into various areas, be it at policy level, be it at the meso level, at institutional level, and ultimately at the end customer or beneficiary level. While doing that, we also need to have solid infrastructure in place, and that would really help overcome two key considerations that are there for financial inclusion. And these two considerations are, one is access, and the second is affordability. Now, if you look at when we talk about difficult terrains, we talk about underdeveloped infrastructure, these all ultimately lead to limited access to the services by the people, be it the financial services or otherwise. And the digital solutions have a potential to overcome some of these challenges and really take those services to the people, leapfrogging the physical infrastructure development. Similarly, when we talk about affordability, the digital solutions can really help reduce the cost on an aggregate basis. So sending a money from Port Moresby to a family somewhere in a remote island, that might take quite a bit of cost, but if it is possible to be done digitally, it just takes a few clicks on your mobile phone, and you can transfer the money from your mobile wallet or your mobile banking to your family, and that comes at a fraction of the cost to the end user. So ultimately, that's what we are looking at. Going ahead, some of the key factors that we see are very critical, and that's where I think UNCDF plays a much important role, is where the digital financial services interact with different sectors, be it agriculture, be it SMEs, be it education, healthcare. If you see in all the sectors, ultimately the financial services have a role to play. And the point where these financial services interact with the different sectors is where UNCDF is keen to play a role, whereby it facilitates that alignment between the financial services and the requirements of the sector. One of the most important ones, which we are highly focused on, is, of course, agriculture and the digitization of the agricultural value chains. And under the STRAIGHT project, what we are doing is, just to give you a broad idea and a context, we are looking at onboarding more than 150,000 people in the two SEPIC provinces onto formal financial services, or I should say digital financial services. And then we create more than 250 access points wherein they can deposit their money and convert the hard cash into a digital cash, and vice versa. So from your digital cash, they can then convert it into hard cash. So these access points, which will be spread across the two provinces, that really sets forth the possibility of digitizing the payment flows in the agricultural value chains. Now, when I say 150,000 people, it is also important to understand that taking into consideration the bankable population of the two SIPC provinces, this number, along with the current number of bank accounts in the two provinces, would ideally mean that there is at least one bank account for each household in the two provinces. And once this basic infrastructure is in place, the access and the affordability factors are taken care, then the payments from the producer, which is the farmer, to the aggregator or the middleman and exporter, these things can then start moving on a digital platform. And with that comes a whole range of benefit that once your money is on the digital platform, you can do n number of things with it. Not only have access to loans and credit because you are creating a credit history, you also are able to have access to insurance, to pension contributions. And pensions, by the way, is a very, very important component in the entire financial inclusion space, more so considering the weakening one-talk system and increasing life expectancy in PNG. And on top of it, more than 80% of the people in informal space who do not have access to formal pension systems where contributions go regularly through the employer. Next is specifically focusing on women entrepreneurship. So I mentioned about MSMEs, and it's also very pertinent to mention about women entrepreneurship because they are the bread earners. And if you go to any of the markets in PNG, you see the women running the show. We are also supporting biometrics. We supported Women's Microbank to come with the first deployment of biometric, and that really eases out the adoption of financial services because it makes it so simple that just by your thumb or finger impression, you're able to do your banking transactions. E-commerce platforms certainly high, linking them to the digital payment ecosystem as Wani was mentioning, and I'm happy to share that through a competitive process, Amstrat and one other institution, Sola Pego, they are supported by UNCDF in terms of trialing and making progress on paths which are less traveled and which are new to the country. And then, of course, financial and digital literacy holds a key because people need to adopt to it. And particularly for digital literacy, it's very important to mention here that we talk a lot about digital literacy, but then when we try to gauge what is the level of digital literacy that people have, how do we say that, okay, this person is digitally literate and this is not? That's a very difficult nut to break. And we are doing a regional study on digital literacy. What is the levels? What are the gaps? How that can be improved upon at a regional level. So PNG being part of it, and it also happens in 6 other countries. So these are some of the initiatives that we have. I already mentioned about what we are doing on the STRAIGHT project. And that approach that we are taking on the STRAIGHT project is what we refer to as the ecosystem development approach. If we do things in bits and pieces, it's not going to lead us anywhere. What we need to do is to have interventions which will have an impact and a bearing on the entire ecosystem. So we are able to create solutions that people start seeing and witnessing and experiencing every day, and that becomes a part of their life. We are also committed to another project that we are talking about here, Markets Economic Recovery and Inclusion Program, a MARI program, where we are using a model which is a mix of trainings, access to finance, as well as access to financial services, but making all these things available to the women in the markets, rather than the woman being expected to go to the bank. We would want to bring the bank to the woman and bank to the market so that small volume transactions become a reality and people are able to get services right where they are. And that's a big step in terms of making access available. I will also take this opportunity and spend another 30 seconds to 45 seconds just to share about a current initiative that we have, which is the Agri MSME Challenge Fund. Through this Challenge Fund, we have shortlisted 10 teams, and these 10 teams are invited to a boot camp that we are organizing from the 22nd to the 24th of this month, wherein on the first 2 days, these teams, with the help of business mentors that we are making available, will improve on the solutions that they have created and deployed in other places, be it in other places in PNG or also in other South Pacific countries. And then on the day 3, they pitch these solutions to a high-level jury, which includes people from the central bank, leading entrepreneurs in the country, the SME council representatives, so on and so forth, to compete for coming up with 5 winning teams, which will be made available $300,000 along with mentorship support and technical assistance to really take these solutions and deploy them on ground and see what the learnings that come out of it and how do we scale it up once it is tested and tried and we take it to the other parts of the country. So these are some of the large initiatives that we have at the moment. Also, there is an incubator facility that we are working on that should be designed, and that will be run in 4 cohorts for the 4 regions of the country, and specifically for women entrepreneurs to take them to the next level and moving them from the informal sector to the formal sector and making available funding and assistance to them. Last but not the least, being a financing arm of the UN system, UNCDF has the mandate to provide funding, concessional loans and guarantees to MSMEs, and it works on that the missing middle as we call it, which is somewhere between $200,000 to $2 million in terms of loans. So these are some of the initiatives that we have, and these are some of the existing and potential partnerships that we are working on, because we firmly believe that under the SDG 17, partnerships are way to go. And in this endeavor, we all need to join hands to make a difference. That's all from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagdeep. Very, very insightful and informative for those who are joining us online on our new Facebook stream, Part B, and those who are joining us on radio as well. The Agri SME Challenge, as mentioned by Jagdeep, is available, and there's also the incubator facility. You know, we try to transition our SMEs and MSMEs to being full businesses. If one is an SME for over 20 years, then we have to ask ourselves, what's the issue? And these are the issues, these are the discussions that we need to be having in this kind of forum. And technology is available to enable us to leapfrog, as mentioned by Jagdeep as well. Thank you, Jagdeep, and the good team at UNCDF. We will now go to our next presenter for this afternoon. And I believe Nuni from BSP, Nuni Kulu has joined us. Nuni, are you there?
Hi, good afternoon, Russell. Yes, I'm online.
Good afternoon, thank you. Well, we'll come to you. We will have Mr. Salia Ranasinghe from CEFI, and he will present, and then we'll followed by you. I believe BSP, we also have a presentation early tomorrow morning as well, so we won't miss out on anyone. You'll still have an opportunity to be presenting as well. So Salia, I believe you are also talking on thematic area number 9 on Thursday as well, but in another areas, in the other area of digital skills. So Salia, are you there?
Yes, I'm online.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll try to.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I try
Thank you.
to
Over to you.
make my I'll try to make my presentation as short as possible because of the time constraint. Basically, you know, the financial inclusion statistics indicate that about 65% of the people in the country doesn't have access to financial services. So the financial inclusion in Papua New Guinea is guided by the financial inclusion, government financial inclusion policy, which was launched in 2019. Based on the policy, And CEFI, in partnership with Bank of Papua New Guinea, has been developing what we call a financial inclusion strategy, which is implemented. And digital financial services is identified in the policy as well as in the strategy as a key priority areas to have access to financial services. For your information, I think we are encouraging to note the number of people who have access to digital financial services have increased over a period of time. And currently we have over 1 million digitally active bank accounts in the country. These statistics are now available on the CEFI website. And for your information, Bank of PNG has made its initial investment on improving the payment system to facilitate digital financial systems in the country. And we feel that has enabled the financial institution to be much more innovative and reaching the unreached in the last couple of years. And one of the areas that CEFI is now working on is where we are trying to work with the provincial governments, which we feel that that's where one of the key areas where we can reach very remote parts of the country, and extending digital financial services and digitizing the provincial government payments are going to be one of the priorities in the program that they are going to work with the provincial government. Already we have about 8 provincial governments who have signed the memorandum of understanding with CEFI to embark on this important initiative of taking the digital financial services to all the people in the provinces. And also I think in taking digital financial services, CEFI identify economically active population as one of the key priority people whom we should be targeting. And also we are looking at especially the women entrepreneurs as well as the youth as our priority areas. And from there, I would like to just share with you some of the things that CEFI has done in developing and taking the financial systems into the doorstep of the people of the country. The first one is actually, we are trying to, as you know, CEFI has been in the financial literacy space for some time now. And CEFI is in the process of developing a digital app for financial literacy, which should come out in the first quarter of 2022. The second one is now we are trying to move from the classroom training onto an online training platform, which we have introduced in 2 areas. One is the financial literacy, other one is on microfinance training in partnership with Institute of Banking and Business Management. So these actually are quite innovative ways of doing the traditional training using the digital platforms. And we actually have recently also we have started supporting a project which is funded by International Fund for Agriculture Development to improve access to digital financial services for the agriculture value chain. So that means from all the important players in the agriculture value chain will be supported through a project called Market for Village Farmers Project. And we are targeting 25,500 farming households in 6 provinces of the country. And finally, I would also try to explain to you about some of the challenges that we see in this whole space. Actually, I think the cost remains a challenge always, and the use of internet, the cost and things like that. I think we have to look at whatever the alternative mechanisms to reduce the cost, which will definitely increase the use of digital systems or digital financial systems in the country. The second area that we are really concentrating on is going to be product diversification. You know, I think it's very important that that we have different types of digital financial products in the marketplace, designed according to the needs of the clients. And the final one is looking at improving the merchant payment space. You know, I think this is where one of the things that we feel the number of transactions are going to increase tremendously. But the current statistics of Bank of PNG definitely says that the number of transactions in the digital space have increased tremendously during the last year. After the introduction of the retail electronic payment system and additional switch, which was introduced by Bank of PNG to the existing payment system, which was called CATS. After introduction of that, definitely the digital payment system, number of digital payment systems, number of digital payments have gone up tremendously. And then we actually feel the future of the financial system in the country is going to be in the digital space, and the infrastructure from the regulator is in place, and it's a matter of the financial institutions using this infrastructure and expanding. And the final point I would like to say is, as you know, Bank of Papua New Guinea has already established what you call a sandbox, a regulatory sandbox, which is providing a space for the IT professionals or the IT professionals to try out new innovations in the financial service delivery in a controlled space. And to support that activity, I think CEFI is in the process of designing what we call a fintech incubator in partnership with APEC. And also NICTA is part of that as well, where we will provide an opportunity for IT professionals in the country to try out new things, where they can provide front-end services for people through quite a lot of innovative ways. And so that's basically what I thought that I will share with you this afternoon. And also I think most of this information that I shared is on the CEFI website. You can visit the CEFI website for any additional information as well. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'm willing to answer those questions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salia from CEFI. We very much appreciate those updates. The fintech incubator is one that will really contribute to the digital economy, which we are talking. It is a key pillar in the digital transformation policy, and we very much appreciate what CEFI is doing with the Bank of PNG. As you rightfully said, the future of financing is in the digital space, and that is something that by showcasing it here, by promoting it, and with those very specific interventions, which you rightfully mentioned, we can truly open up many opportunities for our people in the country. So thank you very much, CEFI. We shall now proceed to one of the big banks, if not the big bank, that is heading the digital transformation, and that is the Bank of South Pacific, BSP. And we have Ms. Nuni Kulu, the General Manager for Digital Banking. Nuni, thank you very much. You are last but not the least, and we very much appreciate all the work that's happening, and we would like to just have some insights into what BSP is doing at the moment so that our good customers and our citizenry can be aware of that. You there, Nuni?
Yep. Good afternoon, Russell. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? It's all clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
I had probably four slides that I had sent through. I'm not sure if they'll come up, but
Yes, they are.
Yep,
They
just
are
something
now.
we could
The
just
next-
quickly jump to slide 1. Yep,
Yeah.
and then what a great lineup of speakers this afternoon, and definitely they've shared valuable insights. It is exciting though to hear about all these great initiatives that are underway. I guess really quickly from the bank's perspective, and a lot of speakers have touched on this, our drive on financial inclusion is really to reach the unbanked as well as the underbanked, ensuring that they do receive financial literacy training. And of course, in addition to that, the need to have digital inclusion. That's very important. And as we develop low-cost, accessible digital financial services, we're on the same sort of perspective that we will not leave anyone behind. And that's why we certainly support the PNG government's initiative and definitely the Department of ICT's initiative to ensure that, you know, citizens can access information and definitely can access financial services digitally. Just really quickly, just really quickly around the tracks there, what we're seeing as well is financial literacy training in the provinces has also picked up momentum. And that's because we're seeing a lot of agricultural development and business opportunities as well. So not only in the urban centers, but in most of our provinces. We're also seeing customer experience with digital inclusion. There's an appetite for both mobile, online, certainly e-wallet products. And customers are already moving ahead and understanding that you know, such products are offering easier access to their banking, to do banking without having to come into a branch, and certainly understanding that transactions are instant. Certainly payments are instant via these channels. And also connecting consumers to businesses or business services rather on digital platforms for that seamless payment experience. We're certainly seeing that in the digital customer footprints via our digital channels. For SMEs, our women in business and definitely young entrepreneurs, great appetite for digital channels. They understand that the channels offer a wider customer reach, and enables their business to be able to market and sell directly to customers, not customers limited to their locality, but certainly be able to access the broader reach of customers. And customers who are also already accessing the internet, there are on those social platforms and certainly on online marketplaces. And just fourthly on that, digital technology and integration of these platforms. And Vani touched a bit on those integration and the partnerships that she's involved in or she's seen in the market. They certainly facilitate the ease of doing business, and we're seeing more business-to-business transactions and systems start to talk to each other and share data. And also this allows the streamline of service delivery, and all in all, it enhanced customer experience to the market. Just on that second slide, how do we encourage the uptake of digital financial services? And this is what the bank focuses on. I guess, you know, in order to meet our customer needs, the bank, we continue to build and extend our capabilities. And certainly we want to enhance customer experience, first of all, but we also want to be able to build customer trust as we move down this digital journey and trying to get customers to be active users of the channels, but to also continue to be using the services on an ongoing basis. That we need to also grow customer trust and certainly want to improve their satisfaction levels. On an annual basis, for instance, 12 months ago when we opened up just over 140,000 accounts in the year, we saw up to 75% customers sign up for digital services. Now, for channels such as your internet banking or your app, we could see an instant active utilization of up to 85% of those customers went online. It's somewhat different when we see the masses come on board. Majority of them would sign up for a mobile USSD channel, but we find that that's not only a low cost but accessible service, but we see users initially come on board with as low as 20% usage as soon as they get their accounts, but eventually the need for awareness, the need for, I guess, understanding the use of the channel is important. And so over 3 months or so, we start to see active utilization increase. And it's important that we look at these customer data to ensure that there's an aspect of awareness, ongoing awareness, and literacy definitely, but financial inclusion requiring that understanding of services needs to go hand in hand every time we are talking to our customers. So today we've got, even for our mobile banking channel usage, it's our highly most utilized channel. And we're seeing, in terms of total registration of just under 400,000 users, week on week, we're seeing up to 78% active usage. So certainly customers are gravitating or wanting to utilize the mobile banking channel much more accessibly across the country. Now we conduct training and advocacy programs on digital, but it's really about it's the what and how of digital services, and particularly how to use the service. And we use social media, Facebook and Instagram to reach communities. And it's really about being able to hear about these solutions, but also to see how other people are using it. And that's really an important area around financial inclusion or expanding financial inclusion. People want to see how others in their communities or in other communities are using the service. So I think the awareness and communication piece, communication is one of the critical elements of the adoption, and it is crucial in developing readiness and enthusiasm for change. And every time, we always, when we're modifying the way our people think and behave, it's about ensuring that the new ways of working and the new ways of the way the market is changing are sustained. So there is a learning and development aspect of it. And I did just want to touch on that, as we move into this digital environment, success means, our people will need not just more skills, but different skills. And I think to support that development of those skills and behaviors, we can see both government, and hearing at this forum, both government and business sectors and different partners are starting to address that learning and understanding of digital delivery. And it's pleasing to hear from, I think, Thomas there from education, talk about teachers that are getting their pay slips online. It's good to hear that, 20,000 teachers have registered and are accessing their pay slips online. It's to enable that further innovation and continuous learning that will become a norm. And as we continue to see technology change, the ways we work must be able to adapt. And this is where, even from a bank perspective, we have to continuously drive financial literacy, banking education, and try to meet financial inclusion at every touch point that we have across the network. Just on the third slide there, please. I guess, how do we ensure that, there's equal access to receiving digital financial services? And I just wanted to just quickly touch here. We piloted 2 years ago mobile merchants, and we decided to look at school fee payments, because most of you know what the queues look like outside our branches come January, February, when it's returned to education. So as we start to see those queues, we decided to bring onto the mobiles platform our schools. And we had to understand, first of all, what their challenge was. Now the schools were their requirements were, look, we want to know who paid us, who's the payment for, as in what's the name of the student, And we want to make sure that we can see the right deposit details when we reconcile our payments. And so we had to develop through our mobile banking platform a solution that the school was happy that they got all the relevant details and information they required. And then a parent or a paying sponsor for the student also received an electronic receipt to say that they have paid, and they were able to, I guess, send to the school's account details the name of the student. So we piloted this, but what we've seen is we needed to work in an ecosystem of everyone that was important. And I think that's relevant as we move down this digital path and try to bring solutions to market. It's important to first understand what is the problem or what the problem statement is, and be able to sit and listen to, you know, the stakeholders involved in order to capture their needs to deliver digital solution. So I think, you know, providing services that are accessible, that meets basic needs, basic behavior in the communities is also relevant as we look towards making sure there's equal access to digital financial services. And so today we've got over 225 mobile merchants. And so this is allowing consumers to be able to make a payment without using a bank card, which is traditionally the behavior by people making payments who have bank accounts, but now being able to just use your mobile to walk down to the corner trade store and buy a packet of rice using your mobile, making payment to mobile merchants. And on the school front, we've also got over 330 schools also on board, and that includes tertiary institutions as well, so making school fee payments much more seamless for customers. I'm almost at the end. Last slide there, please. And I think we've touched on this. A lot of speakers have touched on the, you know, the challenges to allowing use of digital technology. Talked about the cost and access to data, and it's really about having that infrastructure to reach the rural areas. And electricity is important. I think today in our discussions internally, we talked about the number of provinces or branches that were suffered. Banking services were disrupted, and inability to provide services to customers because of the unreliability of electricity power. Being able to not only power up a generator, but being able to have fuel on the ground to make sure our branches stay open and operational. So those are challenges. No doubt, putting a mobile banking USSD service on a feature phone, I think what's known as a one bank phone, is something that we've seen that across all our provinces, and particularly as low as your 2G connections, will still be able to access and do a banking transaction or make a payment on a standard feature phone. So it's really about driving that awareness that we are looking at for low-cost solutions. We're looking at viable solutions that is suitable for our market and our country. And really, those benefits to people really mean saving time, but most importantly, the cost to reach those services. Most people have to get on a PMV or a outboard motor to get to town. And if you first can check that you have got funds in your account via an SMS message, then before you make your journey. So those are just key benefits to something as seamless as using your own device but accessing digital financial services. And Russell, I've just got one more slide there to close up here. And you know, there are initiatives that we are learning and PNG's learning, and there's a lot of, we've heard as well, initiatives that are happening outside of PNG in other countries, but are suitable for our market that are being brought in. But what we've seen as well is over the 5 years, we've seen our mobile banking, mobile transactions grow up to 95 million transactions in 2020 over 5 years. We've also seen corresponding to that, you know, a drop in ATM transactions. So we certainly can see our customers' digital footprints, and they do want that enhanced digital experience. There is the movement in behavior over the 5 years that people understand that they can just check their balance before they leave home in order to make that decision of whether to stop by to buy ice cream for the kids. It all depends on being able to, to check something as simple as funds being available in your account. Before, people would definitely catch a PMV and go first and stop at an ATM. And after they check their balance, then they make decisions on where to go from there. So certainly your low cost accessible services is coming up. The challenge, I guess, and speakers have mentioned, is to address that informal employment and unbanked sort of segment. And really it's about thinking about what are the possible solution that fits our market. And, I think the UNCDN talking about, the required effort to implement the necessary policy and to have the reliable infrastructure will address access and affordability. But we also have the opportunities to look at the digital financial services that are fit for purpose for our people. And I think it's this sort of training and understanding that we currently store value or cash in a bank account or an account number. And, there's that opportunity now to transport or the transportability of now having value stored in a mobile or a mobile number. So that's the sort of fit for purpose for our people. How do we continue to drive financial inclusion in such a way that they understand that value can be stored and retained or balanced and accessed in an account number, but likely can also be done on a mobile number. And so that digital today is changing where we store that value and how we are able to access that value is definitely what's big on our payment landscape for today. And certainly for PNG, that payment landscape is carving up a digital journey for our market. And those opportunities to bring those innovative solutions to our market is happening today. So with that point, so I just want to make one. BSP Pay is a domestic online solution that we brought to market in middle of this year. And basically, it's an online experience. And I think Barney's has touched on this. But we've got 9 merchants on there where you don't need a scheme card to make an online payment. And this is the reason why we've brought this, because majority of our customers don't necessarily have a Visa debit card, for instance, but we have got an online solution where without a card and with the use of your mobile, you can authorize a payment from your account. So that's online today, and we're really proud that that product is fit for purpose for our people and for our market. So just in closing, I think the bank does focus on financial inclusion, as Mr. Momo had touched on, throughout all our network throughout the country. At all our touch points, we are driving digital adoption of digital service. But what we're just so excited about PNG's digital roadmap, and certainly support the Department of ICT's drive for that digital transformation agenda, as well as everyone today who are also on this journey. So thank you very much, Russell, for the opportunity to talk to everyone today.
Oh, thank you, Nuni. It's always good to know what the bank is up to, and the bank is continuing to transform and complementing much of what our colleagues in this segment have mentioned. It's very interesting how you mentioned how we need to educate our citizens to decouple value from an institution, meaning a bank, physical bank, and that being that you can do a transaction on a mobile device. That in itself is it opens many possibilities for our people, especially where there's access and where there's connectivity challenges. They don't need to go all the way to town just to check if they have money in their account. They can do a transaction to check. So I would like to just thank all our good presenters in thematic area number 4, which is our last session for today, digital and financial inclusion. Thank you, Salia from CEFI. Thank you, Mr. Momo from TISA, and of course, Vani, thank you very much. Jagdeep from UNCDF and Nuni. The main thinking that has been coming out is ecosystem and how we need to leverage of investments. What the department the government is seeking validation on what the policy should guide how we support and how we grow the digital economy, and financial inclusion is very much part of that. So all your feedback, all your inputs today have been taken, and we will be putting it together, and this will feed in as input to the national ICT policy, which includes financial inclusion and financial services as well. Much of what I've learned just by listening to this is that financing and it's a social interaction, and payment and financing must be social. That's where you use social media as a platform by which businesses can run off. People make it a social matter. So it is all integrated into the everyday life. So enhancing our economy through ICT and digital transformation. Today, we are coming to the end of day one of our national ICT policy. And I will just briefly go over our main key points for today. We've had the privilege of having our dear Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, giving the assurance that he will be elevating ICT within government to a strategic coordinating level. So we are very, very much appreciative of that. And that, I believe, is the main takeaway for us as a department, as a ministry, where as a sector, thank you, as a sector, where we will be at the forefront of helping other sectors coordinate investment, coordinate growth in the economy. And we believe that is the way forward, and we have the government's utmost backing through the statements made by our dear Prime Minister today. We've had elements of partners and stakeholders within the sector. We've got NICTA, spoke about the regulatory framework, broadcasting, the convergence of technology and information, and how that drives having an educated and informed populace where they can make decisions for the future of their livelihood and of the country. We've had a look at IFMS and how our finance system is being managed. It has come under attack in recent times, but we are so grateful that they have taken the time to come and to show us that things are under control, and they will continue to work with us moving forward. Our thematic area number one, we've covered 4 thematic areas. Thematic area number one, which took up much of our time today, is very interesting. Access, connectivity, and how that segment of the market is being structured, what policy intervention needs to happen there, and how everyone can work together so that affordability and access are key policy directives of government. And we thank all our participants for being part of that. Thematic area number 2, we had discussions around government. Appreciate what Mr. Bola and the team are doing at MPC. Duplicate investments we can leverage off by making investment at strategic layer, at the infrastructure level, at the technology level, and at the application layer, by which everything can be coordinated. Government can save humongous amount of money and resources by coordinating. And that's what the whole point of this ICT summit is, so that we can have some understanding and having some coordinating mechanism by which we better utilize public funds and have some coordinating elements and mechanism within the sector. So thank you very much for those digital services. We went to education and health, and we're very much appreciative of what has happened in that space. And Mr. Thomas Pandara, the Assistant Secretary for ICT at the Department of Education, gave us a brief update on what is happening in the education sector as well. And last but not least, we had our digital and financial inclusion. It's a nice leeway because tomorrow, day number 2, we'll be starting off with the impact of digital transformation on the economy. And we very much look forward to you joining us. We will have a recap from day 1, and then we will set our course into going into how the economic sector can benefit from ICT. And we thank you for joining us. We very much appreciate all our citizens from the country, the Internet Society for rebroadcasting our stream. Thank you very much. For all our partners, for our colleagues in the Pacific who have joined us on around the world, thank you very much. Those our citizens who have joined us on NBC, on simulcast, on radio, and on television, thank you for joining us. The ICT department belongs to you, and it belongs to all of us. This is our country. Let's work together. We value your input as it will go into the national ICT policy, and we'll put together a policy that is best serving our people and grow the economy. With those remarks, we look forward to having you tomorrow, joining us at 8:30. We'll make a start, and then we look forward to a full day. And we'll cover as much as we can. We'll cover other 5 thematic areas, and we should be set to have some good input for our national ICT policy. With those closing remarks, I thank you all for joining once again. Shall we bring our good meeting to a close with a word of prayer? And we seek the Lord's blessing on all our deliberations today. Let us pray. Father in heaven, we thank you for all our good speakers. Thank you for our moderators, and thank you for everyone that has contributed to the first day of the National ICT Summit. Lord, we lack the wisdom, and we humbly come before you and seek your strength and your wisdom. Lord, without knowledge, our people will perish. That's why, Lord, we claim by faith that this is your country and that you have the best interest of your people. We pray for your blessing upon the government. We pray a blessing upon the private sector, all our development partners, our civil society, as we work together in putting together this policy through all this input and validations we have received today. We look forward to another full day tomorrow. Until then, we ask for your blessing upon your people who have heard, who have watched on this simulcast. We pray for your blessing upon them as well. May you continue to guide and lead us through your Holy Spirit, and may your name be praised. In Jesus' name we pray. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. God bless you, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow for day 2 of the National ICT Summit.